marching in the road and a police officer isn't standing in front of your car, pounding on the hood, trying to get the vehicle to stop, I'd say that that's too fast. Any speed is too fast on a parade route when you have all those people in the roadway. The car should not have been there.
That wasn't the question, but thanks for the commentary.
Jason, please just answer his questions. Attorney Acker will have an opportunity to redirect if necessary.
Would it be fair to say that that's not a very fast speed?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Hey guys, sorry, we're getting to this. This is getting interesting. He's asking some decent questions to start off.
Do you recall if the operator of the vehicle that you gave a description of had any hair on their head?
I do not recall seeing the operator's hair that day.
So it would be fair to say you don't know if they had long hair, short hair, anything of that nature?
That is correct.
Do you recall testifying at the preliminary hearing in this matter?
Yes, I do.
Can you recall what you said when asked a description of the driver of the vehicle you attempted to stop?
I don't recall word for word what I said.
Do you recall being asked the question?
I would think that I was, but I don't recall the exact words that I used then.
Just 1 second. Do you recall saying that the operator of the vehicle you attempted to stop had short hair and a short dark beard?
I'm not sure what the context is, but I don't recall saying that the person had short hair.
The context was the question of, did you get a description of the driver of the vehicle you attempted to stop?
I guess I'm not sure when you're speaking of, because was that when I saw the car or when we saw the vehicle after what witnesses said? It seems like I'm not sure exactly the time period that
So
you're
are we
asking.
talking about what witnesses said or what you actually saw?
Correct. That's what I'm confused about.
Well, you just said that
You're
you
not
recall
doing this
being
good,
asked
Darrell.
at the preliminary hearing that you testified at, a description of the operator of the motor vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Oh, this is confusing.
I don't understand your question.
I think it's very clear. You testified at the preliminary hearing.
I don't know
in
if
this
that's
matter,
that clear,
correct?
man.
And were you not asked a description of the operator of the motor vehicle that you attempted to stop?
So I believe my testimony was at the preliminary hearing that I did not see the person's hair, if that's the specific time that you're speaking of.
I have a portion of that preliminary hearing that you testified at with your words right here.
Mr. Brooks, what page are you at?
I am at page 17.
All right, thank you.
You were asked, could you see anybody inside the vehicle? Your answer was, at that point, I could not see the person real clearly, but as the vehicle continued pushing through me, I was paused. My position changed to the side of the vehicle where I was directly outside the driver's side window. And I could see inside of the window and I could see the driver very clearly. Would that be fair to say that those are your statements?
Yes, sir.
So could you or could you not see the driver clearly?
Your question is if I could see him clearly. Yes, I could see him clearly.
So why would you state that you couldn't see him clearly when asked the question?
I think you're asking about his hair.
No, I
we're
asked
going
about
back and
his hair
forth
before.
between-
This is a different question.
Could
Ask
you
about
ask-
the,
Could you ask your question again, please?
you just stated that you could see the driver clearly, correct?
Correct.
But you also said that you couldn't see the driver clearly, correct?
Objection, that's a misstatement.
Grounds.
So, Mr. Brooks, I think it comes down to a little bit of context. I'm going to sustain the objection. And then if you would please rephrase. I think it comes down to at what point in time in the contact with the SUV are you referring?
At any time.
Your Honor, reading the question again, that question is vague.
Right. Put it all together. If you would, I'll sustain the objection.
At any time, could you see the driver clearly? At any time during your attempt to stop the vehicle?
Yes, at any time I could see the person clearly that was driving.
The entire time you attempted to stop it, you can clearly see the driver of the vehicle.
Well, at one time you asked any time, and then you asked the entire time. So
Detective Casey, just answer the question, please, if you can. If not, say you don't understand it.
I don't understand it.
Just a second.
This is the problem with pro se litigants. He thinks he's got this and he's trying to burn him, but he doesn't have the. Good morning, Gabby.
Did you observe the vehicle strike
Exactly,
anyone
Dayla.
when you attempted to
He
stop?
thinks he's got him. Well, he doesn't.
No, I did not.
Did you see the vehicle strike anybody before it approached you?
No, I did not.
Would it be fair to say that there were hundreds of people present at the time that you attempted to stop the vehicle?
Yes, there were hundreds of people there.
This is not a
And
good
you saw
idea.
no one struck by the vehicle.
That is correct.
This isn't a good defense. I hadn't killed anyone yet, so I hadn't done anything wrong.
Did you see if anyone else was, could you see rather, if anyone else was in the vehicle?
I did not see anybody else in the vehicle when it passed my location.
Do you recall there being any tinted windows to the vehicle you attempted to stop?
I do not recall the passenger front or the passenger rear being tinted. I believe that the rear windows on the SUV were tinted.
So it would be fair to say that from your vantage point, you wouldn't be able to see the entire seating of the vehicle you attempted to stop.
Objection, that's a misstatement. Your Honor.
Grounds.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
That's not like
Could you
what?
ask the question,
What
please?
the hell is he saying? Grounds.
Would it be fair to say that because of the tint to the rear windows that you cannot visibly see the seating of the vehicle that you attempted to stop?
I did not see anybody in the vehicle. I don't think that the tint had any reasons for me not to be able to see in.
So it would be fair to say that you could clearly see the seating of the vehicle you attempted to stop, front, passenger, and back seat.
From the limited view that I had, I thought that I could see it.
Even though you just said that the rears were tinted.
I believe that it's the far back windows in the passenger compartment that were tinted, not the passenger windows, from my memory.
So it'd be fair to say you can recall every window that was tinted on the vehicle that you attempted to stop.
I question's been asked and answered, Your
Grounds.
Honor. His answer should
Grounds.
stand.
Hold on, Mr. Brooks. The objection is sustained. Next question. Has been answered.
Detective Casey, are you a party to this case in any way?
I don't understand the question.
Are you a party to this case?
I don't understand the question.
Have you filed a claim in regards to this case?
I have not.
Have you read the complaint in this case?
I've read the complaint.
Do you recall who the complaint was brought by?
The complaint is brought by the state of Wisconsin, represented by the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office, District Attorney Sue Opper.
So the state of Wisconsin then would be the plaintiff in this matter then, correct?
That is correct, the state of Wisconsin.
Do you see the state of Wisconsin present in the courtroom right now?
Yes, I do. They are represented at the prosecution table by District Attorney Sue Opper, Deputy District Attorney Leslie
They
Basil,
prepared for that
Assistant
question.
District Attorney
Ah!
Wichow.
You said represented.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the plaintiff?
The plaintiff is an entity. They're represented by the District Attorney's Office.
Oh, that
So
don't
the
do that on your
plaintiff
own, bro.
Is an entity.
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, is an entity a human being?
An entity is an entity. It is not a human being.
To the best of your knowledge, being in law enforcement for as long as you have, would it be fair to say that an entity, which is not a human being, living person, can bring a claim against anyone?
I believe they,
Object, Your Honor, to the
Grounds.
relevance.
Grounds.
Hold on, let her get her objection out, okay?
I mean, I've tried to be patient, but these questions really have no bearing on this.
The objection is sustained on relevance grounds. Next question.
Have you ever had any interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
How long have you known the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Let her get her objection out, Mr. Brooks. It's sustained on relevance grounds.
Well, I do respect, Your Honor. I think that those are valid questions to the matter.
Mr. Brooks, they've been sustained. Next question.
Just so we're clear for the record. You did hear the vehicle that you attempt to stop blow numerous times. Blow its horn.
yes, I heard the horn blowing as it was approaching my position.
Would it be fair to say that that would indicate that the vehicle was trying to alert people to its presence?
Objection calls for speculation.
Grounds.
Sustained.
They're providing the grounds, you dumb fuck. They have to get it out first. You can't just say that. Yes, he's talking about the grounds for the objection, and he's asking for them to articulate. They're trying to articulate, and he won't let them, like, whatever reason. He's not. Like, this is a
So
home
would it be
gamer.
fair
This
to
is
say that
problematic.
the beeping of the horn was coming from the vehicle that you attempted to stop?
Objection asked and answered.
Grounds.
It has been asked and answered one last time. He may answer, though. Go ahead. The objection's overruled.
I believe that it was coming from the vehicle that was coming to my position, the Ford Escape.
I want to refer you again to page 15. It is from your testimony at the preliminary hearing.
With Your Honor, that's improper because Detective Casey does not have the testimony transcript in front of him.
The district
Grounds.
attorney is correct. this witness does not have the transcript in front of him.
So would that render him unable to recall what he testified to?
I don't know. You have to ask him that.
That's what I was attempting to do, Your Honor. I apologize. So just so I'm clear, am I allowed to read from this or no?
Just ask your question, Mr. Brooks.
From the best of your knowledge, do you recall stating in your testimony at the preliminary hearing that it was in fact the vehicle you attempted to stop that was blaring its horn?
Objection, that's not what the
Grounds.
transcript says,
Grounds?
and it's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Were you injured in any way attempting to stop the vehicle?
I was not injured when I was trying to stop the vehicle.
What did you do after attempting to stop the vehicle?
I first got on my radio and advised the other units that were in the parade route that red Ford Escape had went past my position. I requested additional squads be sent 1039, which means red lights and siren. Shortly after that, I began running after the Ford Escape in an attempt to stop it, but the vehicle sped up to a speed that I couldn't keep up with it until it hit the next position.
Reading from the transcript, page 18. Do you recall us making a statement? Initially, it's sort of what you just said. Initially, I began chasing after the vehicle to try to get it to stop. And as I was following behind the vehicle, I could see that it was on the north side of the roadway, at times beeping its horn. Would that be fair to say that you made that statement?
That is a fair statement.
So even after you attempted to stop the vehicle, you still observed the vehicle beeping its horn?
I heard the vehicle beeping its horn after it passed me.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Yes, just briefly. I'd like.
That accomplished
permission to pull
nothing.
Exhibit 120, again, Your Honor, it's already been admitted and published.
Permission granted.
Detective Casey, is Exhibit 120 on the screen now?
Yes, it is.
And you've been asked here today several questions from Mr. Brooks about what you saw as the vehicle passed you. Is that correct?
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name, and I do not know the person that you refer to.
Objection is noted. It's overruled.
Yes.
Is Exhibit 120, well, strike that. Do you know where on the parade route the vehicle was located when this screenshot was captured?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, I do.
Where?
Approximately the 200 block of West Main Street. The building directly opposite the Ford Escape is 234 West Main Street.
You were back at the intersection of White Rock and Main Street, correct?
Yes, I was.
So about how far was it from where you saw the red SUV with Mr. Brooks driving to where this photo was, where this video was taken, and this is a screenshot from that video, correct?
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name, and I do not know the individual by who you refer to.
Your objection is noted. May I answer the question?
I would say that it's approximately 0.2 of a mile for me, a very short distance.
Okay. Was the appearance virtually the same from when you saw it to when this screenshot was captured?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, it was.
Are
That's
you
not
able
what
to
hearsay is.
see the driver of the vehicle in this screenshot, sir?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
That's not hearsay.
Yes, I am.
Can you see the hair of the driver in this screenshot, sir?
You cannot see his hair.
As the vehicle went past you, back at your post on White Rock in Maine, what were you focused on?
I was focused on the driver's face when it was driving past me.
Okay. You told us on direct examination on Friday, you were able to pound on the hood, correct? Were you directly in front of the vehicle at that point?
Objection. It was also, he also said in his testimony on Friday that he could identify the clothing. He specifically said what the color of the
Mr. Brooks, you're
clothing was.
attempting to testify. That's not a proper objection. As to the specific objection, it's overruled.
Well, I thought he was going to
And,
say that's not what I was
never made
doing in the
complete
car.
question.
Something stupid like
Where
that.
were you positioned when you were pounding on the hood of the SUV?
Objection.
Overruled.
And by that, I don't mean the street, I mean where on the car.
I was directly in front of the vehicle by the left front bumper.
Did you have to step out of the way to avoid being struck?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
That's not hearsay,
The
dude.
vehicle came in contact with me. As it was pushing through me, I shuffled my feet to the side, and then I continued down the side of the vehicle where I came directly in view with the driver's side window.
Okay. So you would have been, what was the driver doing as it passed you,
Objection. Irrelevant.
as he passed you? I should say?
Yeah, that's very
Overruled.
relevant.
Objection. I do not consent to being called he.
Initially, he
You're
was
saying that
staring
was you?
straight ahead,
Whoa, do not.
and as I was
So
pounding
you're
on
in
the
the fucking
driver's
car,
side
Jesus.
window, he turned and looked directly at my face.
Okay. And that, the reason you were pounding on the hood and pounding on the driver's side window is what?
I was trying to get the vehicle to stop.
Did the vehicle stop?
The vehicle never stopped.
Did the driver make any effort to pull over or pull off the parade route at that spot?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
I initially chased after the vehicle, trying to get it to stop. I could see the vehicle driving until it crossed Barstow, where it first made contact with people. The vehicle sped up, and I never saw it slow down or stop until I lost view of it as it crossed Barstow Street.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Statement called.
Jesus
Next
Christ
witness.
on a pogo stick. He admitted to
Can you
being
say
in the
we'll call
car
Officer
now.
Bryce Buttrin?
Why? Why would you do that, dude? Come on now. For God Almighty's sake. Okay, so what's he saying grounds for? When you object, typically the other party
Officer,
can
please
make you
your way
state the
to witness
grounds.
stand, which is to my right,
Okay.
up a riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk Teresa will swear you in.
The other party can ask you to step to articulate what your grounds for the objection are.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
Basically, he doesn't understand
First
that.
thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
First is Bryce.
What he doesn't understand.
Bryce. Last is
Okay,
Buttrin.
we're gonna. Basically, they've been saying what the grounds are, and he thinks that's some sort of magical thing lawyers say. So he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. That's why he's saying it.
Employed.
As a police officer with the City of Waukesha Police Department,
How long have you been a police officer?
approximately 5 years.
Were you on duty on the date of November 21, 2021, sir?
Yes, I was.
And what was your duty?
I was assigned to a traffic control post for the annual holiday parade.
And what time did you start that afternoon?
I believe it was approximately 3 p.m.
Okay. And you were given a specific assignment of an area to patrol along the parade route?
Yes, I was.
Where was that location?
I was initially assigned to East Avenue at Arcadian Avenue, and I had repositioned to East Avenue and East Main Street.
Okay, I'm gonna actually ask if we could please put up Exhibit 1.
Go ahead.
So I'm gonna give you a pointer, sir, if I may.
Yeah, if I could have Deputy Whittick come get that from you, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, he doesn't know what hearsay is. He's just spouting
It's
crap
on the
he
big
knows
screen
attorneys
behind him.
say.
I'm gonna have ask you to use the pointer and just point out these locations, please. So,
Is that expandable? Does he need to
Yes.
open that up? All right, thank you.
okay, you told us first you were monitoring traffic at East Street and Arcadian Avenue, is that correct?
Yeah, so I was at East and Arcadian, which would be right here.
Okay. What was your purpose in working that location originally?
What's up, Matt? Gordon?
Originally, it was to prevent any northbound traffic from entering the parade route onto Main Street, so to divert any traffic from East Avenue to travel eastbound on Arcadian.
Okay. And then you said you moved up.
Correct.
Where did you go at that point?
I had repositioned my squad, which was a marked police SUV, to the intersection of Northeast Avenue and East Main Street.
When did you make that move?
From what was the parade lineup that we had, when there was approximately 10 spots left that we had thought, which was inaccurate at that time.
Okay. So as the parade was starting or
As the parade was nearing the end.
nearing the end? Okay. Okay, you can have a seat again, please, sir. When you got up to near the parade route, did you just stay in that area, sir, or
Yes, I did.
were there any other officers present in that area?
Yes, there was.
And were you just watching the parade and monitoring the people?
Correct.
At some point, did something unusual occur?
Yes.
What was that?
There was initial radio traffic of squads being dispatched to what was initially coded as a man with a knife call. There was information that there was a fight occurring in Frame Park. And then after that, there was radio traffic that there was a vehicle that was entering the parade route.
Okay. And you were near the beginning of the parade route, as you just showed us, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you heard that information about a car entering the parade route, what did you do?
Based on the information that was available at that time and previous situations that had occurred, I unholstered my firearm and stood and began walking out into the road on East Main Street,
What were you doing?
trying to get the attention of the driver to divert them off the parade route.
Okay. And how far into the road did you go?
I was initially positioned right at the intersection on the south side of Main Street. I had made my way to the north side of Main Street, and I would estimate maybe 50 feet or so from the intersection of Northeast Avenue.
Okay. Were you able to visually see the red SUV at that point?
Yes, I was.
What was it doing when you first saw it?
The vehicle traveling on the north side of Main Street, it was honking its horn, and I estimated the speed to be traveling at approximately 25 miles per hour.
What did you do?
I had raised my left hand and was telling the vehicle to stop, and the vehicle was ignoring what I was doing.
When you say raise your left hand, can you demonstrate that for us, please?
So I placed my left hand out in front of me, indicating to the vehicle to stop.
Were you dressed in a full police uniform, sir?
Yes, I was.
Too bad he didn't have his rifle with
For the
him.
record, when he raised his left hand, I would say about chest high, it was with a palm facing out as if in the stop position.
Thank you. Officer Buttrin, as you stood in that.
Guys, I don't know why
position
it's
with
coming
your
hand
hand straight
sync.
out trying to stop
I'd
the car,
refresh.
would you say the car was off to one of your sides or directly in front of you? Could you tell us the position of the SUV?
The vehicle was directly in front of me. I would estimate my position to be where the front license plate would be on a vehicle, so right in the middle.
And what distance was the SUV away from you when you did this?
I would estimate the vehicle was approximately 200 feet or so. It had came extremely close to me as it was making its way towards me.
Did you maintain that same position that you just described for us?
Yes, I did, until the vehicle was getting to the point where I believed that it was going to strike me, so I moved out of the way.
Were you saying anything?
I was saying stop, to indicate to the driver that stop the vehicle.
Were you saying that in normal conversational tone, or did you raise your voice at all?
I was yelling to get the attention of the driver as it was loud outside and it was cold, so I believe the windows were going to be up on the vehicle.
Okay. And your testimony is that you stayed in the position with your left hand extended in a stop motion for about as long as you could until you felt you had to move away to avoid being struck by the SUV?
That is correct.
If the SUV was coming directly towards you, did you step to the right or the left of the SUV?
I would have stepped to the right of the SUV, which would be the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay. Were you able to see the driver of the vehicle as it went past you?
I was able to get a general description of the driver.
What do you remember?
I remember the driver to be a male black, wearing a gray or white shirt, and appeared to be wearing a hat or have their hood up.
Okay. Would you say you got a good look at the driver's face?
I would say yes, I got a relatively good look at the driver's face.
Okay. Did you observe any facial hair on the driver?
At that time, I did not.
And did the car go right past you, sir?
Yes, it did.
As it went right past you, did anything obstruct your vision to see into the car?
No, it did not.
Were you able to see into the car, the SUV?
Yes, I was.
Did you see any other persons in the SUV?
I did not. There was only one sole occupant, which would be the driver of the vehicle.
As you were yelling at the SUV to stop and holding out the stop sign, did the vehicle stop?
The vehicle did not stop.
Did you see what the driver was doing as he went past you?
The driver appeared to be emotionless and was looking straight ahead, clearly ignoring anything that was to the sides of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you hear the vehicle honking its horn
Yes, I did.
more than once?
Yes, multiple times.
As the vehicle went past you, what did you do?
I had lowered my firearm again to my side, and I attempted to grab the driver's side door with my left hand
Why'd you do that?
in order to hopefully open the door and gain the attention of the driver to get them to stop.
Are you able to estimate the speed of the vehicle as it went past you?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. He may answer.
Based on my training experience, I estimated the vehicle to be traveling at approximately 25 miles an hour at that time.
Were you able to get the door handle open?
I was not.
Did you get a hand on it?
I did not. The vehicle was traveling too fast to be able to do that.
Okay, you reached for it but missed, basically.
That's correct.
Okay. This is the area where you tried to stop the SUV. This is before Barstow, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you continue to watch the vehicles that went past you?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled.
I had watched the vehicle and I began to chase after it westbound on Main Street.
On foot?
Yes, on foot.
Were you walking or running? What were you doing?
I was running after it.
Were you saying anything at that time?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled.
At that point, after the vehicle had passed me, I was not saying anything, I just began chasing it.
Okay. And you were running after it.
Yes,
Were you able to catch it?
I was not. The vehicle was traveling too fast.
Can you approximate the speed of the vehicle at this location?
After the vehicle had passed me, I appeared to have begun increasing its speed. Vehicle was traveling approximately 30 to 35 miles an hour.
Did you see the red SUV strike anyone?
Not between the intersections of Northeast Avenue and Northwest Barstow Street.
How about once it crossed Barstow?
Yes,
What did you see?
Um,
You can take your time. I'm sorry. I know this is a lot of questions, so.
I observed the vehicle swerving side to side. People flying from the vehicle, items flying in the air, things like that.
Do you know, Officer Buttrin, as you have to reflect on this in your testimony, who was being struck? You remember a uniform or a description of any type?
There was so many things flying at that point. I don't know what was being struck.
Okay. Now, you were trying to keep up with the vehicle, right, on foot?
Yes, I was.
To be clear, there's no squad cars chasing the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Not at that time, no.
Okay, just officers on foot trying to catch up.
That's correct.
And at any point, did you see the vehicle just pull over to the side of the road and stop?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
From the time that I could visually observe the vehicle, I did not see it stop or pull to the side of the road.
After you saw the SUV strike other human beings, did you see the driver stop, pull over, and check on those persons?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
Certainly relevant,
No, I
brother.
did not. The vehicle continued.
Was the driver of the SUV still honking the horn?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
That's not hearsay.
From the distance that the vehicle had traveled away from me, I could not at that time hear what the vehicle was doing.
Okay. I'm gonna show a couple videos to you, okay, sir? First, I'm gonna ask for exhibit number 16 to be put on preview mode. Go ahead. All right.
This is entirely
See
correct. He's
16
just
on your
spouting
screen, Officer
objections.
Buttrin?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
This is all nonsense. I object. What for? Irrelevance, hearsay. I mean, once again, this is why you have an attorney help you, because they know what to
Okay, I'm
do.
gonna ask Ms. Gussie to just play a few seconds so that you can make sure you're looking at the same clip that we've seen before. Okay, you can stop. For the
That's very
record,
true. Wait till he learns about the
3
other
seconds
kind.
of the clip was played. Do you recognize this video clip, sir?
Yes, I do.
In the preview that you just observed, did you see yourself in the clip?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I'm going to ask, excuse me, do you believe this clip is a true and accurate representation of your actions on November 21 of 2021?
Yes, I do.
Move to admit and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection. We haven't seen the entire video yet. How do we know what's in the video?
The proper foundation has been laid. The objections noted. Exhibit 16 is
That's-
received. Permission to publish
Under-
is granted.
All right. For
Under the
record, it's
rules,
a
there is
total
the-
clip of 18 seconds. I'm going to play it through once for the jury, and then we can break it down and ask you to describe further if we need to.
Brooks does have the right to show it at his on cross for completeness, though. So he can show it later on his on cross examination. But that is a fair argument to make. But that's the judge will say then you can show the rest on your own terms. Yeah, he clearly doesn't know about leading questions. Yes.
Officer Buttrin, is that the video? Is that video
Yes.
consistent with the testimony you just provided about your efforts to approach the?
But he can do
SUV
it on
and
his
stop
own
it?
time.
Yes, it is.
We were not able to see on the video the part where you stood in the middle of the road with your left hand extended, correct?
That is correct.
But we did see you run from the right side of the video to the left side of the video and appear to be making your way down the north side of the street. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that the location where you would have been when you tried to stop the vehicle?
Yes.
And then we saw you sprinting after the vehicle, correct, on foot?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you another exhibit 17, please. And again, we'll preview it, ask you to take a few seconds to look at it and see if you recognize it, okay? Okay, you can stop. Again, she just previewed the first 3 seconds. Officer Buttrin, have you seen this video before, sir?
Yes, I have.
Do you see yourself in this video?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe this video is a true and accurate representation of your actions on November 21 of 2021?
Yes, I do.
Do you happen to know how this video was recorded?
Objection.
Or
It's
from
relevant.
what camera? You're right, it's a vague question. From what camera this video was recorded?
Objection. Relevant.
Overruled.
This was recorded from the City Waukesha Police Department squad camera
For your squad car?
for the squad car that was operating that night, yes.
Okay. Move to admit number 17 and permission to publish.
Objection. Actually, it's 4 seconds that was played, and we still aren't clear of the relevancy of this video.
Your objections are noted. The foundation has been laid. It's relevant. Overruled. Exhibit 17 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
All right, we're gonna put it up. Before we play it, I'm just gonna have you set the scene here. That's a touch screen in front of you, sir. Can you circle yourself in the video? All right, and next to you, it looks like there's a person in a yellow vest that reads police. Is that correct?
Objection. We're referring to the officer giving testimony, not the officer that's present with them.
Overruled.
I'll be right
Yes,
back,
that
guys.
is correct.
Who is that officer?
That'll be Officer Schneider.
Okay. And what's the crossroad here again? If you could just remind us?
Objection.
On the-
Relevant.
We'll start on the south side of the street.
The objection's noted. It's overruled. He may answer.
On the south side of the street where the squad is parked, that is going to be Northeast Avenue. I
Okay. And on the north side of the street?
believe that'll be Buckley Street.
Okay. So can you erase, you can clear the screen, please? Oh, clerk did it. Thank you. Just kind of draw a line or point out where Buckley Street is. It's a little hard to see exactly at this moment, correct?
Correct.
You could just show okay. And as this video plays, you can see Buckley Street a little clearer as the people move. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, please clear. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and play this in its duration. It's 37 seconds in length. There you go.
Correct.
Okay, I really want to know what you think. You're nodding your head like,
Officer
oh, I got
Buttrin,
something
again,
there.
It's not 100% clear shot, but you can see you making your way around the front of that white pickup truck.
Pretty
correct?
much.
Correct.
That was one of the entries in the parade.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And then you kind of go out of view behind that white pickup truck, correct?
That is correct.
Is that the area where you encountered Mr. Brooks in the SUV?
Objection. I do not identify by that name, nor do I consent to it.
Oh,
Objection's
come on,
noted.
bro.
It's
That's not
overruled.
going to work.
That is where I had initially placed my hand out in front of me and advising the vehicle to stop.
Okay. How far down that parade route did you run, sir?
I made it all the way down to there's a tattoo parlor, I believe the address is in the 400 block of West Main Street. So almost all the way down Main Street till it makes the curve and ends.
Okay. And you were not able to catch up to the SUV, correct?
No,
But again, as you've previously testified, the SUV had not stopped anywhere along that route, correct?
Objection. I already asked this question, and it was answered already.
It's foundational, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Correct. I never observed the vehicle stop at any point that I was making my way down the route.
As you were running down the route, did you encounter people who had been struck and injured?
Objection, already asked question.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
What do you remember about that, sir?
There were multiple casualties on both sides of the road, varying degrees of injuries to people. The only way to describe it is just pure chaos. There was people pulling at me in multiple directions, trying to help people.
Did you attempt to render first aid to some people?
Initially from the area of Barstow to the area of about Clinton Street, there was still an active threat of the vehicle, so I continued to chase after that vehicle to stop the threat. And then when I made my way to Clinton Street and westbound from there, began to render aid.
Okay. Some point much later in the night, are you aware that the vehicle that was suspected to have been involved in this incident was found on Maple Street, sir?
Yes,
Did you go to that area?
yes, I did.
Did you take a look around the area where the vehicle was located?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to determine, well, strike that. Do you remember where the vehicle was parked?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
I do not recall the address in which it was parked, but I do know the position of where the vehicle was parked, yes.
Could you just briefly describe how the vehicle was parked?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
The vehicle was backed into a driveway at a residence on Maple Street.
And do you remember looking around the area where the vehicle had traveled near the residence on Maple Street?
Yes,
Do you remember finding a hat at that location?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
yes, I do.
I'm gonna ask for Exhibit 92 to be previewed for the witness, please.
Guys, we'll get to the super chats in a second. I'm sorry. Was trying to wait for a
Thank
good
you,
enough
officer.
time to talk about them all.
Yes, it is.
Do you remember seeing that item?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe this picture is a true and accurate representation of the hat that you observed in the backyard?
Yes, I do.
Move to admit 92 on permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection, hearsay. How can we know for sure that that hat wasn't by somebody that lives in the building?
Mr. Brooks, you can't testify. You're attempting to do
That's
that.
not
I'll instruct
hearsay.
you not to. Your objection is overruled. And Exhibit 19 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
I'm sorry, it's 92, Your Honor.
Oh, 92. Thank you. Exhibit 92.
So guys, yeah, I'm sorry.
You
I'm gonna
remember
wait to
seeing
try
that
to answer
hat
those
the
in a minute.
backyard area, sir.
Yes, I do.
Irrelevant.
In fact, you remember asking the people at the residence if any of them own that hat?
There was one male that came out that had taken a picture and asked the rest of the residents at that location if it was any of theirs.
And did it belong to anyone at the residence?
They indicated that it did not.
Oh, oh, sorry to hear that, Pope Brackets, but no, I think it's all good.
Officer
Walked right
Hudson,
into that one, Darrell.
The videos that we saw, Exhibit 16 and 17, I asked you about that side road on the north side of the street, north side of Main Street, Buckley Street, correct?
That is correct.
Were there any barricades at that location, sir?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, there were, if I remember correctly, I believe there were 3 barricades.
And did they fully block the roadway at that location?
Yes,
If Mr. Brooks had wanted to leave the parade route, would he have been able to get out at that location?
I do not consent to that name, or nor do I know any individual by that name.
Your objection's noted. You may answer the question.
Yes, it would have been a reasonable exit point.
Would there have been anything other than those plastic barricades that would have blocked his exit from the parade at that spot?
Objection, hearsay.
It's not hearsay, it's overruled. You may answer.
No, the only thing that would have been struck was the plastic barricade.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, sir.
You may ask this witness questions, Mr. Brooks.
Yes. Officer, is it Butchering?
Correct.
Good morning, officer. You stated that you had got or you heard a radio call about a knife fight in Frame Park.
That is correct.
Did you ever at any time follow up or go to Frame Park to investigate the said knife fight?
No, I did not.
Did you learn any initial information about the said fight?
No, I did not.
Do you know who reported the knife fight?
No, I do not.
So you also stated that you heard the vehicle that was approaching honking its horn multiple times. Is that correct?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, what would be a reason that someone operating a motor vehicle will honk their horn?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You may answer.
There are multiple reasons why a vehicle would do that.
Can you give any specific reason?
To alert people or vehicles in the area that there's a vehicle coming.
And you also stated that you didn't see anyone struck when while the vehicle was approaching you?
Between the area that I observed the vehicle and Northwest Barstow Street, I did not see anybody struck, no.
Would it be fair to say that you also didn't see the vehicle target anyone?
Objection,
Browns.
speculation.
Calls for speculation on the part of the witness. So it's sustained. You can rephrase your question.
Did
The
you
way it was
see,
asked calls for speculation.
while the vehicle was approaching you, you stated that you saw it maybe 200 feet away, I think is what you said. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Did you see the vehicle actively targeting anyone to strike them?
Same objection.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
What would you estimate the population was right at what was shown on the video? Was it hundreds of people, dozens of people, right in the general area that you were?
I would estimate there's probably several hundred people in that area.
And you saw no one struck?
Objection, vague.
Can you rephrase, please, just to be specific?
Out of the hundreds of people that were in your general area, you didn't witness anyone being struck by the vehicle?
Not initially.
You also stated that there were barricades in the general area that you were?
Yes.
Were they off to the side? Were they in front of you? Where were the barricades located?
They would have been located on Buckley Street and on Northeast Avenue.
Would it be fair to say that those were the side streets coming into the main street?
Yes,
So would
No.
it be fair to say that a vehicle that was on the parade route would have to go down one of those side streets that was barricaded off to exit the parade route?
yes,
Is he trying to argue the barricades forced him to drive through the parade?
And from your, I guess from your perspective, would a vehicle that was on a parade route know that they can exit from those areas that were barricaded?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
That's highly speculative, yes.
Were you injured in any way by the vehicle?
no,
And in the video was pretty short video. Would it be fair to say that the vehicle passed you relatively quickly?
yes,
Now you're admitting you're speeding,
You were
bro. This
able to
isn't
get a
good.
look at the operator of the vehicle as quickly as it passed you?
yes,
This isn't helping
Did you
you.
notice any tinting to any of the windows on the vehicle?
no,
So you were able to see inside of the vehicle pretty clearly?
yes,
Did you get a description of what the operator of the vehicle was wearing?
yes,
You stated that the operator of the vehicle was wearing a hat. Would that be fair to say?
the operator of the vehicle appeared to be wearing a hat or have their hood up.
If you got a clear description of the operator of the vehicle, wouldn't you know if it was a hat or a hood?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Ooh.
Would the vehicle had been moving too fast for you to clearly see if the driver had anything on their head?
No,
About how fast would you estimate that the vehicle was traveling when it passed you?
approximately 25 miles per hour.
About how fast would you estimate the vehicle was traveling when it was approaching you?
Approximately 25 miles per hour.
Were you able to hear the vehicle honking before it approached you or when it came upon you?
I was able to hear the vehicle honking before it approached me.
Did you hear the vehicle honk after it had passed you or came in contact with you?
No, I did not.
Would it be fair to say that the video shows that you can clearly let me rephrase that. Would it be fair to say that the video that was shown, you can clearly hear the vehicle honking?
No,
Can we play the video again for the witness?
You want it? Which one? Which video?
Exhibit 17.
The squad video? That's the one you're requesting, the squad video?
Yeah, exhibit 17.
All right, permission
Whatever
to
is
publish
exhibit.
and show is granted.
Oh, wow, we're finally getting to see videos? I thought we weren't allowed to. Okay, guys, if you don't want to see people getting run over, get ready.
Pause it right there. So at the time, we see you running over to where this white, I think that's a pickup truck. Is that you?
Yes.
At that time, had you heard the vehicle honking?
I don't recall.
What prompted you to move so quickly to jog towards the area that you were jogging to?
The radio traffic that I had heard.
So at that time, did you see a vehicle approaching? Wait, I still want to play that. At that time, did you see a vehicle approaching?
From my position here, I don't know exactly when I had observed the vehicle.
Continue playing.
Guys, get ready if you don't want to see this.
Pause right there. Would it be fair to say that that was not just a horn that was heard honking after the vehicle was past you?
I did not hear a horn, no.
Wind it back.
For the record, Your Honor, the first time Mr. Brooks asked for the video to be paused, it was 22 seconds. The second time, it was about 39 seconds. We're now going back to about the 30 seconds.
You can't hear the horn from
Objection.
inside the
There
car.
isn't 39 seconds in the video. It stops at 37, so how could it be 39?
I'm sorry. You're absolutely right, sir. 29. I thought you said 39.
I can hear a horn.
Sir, you can't testify, so you can ask a question of this witness, we'll watch it again,
When,
but at
Let
some
me ask
point,
you-
you can't argue with
let
him.
me ask this question. When did you observe or hear the vehicle honking? At which part in this video?
At no point in this video do I hear the horn honking.
But you did in fact hear the vehicle honking.
Yes.
Do you remember what you were generally doing when you heard the vehicle honking?
Making my way to the north side of Main Street to get the vehicle to stop.
So that would be when you were sprinting over to the white pickup truck.
Correct.
That's when you heard the vehicle honking.
Sometime in between there, yes.
And you heard it multiple times.
Yes.
This idea of, oh, I beeped the horn and nobody got out of the way, so they got what they deserved, is not going to work. And yes, he was hauling ass in that video, so this doesn't help him either. I don't know what he thinks is going to do, saying, oh, I couldn't go through the barricades. I had nowhere else to go.
And to the best of your knowledge, a honking horn from a vehicle would indicate trying to alert people to its presence, correct?
There are several reasons why a vehicle would honk the horn.
Would you honk your vehicle to alert people to your presence?
Objection, irrelevant.
Grounds.
It's not relevant, sustain.
You're saying grounds after they
You said it would be multiple reasons that a vehicle will honk
don't ask this question. Don't ask
its
it.
horn.
Don't ask it. Do not ask this.
Would it be fair to say that one of those reasons would be to alert
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled, he may answer it. You may finish your question, but
Would it be fair to ask that would be to alert the many people that we can see in this video right now to the presence of the vehicle approaching?
Yes.
Okay, he didn't ask it the way I thought he was going to ask it. Whew.
Officer Butcher, and I see you in a uniform today. Would it be fair to ask that you would be on duty right now, if not called to testify?
hold on, Mr. Brooks, before we move on to a next topic, you had asked it to be paused. I trust you don't want anything further from this video published to the jury at this time.
Not at this time.
All right, Madam Clerk may take it down. My apologies for the interruption.
Oh, it's okay.
Go ahead, ask your question again.
Would it be fair to say that if you weren't here to testify this morning, you would be on duty?
No, I would not be.
So this would be an off day?
I'm currently on vacation, yes.
Do you normally wear your uniform on vacation?
Objection argumentative.
Grounds.
He may answer.
Your grounds are too late, brother.
Only if I have something related to police activity or duty.
Do you feel that it was necessary to wear your uniform in court today?
Objection
Grounds.
argumentative.
Sustained. Next question.
Are you a party to this matter in any way?
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's not relevant.
Do you have a claim in this matter?
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Have you read the complaint in this matter?
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Not relevant. Sustained.
Grounds is not a magic word, Darrell.
Do you
Come
know who the
on.
plaintiff is in this matter?
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Come
Can
on.
you testify on who called you to testify? Who subpoenaed you to testify here this morning?
I believe it was the state of Wisconsin.
So the state of Wisconsin would be the plaintiff in this matter, to your knowledge?
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds.
This question is irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
It's also a
not
legal
relevant, so
determination he doesn't know the
sustained.
answer
Next
How much
to.
it holds relevant, who called him to testify?
You already answered.
It's a legal
So,
answer he can't give either.
You've
Who's the
had
plaintiff?
interactions with the state of Wisconsin?
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant and vague.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Two hundred
Can you
forty-four people
testify if
watching.
the
Thank you
state
so
of
much.
Wisconsin is a living human being or an entity?
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
So you in fact don't have a claim in this matter, correct?
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds.
Ooh. This is too good.
Sustained.
You are aware that all police departments are funded by the state of Wisconsin, are you not?
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds.
and
Sustained.
inaccurate.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds.
That's
Grounds.
an inaccurate statement. Then who pays you?
Objection to
Grounds.
relevance.
Overruled. He may answer. I assume you mean who pays him his
Why?
salary.
Why is that relevant?
He may answer.
Be the city of Waukesha.
Is the city of Waukesha in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
You're establishing venue. Why are you doing
Is the
this?
city of Waukesha the plaintiff in this case?
No.
You just helped them establish venue, bro. That it occurred within this
Have
jurisdiction.
you ever, how long have you known the plaintiff in this case? in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question.
Grounds.
So to the best of your knowledge, you've never even had any interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, under 90611, if you need to move on to a new topic of cross-exam. Otherwise, I will declare the cross-exam opportunity closed.
Ooh. Let's see what we get to.
At any time when the vehicle passed you, did you hear the vehicle honk?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Has been asked and answered multiple times.
Is it fair to say that in the video clip that we were just shown, no one was struck?
Correct.
Would it also be fair to say that in the video we just saw, the vehicle did not attempt to strike anyone?
Objection.
Check.
Speculation.
Grounds.
Sustained. Calls for speculation on the part of the vehicle operator.
We can clearly see in the video that no one was attempted to be struck.
You can't
How's that
discern
not
intent from that.
The jury will disregard the last statement made by Mr. Brooks as he may not testify at this point in
You
time.
cannot discern intent from that video alone.
Next question, please.
And just for the record, I don't consent to being called that name, Your Honor.
Next question, please.
Oh my God.
Is it fair to say that by the video footage, and to the best of your knowledge, no one was struck before the vehicle approached your presence?
Objection
Grounds.
asked and answered.
Grounds.
Asked and answered. Sustained.
Grounds.
Next question.
I didn't answer the question.
The witness did.
To the best of your knowledge, at that point where you observed the vehicle, to your knowledge, no one had been struck at that point.
Correct.
Okay, what does this do? How does this question help you? Guys, I'll address the super chats when we get to the end of this. I assume they're going to take a break.
And for the record, you have no filed claim in this matter whatsoever.
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
Oh, he didn't even do it.
Were
He
you
didn't get it
injured in
out.
any way during this matter?
No.
No further questions.
You redirect.
Just very briefly. Please, Madam Clerk, put back up number 17.
A very good question, Control Alt. Very good question.
And as it's being displayed right now, we are paused at the 33-second mark.
Yes.
Officer Buttrin, can you clearly see north on Buckley Street from this vantage point, sir?
Yes, I can.
You see one plastic barricade obstructing travel to go northbound on Buckley Street at that location, sir?
Objection. You can clearly see officers there too.
Jury will disregard at least the attempt to testify by Mr. Brooks. Your objection is noted, it's overruled. He may answer the question.
Yes, there's at least one barricade visible there.
Okay. And I am going to ask the exhibit be replayed in its entirety with no one talking, so we can all listen to hear if the horn is honking. So, Ms. Gussie, please play it again from the beginning.
Permission granted.
Thank you.
All those little kids dodged a bullet. It's crazy. The radio traffic says it's blowing its horn.
Exhibit 17 has been played in full. Officer Buttrin, at any point were you able to hear the horn honking in that video, sir?
No, I was not.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
I'm pretty sure that radio transmission mentioned blowing the horn, though. That's actually, I mean, it's interesting. It doesn't get him out of the
Right,
way,
this will be
but
a good stopping point for our mid-morning break. We'll take a 15-minute break. All rise for the jury, please.
all right, everybody, we are gonna. I'm pretty sure that radio transmission again said, and he's blowing his horn. I'm not sure though. We'll get to that. So guys, yeah, we're gonna get through the super chats real quick. We'll start off with those. Pope Rackets touched me for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Sean, how was your law schooling the other day? Oh yeah, I learned so much. I learned so much about federal law and how because you open your business, you have no property rights now. So if you guys missed it, I was on with Disenthrall. We were dealing with a couple of sovereign citizens who beat up a lady running a cookie shop. It was
All
very
right, thank you,
interesting.
everyone. We'll be back in 15 minutes. We are in recess.
Thank you, Judge Mommy. So that was a very interesting thing. So if you guys have the chance, I put the links up in the community page. You can go watch it. The account formerly known as Amber Heard's Turd must be lonely up on that bed. For $10, thank you for the super chat. Is this the part where he tries to convince us the car drove itself? No, I think he's going to try to argue he was beeping his horn and nobody got out of the way, so therefore they got what they deserved. Sadly, that's going to be his game plan, I think. Pope Rackets touched me for $2 more. Thank you. Said, Sean, let's go empower and educate some banks. JK Feds. I mean, if you're down, bro, I'm down. Like, you know, all you gotta do is say the word. And I'm all there. Let me Deep Surface for $2. Thank you very much. I appreciate the super chat. He's playing lawyer equal the left commie playing intelligent. Yeah. And the Fed for 2 Canadian buckaroos. That's a toonie actually. Hope Brooks gets the pedo treatment in prison. Yeah, he have a rough time regardless. And the Fed for $2 more. Thank you. Brooks will 100% be a prison pincushion. Yeah. I could see that happening for him. You know, if it does, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. So, Isaac Bowles, you are a new member. Thank you so much for being a new member. I appreciate your support, man. Very, very much. So we are going to get into this is G Dash talking about the detective. It's hard to be a good witness when people are asking such awful questions. So I don't think that was the detective's fault. D-Dial 85. No. I understand. I understand what you're getting. I think he thought that Brooks was asking some like mic drop moments. Like he thought he was winning points there. So yeah, I wasn't thinking you were thinking that. Penny Leather says Nick said they won't let him have a paralegal. Yeah, he's not entitled to any staff. Amanda Francis says, where's he going with this? Like I said, I think he's trying to argue there was nowhere for him to go. He couldn't turn off the way, and all the streets were barricaded, and then he was honking his horn, and people didn't get out of the way, and things happened. G-Dash saying this is the third time I've had to sub to you in 2 days. Like I said, man, Susan knows. Susan knows, like, what's coming from me. Sorry about that, everybody. Maddie and Josh Thompson. I don't think I've seen you guys around, so thank you for being here. I appreciate it. It's interesting to see how much he has conformed to the court rules after finding out COVID is negative. He's even wearing a suit. Yes. Yes, he's actually wearing a suit and he's actually acting like a civilized person today. So that's a good change. And then I think you're saying, I think he finally realizes how screwed he is. I don't know if he gets that yet or not. And the Fed, is this cop autistic or something? He seems really bad at eye contact. He's just a crappy in-court witness. Being an attorney, that takes time to get really good at questioning witnesses. It also takes time and practice being a good witness. Like, he kind of looks over and, like, if you haven't done it a lot, you don't know that's not good. And in reality, cops don't testify in front of juries a lot. I mean, they might a couple of times in their life, especially beat cops. He's not a detective who would generally handle trials a lot more. So he's probably, it takes time and practice. You got to be good at it. Patty Leather is saying, I think LawTube should have a show on what could happen if a person on the jury didn't want to convict because they agree with the systemic racism, white privilege myth. Would he just go free? No, it would be a hung. If one person disagreed and they were deadlocked at 11-1 for conviction, that would be a mistrial and it would be a hung jury. The state of Wisconsin could retry him again. He would not walk free because he'd still be being held on the charge and they would retry him again pretty much right away. So, Parallax saying, bro, you don't want your defense to be, I was honking and they didn't move. Not guilty. There's a lot more to it than that, but yes. And then Mr. Squiggles, yes, every time Darrell Brooks is saying grounds, is he talking about Coffee Brand Coffee, exclusively from the Quartering and Jeremy Hambley? You can get yours at the Quartering, and he has the appropriate links. I wish I could do a better live read for Jeremy, but anyways, there you go, Jeremy. Because he's down the road from Waukesha. So there you go. I tried to help. Can't ever say I didn't. Uh-oh. Let's see here. Sorry, trying to catch up to if you guys have had. And the Fed is saying at the start they mentioned the FCC regulations banning them from showing video. That Binger complained to the FCC after Rittenhouse. Well, Rittenhouse, it wasn't that graphic. This is going to be pretty graphic. I assume they've got some video of like people flying from this car and getting speed bumped. So I don't think that this would be extremely graphic content. So that would be an issue there. So I don't think they're going to let it do it. Oh, Kat, you gifted some subs? Thank you very much, Kat, for gifting subs. Appreciate it. Kat Wagner gifted 5 subs. Thank you so very much. I know everybody in chat will be that got one is very happy. Maddie and Josh are saying, I really hope someone lets him know what grounds actually means. He knows attorneys say that, so he thinks he has to say it. But yeah, it's not helping. Also 323 people watching, guys. Thank you so much for your viewership. I appreciate it. If you guys like this, please give me a like down below. It'll just push this in front of more and more people. Ag Biochemist says, Nick Rekieta now starting at 12 p.m. Central. Yes, he will be on with the Frogman. He will be on with the Frogman on InfoWars. Taking care of the globalist conspiracies. Fighting them all, the interdimensional vampires. Eating the baby parts. He'll be on with Alex Jones talking about who knows what. Why doesn't his avatar have a nose? Are you talking about? Because the girl who put together the drawing didn't put a nose on, but I particularly like it, so it works. Um, Commissar says you are keeping me up too late. Hmm. Well, but it's for a good thing. You're learning a lot, and it's a fun time. Super chat for Kim Berger for $9.99. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Why do you think he was crying the other day? I think he may have realized how serious of a trouble he's in. I don't know though. Could be any number of things. I mean, he is a bit of a spaz, so I, I mean, you could probably write your own mystery there. Rick Nikita, grounds, 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 grounds. Yes, Alpha, I understand what you were getting at when you talked about on Saturday night what those people were articulating. Yes. G Dash says the quartering is sitting behind him. So it makes sense he's enforcing to get the grift going. Eric Duff says I need this vid for propaganda purposes. G Dash is a new member. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate it. Yes, the literal vampire pot-bellied goblins. They just go stab you with the butcher knife. And the police chief says, we love our Muslims. We love our Somalis. Aren't they so beautiful? Actually, no, he says, we love our Somalis. We love our Muslims. Oh, they're so beautiful. Keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. Oh, as the song goes. Oh, and I sang it. It didn't go down in viewers. That's good news. So we go empower and educate all California and Pope Rackets for $5. Thank you. Consumer IOUs about trans asylum citizens seeking non-binary parasite removal funds at $900 each. If you think this, yes, I don't know. Is this your idea of a scam that'll work? Because maybe this will work. Yes, the Mithril King No Nose is a weave drawing style. Yeah, there's a whole, and actually here, I'll bring it up because I think some of you guys I think other people have asked this before where I got this from. And let me find it. Yeah, there was during the Johnny Depp trial, and we'll go back to that in a second here. During the Johnny Depp trial, somebody put this together as far as the law tubers and everybody that was on with the show. So this is kind of everything that they put together, all the different people that had been on or were doing stuff. So I just thought this was actually kind of neat, and I really appreciated what she did, and I told her that, and I thought the best way to show my appreciation for it was to make it kind of like my avatar. So yeah, that's kind of what that's all about. Give you guys a little bit of the lore and share, and then we're back to here, and actually we'll come back to this in a bit. Where does Alex Jones stream? I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for this, but I guess I'll show it real quick. If you want to watch Alex Jones today on InfoWars, having the great Nick Rakita on, you need to go to band.video. Band.video. Actually, it is called band.video. Actually, I think I can show this. I guess we'll find out real quick if I Hope we don't get zucked. But this is banned.video. This is the entire over here you have the Alex Jones show.
Because I'm seeing a lot of
And
these,
you can see it there, and that's where Nick will be on. I'm hoping I don't get killed for that. Please, Susan, don't kill me. Isaac Baruch's wholesome Gabagolart. Globalist interdimensional frog true shine. Yes, you can watch it on InfoWars, but it's also on band.video. Yes. Oh, InfoWars on Rumble. Oh, Alex Jones is on Rumble? Hell yeah.
Let's next witness. Seem to like to want to do that these days.
Alex Jones on Rumble,
all
then
right,
hell
thank you
yeah,
for
go
your
to
time.
Rumble, guys.
I'll state very briefly for the record, Your Honor, that we still have yet to address the subject matter jurisdiction. Would that be addressed at some point?
Mr. Brooks, that's a frivolous matter. We've already addressed that. I direct your attention to the Beneby decision, United States versus Beneby, found at 654 F 3rd 753. So I have addressed it.
Well, thank you, Huggy. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Never knew I had a sense of humor. Well, thank you.
Is that a judicial determination, Your Honor? That you want to address the subject matter jurisdiction?
The record stands. Mr.
Drex didn't
Brooks.
do a whole lot of Johnny Depp stuff, from what I remember. Yes, that poster was before the launch because,
Would a
yes,
verified statement of particulars by affidavit be addressed, Your Honor?
we were writing Highlight Kings at that point.
All right.
Yes, find the backstabbers. They are on there. Yes, Infowars.com, Infowars.com, Infowars. Well, EnoWars. Infowars. AJ's only on his website. Don't show AJ and YT, dude. It'll be all right. Be all right. We're fine. We're still chugging along. We're still here. I'm still standing. End your band. Banhammer inbound. We'll be all right. Private Air says, why do I suddenly have the urge to buy performance supplements? I know. It's almost like it's subconscious there.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
I do have a Rumble account, 7-Eleven.
Attorney Upper, the statement calls next witness.
I just don't know how to
Call Officer
simulcast.
Schneider.
I got to work on that. But I do have a Rumble account. It's at Potentially Criminal. If you go to rumble.com/channels, Potentially Criminal, it's there.
Officer, if you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will
It is
swear you
pinned
in.
at the top of the chats.
All right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record, and then spell each.
Okay. My name is Sonia Schneider. Sonia is Sonia.
Sonia from
Schneider is
Wisconsin.
Schneider.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you.
Well, speaking of noses,
Officer
Jesus.
Schneider, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
A little over 3 years now.
And were you working on the date of November 20, 2021? I'm sorry, November 21,
Hiya, Brad.
2021.
I was.
What were your duties that day?
My duties were to secure the parade route and then provide traffic and pedestrian control.
Were you assigned to a specific location?
Yes, I was to be the intersection of East Main Street and Northeast Avenue.
And was that your post throughout the entire event?
It was.
Do you remember about what time you arrived at that location?
I believe it was around 3 p.m.
Okay. And when you got there, what were your responsibilities? Or what did you do?
We closed down traffic from Buckley to northeast and put up barricades.
Okay. And were you dressed in a police uniform that day?
I was dressed as I am right now.
Did you have your
You also have on
handcuffs?
a fluorescent vest?
I did.
Okay. And that lettering on that vest read police?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you have your handcuffs with you? Ooh.
At some point during the parade, was your attention drawn to a vehicle described as a red SUV?
It was.
How was your attention drawn to that vehicle?
Well, initially, we heard a call come out in the area of Frame Park about a potential man-knife fight. And then shortly after, I heard radio traffic about a vehicle going through the barricades or past the barricades.
What action, if any, did you take?
I was standing next to Officer Buttrin. He began to move forward, and as I observed the red SUV coming towards Officer Buttrin and not stopping, I ran forward to also try to intercept the vehicle.
What did you do?
I positioned myself right in front of the SUV for about a moment and tried to direct the vehicle off to Buckley, which would be to the right of the roadway.
Okay. And you said you positioned yourself right in front of the vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
So did you go out into the roadway itself?
I stood directly in the path of the SUV, which
Okay.
was the entire right lane or north side of the street.
Okay. And did you say anything or gesture in any fashion to the vehicle?
I was
Oh my
just
fucking
gesturing
god,
with
that's
my
100%
hands to try
true.
to get the driver to observe me in the street.
All right.
She is a female
Do you remember
girl.
saying anything?
Sorry,
Yes.
just for the record, the witness has put both of her hands up with the palms facing out about between waist high and chest high in a stop motion. Go ahead.
Do you remember saying anything?
I don't recall saying anything.
Now, you said your intention was to try and direct the vehicle off onto Buckley Street.
It was.
Was that a possibility from where the vehicle was located when you first saw it?
It was. The vehicle had time to slow down and make that turn.
Okay. And you said you were facing the vehicle head on, correct?
I believe, if not exactly head on, at least, to the side where most of the front of my body would be facing it.
Okay. So you could see it coming, in other words.
Very clearly.
And you could see, because you were able to face the vehicle head on, you were able to see that at some point you needed to step out of the way so you yourself are not struck. Is that fair to say?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Sustained, please rephrase.
As you stood in the middle of the road facing the vehicle, did you stay in that position? Officer?
I did not. I was very concerned the car was going to hit me.
So what did you do?
I jumped out of the way.
Did you make any efforts to interact with the vehicle in any way?
I believe that I had hit out at the car.
Okay. Were you able to see the driver of the car?
I was.
What did you observe about the driver of the car?
It looked to be an African-American male with brown eyes and brown hair.
Did the driver of the SUV react to your presence in any way?
When I observed the driver, he had no expression on his face and he was looking straight ahead as if he was looking straight through me.
And that never changed?
No.
Did the driver of the SUV follow your direction and leave the parade route at Buckley?
No, he did not. As a matter of fact, he appeared to speed up.
Are you able to estimate speeds at this location?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Not hearsay, bro.
I would estimate the speed to be anywhere from 30 to 40 miles per hour.
Were
I
you
have
able
an
to
Odyssey.
see how many people were inside the SUV as it went by you?
I couldn't see the back seat clearly, but I observed only one person in the front of the vehicle.
Okay. And that was the driver, correct?
Correct,
That you just described for us earlier.
correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you an item that's been marked and received as Exhibit 17. And we'll put it up on the screen in front of you first so you can take a look at it, see if you recognize it. So for the record, we
Dennis,
played
give
about
it a
the first
refresh.
5 seconds or 6 seconds of the video. Do you recognize this video, Officer Schneider?
I do.
Do you see yourself in this video?
Yes,
And do you believe this is a true and accurate representation of your actions on that day?
yes,
Permission to publish 17, Your Honor?
Permission granted, it's previously been received.
So if you could please point out for the jury your location in Exhibit 17. You can circle on the screen if you wanted to touch screen.
this is me.
And next to you,
That's
to your
Officer,
right?
that's Officer Buttran. to my
Okay.
right.
At this point, what are you and Officer Buttran doing?
We were, again, providing that traffic and pedestrian control for the intersection.
Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and play this clip. It's 37 seconds long, and we'll just play it through, and then we can stop and ask questions if we need to, okay?
And you'll see someplace that's got even more evidence behind it. So let me ask you this. Who needs car? And what exactly is it good for? Well, first of all, let's take it by a coenzyme is any substance in the body that's...
Listen to the video, guys, at the end about the horn.
Keyword, the energy that supplies your brain, your heart, your liver, your kidney.
Officer Schneider, is that consistent with your recollection of the events?
It is.
I saw in Exhibit 17 at one point you appeared to leave your post on the south side of the road and run into the road. Is that what happened?
Correct.
And the vehicle went past you then?
It did.
The excuse me, at that point, Officer Schneider, did you hear the vehicle honking its horn at all?
I never heard any honking.
Never at any point.
Never at any point.
Okay. I'd also like to show exhibit number 18. So same thing, we're going to preview it for you first before we show it for the jury, okay? So for the record, we've shown about the first 2 or 3 seconds of that clip to Officer Schneider. Officer Schneider, is exhibit 18 a true and accurate representation of your actions involving the red SUV on 11/21 of 21?
It is.
Move to admit and permission to publish 18.
Any position, Mr. Brooks?
Objection. What's the relevancy of the video?
The objection is noted, it's overruled, and exhibit 18 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Just 1 second. I want to see the counter in the corner. Can you close that? Noted. Thank you. So for the record, this clip is 11 seconds in length. Officer Schneider, can you see yourself in this video at this point?
Yes.
Can you please circle yourself so the jury knows what to watch for?
Oh, right over there.
Okay. And please clear the screen. All right, we're going to play this video in its entirety now.
Oh my God! What the? What is this? Come here! Come here!
Again, is that the moment where you ran up to the SUV and tried to stop it?
It was.
Definitely
After the
smash.
SUV had gone
Smash,
by
smash,
you,
smash.
at some point, were you aware that individuals further down to your west had been struck by the SUV?
Yeah, there was what I would call screaming on the radio.
Police radio.
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't see the SUV actually strike anybody, correct?
I did not see that.
When you heard the screaming and heard of the report of problems to your west, what did you do?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Initially, I was just trying to, I didn't know if there was going to be another vehicle coming because we didn't know what was going on. So I was trying to get people out of the roadway. And as soon as I heard the screaming on the radio, I began making my way downtown.
Did you
Making my
encounter
way
any
downtown.
People with injuries?
I did. I was stopped by numerous people who said that their children had potentially been nicked. The worst one was a adolescent female that was laying in the road with her family around her.
Do you know the first name of that adolescent female?
Jessica.
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, your answer may have been blocked by Mr. Brooks' objections, but please repeat it.
And I do not consent to that name, nor am I that person.
Noted. You may answer.
Jesselyn.
Do you know which group or unit in the parade she was with?
She was in a dance squad.
Okay. Did you attempt to render aid to Jesselyn?
I did.
Were her injuries significant?
They were.
At some point, did you go further westbound on Main Street and try and tend to more individuals?
I walked towards the direction of Mountaintop Coffee, and I was directed to stand guard over one of the deceased.
Do you know the name of that person?
I believed it was Virginia, but I learned later that she was misidentified.
Okay. Who was it that you were standing guard over?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I never inquired the true name of the individual that I ended up being by.
Could you tell which group or unit in the parade that deceased person was associated with?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
She was one of the dancing grannies.
And what would be the purpose in having you stand by with a person who had suffered fatal injuries?
To preserve the scene and relieve a community service officer who was standing there initially.
Okay. Thank you, Officer Schneider. I don't have any questions beyond that.
Thank you. Any cross, Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Here we go, guys.
Officer Schneider. It would be fair to say from the video footage that was shown that you were standing directly next to Officer Buttrin. Is that correct?
That is correct.
For any reason, would you have, being that you were so close next to him, not heard the same things that he heard?
Objection, I think that calls for
Grounds.
Calls for speculation.
Yeah, it's highly speculative.
It's sustained. Next question.
I was going to say, Judge, you got to answer that.
How long before you saw the approaching vehicle?
I heard radio traffic about it going past the barricades, and I would say it was a couple seconds later that we saw it coming down the street.
Did you observe anyone being struck at that time?
I did not.
Did you observe anyone being struck after the vehicle passed you?
I did not.
Would it be fair to say from the video footage that was shown that the vehicle passed you in maybe a second, if that?
A second to 2 seconds. Yes.
Do you think that would be enough time to get a clear description of who was driving the vehicle?
Yes, I do.
And why do you believe that?
Because I saw the driver very clearly.
You saw the driver very clearly in 1 second.
Yes, sir.
And do you recall if the driver had hair?
I do.
Do you recall if the driver was wearing a hat?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall anything that the driver may have been wearing?
No, I don't.
Do you recall seeing anyone in the back seat?
I couldn't see the back seat from my position.
Why could you not see the back seat?
Because there's front seats in the way.
Is there a
Were
backseat driver
there any
theory?
tinting to the vehicle that you saw?
Not that I saw.
So you saw no tinted windows at all on the vehicle?
I do not recall seeing tinted windows.
Would it be fair to say from the video that there was a barricade set up at the cross street of Buckley?
Yes,
Would it be also fair to say that you couldn't turn down Buckley Street because of the barricade?
the street was barricaded.
Could you make a turn down the street that was barricaded?
You could make a turn, but it was barricaded.
How can you make a turn on a barricaded street? How would you be able to do that?
If a vehicle were to slow down, the barricade could be moved.
So a vehicle would actually have to stop and then make the turn.
That's correct.
Yes,
Were
you
there
can't drive like
any
an
law
asshole.
enforcement officers posted at the barricade?
On that side of the street near Buckley, we had a reserve officer, I believe.
Do you recall if any one of those officers or officer attempted to stop the vehicle?
I couldn't tell you about that.
Was there any report of the officer that was standing at that barricade to stop the vehicle?
Again, I couldn't tell you about that.
What?
So to the best of your knowledge, only you and Officer Butchering attempted to stop the vehicle?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And there were other officers present?
The other individual who was present is not a sworn patrol officer.
Were they law enforcement?
No, they're considered a reserve officer.
Were they wearing any gear that may have identified them as an officer?
I don't recall what that officer or that reserve officer was wearing.
I'm gonna have to make a shirt for that now.
Can we show exit 17 again? Or exhibit 17?
You want it published or just shown to the witness?
I want it shown to the witness.
Permission granted.
Actually, can we show it to the whole court?
Permission granted, it's been received.
Well, before you play it, can you pause it? Before you play it,
Jim, it's good to see you, man. Very good to see you.
would it be fair to say that at that intersection that has the red light facing towards the camera, that there is in fact someone who appears to be law enforcement standing right there?
Objection vague.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Can you,
Rephrase.
would it be fair to say that someone standing at that intersection that appears to be wearing the same police vest attire that you are wearing?
Objection vague.
What?
Grounds.
Mr. Brooks can use the touch screen on his monitor as well, correct?
Correct. I'm gonna overrule the objection. I think what he was asking is clear enough, so. you may
No, it's
answer.
not. I have no idea what he's asking.
There is an individual on the Buckley side of the intersection wearing a high-res traffic vest.
Is it similar in any way to the vest that you are wearing?
It appears to be so, yes.
What?
So would it be fair to say that the appearance of them wearing the same attire as you, that they would be easily identified as law enforcement?
I would go so far as to say that they would be at least highly visible to people. Yes.
Would someone who's not in the law enforcement field possibly for any reason mistake them as law enforcement?
Possibly, yes.
Is he going to argue that person waved him into traffic and down the road? Because that doesn't make sense.
Can you play it just for just a couple of seconds so we can get a clear look at the individual that I'm referring to?
Exactly how many seconds, Mr. Brooks?
I don't consent to being called that name, but maybe 2 or 3 seconds.
Then pause at the 3-second mark, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Can you go back a second?
Judge, it's not possible to jump back in
1 second.
1 second increments.
Go
We
back
need
to the beginning, please.
Right there.
Ask your question.
Do you know that individual right there?
I don't recall who that was, no.
Did you see them at any time attempt to stop the vehicle or redirect the vehicle?
I did not observe that myself, no.
You can take the exhibit down.
What did that accomplish?
You're done with this exhibit?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You can take it down now.
Can you put up exhibit 18 for the court?
You just want this presented, not played at this moment? Just confirming with you.
I'm probably gonna play it too
We'll get it up first.
for the entire court.
For the record, exhibit 18 is on the screens. Do you want it played, Mr. Brooks? Or do you have a question at this point?
I want it played, Your Honor, if I may.
The whole thing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, permission granted.
Pause it right there. Would it be fair to say that that was just a horn that was heard?
No, I don't hear a horn.
You don't hear a horn.
I do not hear a horn.
Can we start that from the beginning?
For the record, Mr. Brooks.
When did you have the
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name, Your Honor, nor do I identify by that name.
The defendant has asked the video to be stopped. It was stopped at 4 seconds in. He's requested that it be replayed. Are you going to have the whole thing replayed, or do you want it stopped again at 4 seconds?
Maybe around this same point.
I'll wait till you say stop then.
Okay.
We'll make a record of it. Go ahead.
Oh my God!
Pause it.
What the?
Would it be fair to say that that was not just a horn that was heard on this video?
I will stick with my original answer on that.
So your original answer would be that you did not just hear a horn on this video that was being played.
That's correct.
And for the record, it was stopped at 6 seconds.
So would it be any reason that anyone else would have heard a horn?
Objection, speculation.
If-
Grounds.
Sustained calls for speculation on the part of this witness.
Did you at any time get a chance to read the report by Officer Butcher, who was standing right next to you during this?
Objection.
I did not read his report.
Did you have any conversation with him about what he may have observed or heard that evening?
Can you clarify what you mean?
Did you have any conversation with Officer Butcher about what he may have observed or heard on that evening?
I believe that the evening that later after everything had calmed down, we had talked for a little bit.
Did he state to you that he had heard a horn beeping at any time during your conversation?
Objection, hearsay, move to strike
Grounds.
the question.
Grounds.
Oh. Sustained calls for hearsay.
Do you recall what the conversation was about when you talked that evening?
I can't recall specifics, no.
Did you in any way talk about what had happened that evening at the parade?
Yeah, it would be about the parade, but I can't, again, tell you specifics of what we talked about.
You don't recall?
I've already answered that.
But you're sure that you had some talks about what you may have seen?
Objection, repetitive.
Grounds.
Asked and answered. Sustained. Next question, please.
Just so we're clear for the record, from your recollection, would it be fair to say that Officer Buttrin saw the approaching vehicle before you did?
Objection,
Grounds.
speculation.
Grounds.
Sustained. It calls for speculation on the part of this witness. Next question.
At what point did you see the vehicle? Once it was past Officer Buttrin or before it had passed him?
I saw the vehicle coming from the White Rock location, so it was before the vehicle had even approached Officer Buttrin's location.
Any reason why you didn't move to attempt to stop the vehicle when Officer Buttrin did?
Yes, we oftentimes in our line of work have people, meaning no ill will, just disregard police barricades and other things. So initially, I didn't know if the vehicle was being driven by somebody that was just simply distracted or lost or senile. I had no idea.
So it would be fair to say that at the time you had no idea what was going on with the vehicle and why it was there.
At the time, what I knew was that someone had radioed that a car had disregarded our barricades to keep the parade route closed off.
And you heard this on the
Ooh.
radio, correct?
On police radio, yes.
So did you hear a car or did you hear an SUV?
I don't recall the exact words that were used. It was a vehicle.
Would it be fair to say that you just said that you heard a car over the radio?
I don't recall the exact words.
Would it be fair to say that it is extremely hard to compare a car with an SUV?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question.
Would you ever mistake a car in an SUV?
Objection,
Grounds.
argumentative.
Overruled. She may answer.
I think I'm pretty good at knowing the difference.
So when you heard the radio call, were you expecting a car or SUV?
I think she was expecting a lot of things there,
I was
buddy.
expecting a vehicle, red in color, to be coming my direction.
Would it be fair to say that you, before it didn't state the color of the vehicle that you were expecting?
I think the question's vague, Your Honor, as
Objection.
to
Grounds.
when she may or
Grounds.
may not.
Mr. Brooks, hold on. Let her state the objection.
Yeah, she's got to state her grounds, dude. You
Question's
got to
vague as
chill.
When she may or may not have indicated the color of the car, Your Honor.
Wow. It's,
I'll
What a
sustain the
dick.
objection. Please rephrase. It's sustained as to the form of the question.
At any time during the radio report, was there any report of the color of the vehicle, as you say, in the report that you heard over the radio?
The exact color of the vehicle over the radio, I do not recall hearing. I know that I saw a red SUV coming from White Rock.
Would it be fair to say that you heard the radio call before you saw the vehicle?
Absolutely. I heard it before I saw it.
So would it be fair to say that you couldn't have known what the color of the vehicle would be and what vehicle was being referred to?
There was only one vehicle on the parade route, from what I saw.
Were there any radio reports that the vehicle had struck anyone at that time that you heard?
No, I didn't hear anyone say that the vehicle had struck anyone.
Was there any reports at that time over the radio that you heard of a description of who may have been driving the vehicle?
No, I don't recall a description coming out over the radio prior to me seeing the vehicle come across my path.
So would it be fair to say that the radio report was pretty vague?
Objection argumentative.
Grounds?
Sustained.
Were there any reports that you know of, rather by radio or from people who were present in your area that you were, that they may have heard honking from the vehicle that approached?
Objection speculation.
Grounds?
Overruled. The way it was phrased, he asked if she had any information, so she may answer.
I don't have any information about honking.
Can you recall about what time you saw the approaching vehicle?
I don't know the exact time, no.
Were you injured in any way by the vehicle?
I was not injured.
So it'd be fair to say that you haven't filed a claim in this matter, correct?
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds?
Overruled. She may answer.
I have not filed a claim for this.
So it would be also fair to state that you are not an injured party in this matter, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Grounds?
Sustained.
Could you state for the record who subpoenaed you to testify in this matter today?
The state?
And when you say the state, who are you referring to exactly?
The state of Wisconsin?
To the best of your knowledge, being in law enforcement for some time, have you ever had any interaction with the state whatsoever?
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant. Vague.
Grounds?
Sustained. Next question.
Did you physically talk to the state about testifying here this morning?
Objection
Grounds?
vague and irrelevant.
Grounds?
Do you mean to ask her if she spoke with the DA's office?
Did she speak to the plaintiff?
Sustained. Next question.
How long have you known the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds?
Sustained. Next question.
Have you read the complaint in this matter? To your recollection?
I have,
No, and I'd object. She doesn't have to.
I believe I've skimmed it over. I haven't read it in its
He skimmed it
entirety.
over.
Would it be any reason why you didn't read the complaint in its entirety?
Objection.
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds?
Sustained.
It should have
Did
been
you have
already.
any idea that you
objected
may
to.
be called to testify in this matter?
I did see it as a possibility, yes.
So it'd be fair to say that if you knew that it was a possibility that you may be called to testify, would it be fair to say that it would be best to acquire all the knowledge that you can acquire before testifying?
Objection argumentative.
Grounds?
Sustained.
Guys, I'll get to what this ground stuff is in a second. But I'll answer it. A bunch of asked that. Don't worry, we'll get to this.
Are you aware that all police departments are funded by the state of Wisconsin?
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds?
Sustained.
If you weren't testifying here this morning, would you be on duty?
Objection relevance.
Yes, I would be.
Is that why you came in uniform?
Yes, it is.
Departmental policy probably
So it'd
dictates
be
they
fair
show
to
up
say that
to
right
court.
now you're on the clock.
Yes, I am.
Being paid by whom?
By the city of Waukesha.
Is the city of Waukesha in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
Object, prosecutor.
And-
You're not helping here. Stop him.
Who funds the Waukesha Police Department?
Objection, irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
They better prep the rest of their officers to avoid these questions because this is ridiculous and they need to stop
During your
it.
attempt to stop the vehicle, do you recall the vehicle trying to strike anyone?
I did not see the vehicle deviating in any way. No.
Do you recall it trying to strike anyone?
I think it's asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
By you saying that you didn't see the vehicle deviate, can you clarify for the record what that means in your opinion?
When I saw the vehicle coming towards my direction, it was driving in a straight line.
So would it be fair to say that that does not clarify what you mean by deviate?
Objection.
It's argumentative. Sustained.
Yeah, it is.
To the best, as far as you recall, you didn't see or hear that the vehicle has struck anyone. That'd be fair to say?
That's been asked and answered, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sustained.
$450 people watching. Thank you very much, guys. I
Do you
appreciate
know
it.
of any cross streets before you attempted to stop the vehicle that may have been barricaded?
We had barricades up in the area of White Rock Avenue. I wasn't up there at any point in time, so I couldn't give you the exact location of every barricade.
But you do know that there were pretty much barricades throughout the parade route. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, we needed to secure it.
Do you know of any attempts to stop the vehicle before it came to the area that you were in?
Well, I personally observed Officer Buttrin attempt to stop the vehicle.
Do you know of any attempts to stop the vehicle before the vehicle approached your area?
Based on the radio traffic, I heard it sounded like officers had attempted at that time, but I didn't see it, so I couldn't say for certain.
So it would be fair to say that you don't recall.
Objection, that's not
Grounds.
fair to say, Your Honor. It's a
Grounds.
misstatement of her testimony.
Grounds.
Sustained. It mischaracterizes the testimony.
Yeah, this is swing and a miss here, man. Guys, I have to grab something at the door. I'll be right back.
So to the best of your knowledge, Officer Buttrin was the first person that you observed attempting to stop the vehicle,
That's correct.
and then yourself,
That is correct.
with no injuries.
Can you clarify, please?
You, Officer Buttrin, or you were not injured in your attempt to stop the vehicle.
I believe that's correct.
You believe that was correct?
I don't recall Buttrin complaining of any injuries, so I couldn't say for certain.
Were you yourself injured?
I have already answered that.
you stated that you skimmed through the complaint for this matter. Would that be fair to say?
Objection asked and answered. We need to move on to a new topic, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Sustained, it's been asked and answered. Need a new topic,
What-
Mr. Brooks, under 90611. I'm directing you to move on.
I'm just trying to find out what would be the reason not to read the whole complaint. That's all.
Completely irrelevant, Your Honor.
So, grounds.
There's no question.
Did you hear of any incident at Frame Park?
Objection asked and answered.
I didn't ask this witness.
Overruled, she may answer.
I did answer that earlier in my testimony.
You may answer it again.
Okay.
Please.
I heard that there was a man knife call is how it came out, potentially in Frame Park.
At any point that evening, did you follow up on that report?
I did not.
Do you, to the best of your knowledge, do you know if, are you aware of any officer following up on that report?
The officers that were dispatched to that call, of which I don't recall who they were, would have been in charge of that.
Did you learn any information about a knife being found?
I did not.
To the best of your knowledge, do you recall any domestic dispute coming over the radio?
What point in time?
The evening during the parade, November 21st.
I don't recall specifically the terms domestic being used over the radio in any way. No.
Very true. The suit did not give any additional IQ
To
points.
the best of your knowledge, do you recall a vehicle being found on Maple Street?
Yes, I do recall.
His tie is very nice, though. I like it.
Did
I'd
you
wear it.
respond there directly, or do you know if, well, let me take that back. Did you respond there directly?
No, I did not.
Do you recall what that report was saying over the radio?
Objection vague.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question. It's also beyond the scope of the direct exam. Unless you have information she was involved in that. Mr. Brooks, move on.
And what would you estimate the speed was of the vehicle you attempted to stop?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
I don't recall asking the speed.
This witness has answered about speed multiple times, but if you want to.
It's not
debate it
just
again,
you.
Overruled.
But also on
You
direct.
may answer.
I said approximately 30 to 40 miles per hour.
To the best of your knowledge, would there be any reason why an officer standing right next to you would not estimate it at that speed?
Objection argumentative.
Grounds.
It's argumentative and it calls for speculation on the part of this witness, so it's sustained.
Do you know of any officers that was in your vicinity that gave a speed estimate of the vehicle you attempted to stop.
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Yes, TJ, he's defending himself.
No more further questions.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Very briefly, Officer Schneider, cross-examination, you told Mr. Brooks
I know,
that
Jim.
you saw
I
the
know.
driver of the vehicle quite clearly. Do you remember that?
Objection, I do not consent to being called that name, and I would respectfully ask not to be identified with an unknown individual.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Go ahead. Hang on.
Do you see the driver of the red SUV in the courtroom here today, Officer Schneider?
I do.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. She may answer.
I'd ask Mr. Brooks be directed to remove his mask so that Officer Schneider can identify him, please.
Objection, I never heard an answer to the question.
It has not been answered. Mr. Brooks, please remove your mask. Thank you.
Officer Schneider, is the driver of the red SUV that you've just described for this jury present in this courtroom today?
Objection,
Yes.
hearsay.
Can you please point him out by where he's seated and what he's wearing?
He is seated over here at the table wearing a gray suit.
That's the man you saw driving the red SUV as it sped past you?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
On the issue of identification only, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. You did state that you saw the driver of the vehicle and the driver had hair, and you stated brown eyes and brown hair, correct?
That is what I said.
You also stated that you can see somewhat what they was wearing by a hat, or
That's incorrect. I did not say that.
so you were able to see the driver of the vehicle's entire head.
I was able to see hair, which is what I have said previously.
Would it be fair to say that the alleged defendant that you just identified on the record for the court does not have hair?
You have shaved your head. Yes.
Dumbass.
Would it be fair to say that you have not seen the alleged defendant shave his head?
Objection. Relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. She may answer. I presume you mean the act of.
The act of.
I have not witnessed him actively shaving his head.
So would it be fair to say that, to the best of your knowledge, you do not know, in fact, if the alleged defendant shaved his head?
I am looking at the individual who was driving the SUV, and he now has a shaved head.
Yes, your hair all could have fallen
That
out at the
doesn't
same
answer
height.
question.
It does. Next question.
Hey, cool frog.
And you stated eye color, correct?
Yes.
Can you see the alleged defendant's eye color from where you are sitting?
I cannot.
No further questions.
All right,
Oh,
thank you.
yeah.
Thank
You showed her, boss. You showed her. Look at him. He's like, I showed them.
May this witness be excused, Your Honor?
She may.
Thank you.
Kim, we'll get to this
Well,
one
we're
in a
gonna take
second.
Our lunch break now.
Oh.
I have information that the lunch for the jurors will be up in about 10 minutes. So rather than start a witness, just to take a break around that time, we'll take our lunch now. It will be at least an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes, but I'd ask the parties be back in an hour. And then also advise the jury and Mike and Pete what time I need them back. All right, thank you, everyone. I'll rise for the jury.
You guys don't have to get up. Stay seated. Okay, guys. So, hey, 500 people watching. Guys, thank you for being here. If you guys don't know who I am, my name's Sean Martin. I run the channel Potentially Criminal. I am a defense attorney out of Cleveland, Ohio. And today's Columbus Day. So, yay for that because there's no court today. I don't have to be anywhere. I'm not in the office. So today we're here watching Darrell Brooks. So, we got a bunch of other chats to go through, and I'm going to try to catch up to those first. Dennis Heaton, you asked way back, have you ever heard of anyone making a sovereign citizen's arrest? I have heard people making a citizen's arrest. Those are very dangerous, and absent you catching some guy right in the middle of committing a violent crime, you really shouldn't be involved in that. That is a very good way to get hurt or accidentally like detain the wrong person, which then gets you charged. So I don't ever recommend doing it. Brian Schulte says, what's your goal in life, Mr. Jones? To crush the globalist. Let's see here. Registoge for $19.99. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate the support. Sean, smash or pass the witness? Definitely smash. Definitely smash. Rick Nikita for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I would go downtown on her. Definitely. Nothing wrong with that. Eric Duff says, making my way downtown. David Davidson says, officer, would it be fair to say it's my duty to please that booty? Pope Brackets touched me for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate your support. The good strategy of showing the video over and over and over and over. Yes. Yes. Brilliant strategy, Darrell. Let's see here. Graham is saying, what is his true name? He's never really articulated that, except he's saying, I am not the all capital letters that shows up on the court documents. But he hasn't ever done that. This is part of the game sovereign citizens play. The account formerly known as Amber Heard's Turd for $20. Thank you for your super chat. I appreciate your support. Yes, according to Darrell Brooks, his argument's going to be, I wasn't driving, but if I was, it's because the cop waved me in. And if it wasn't that, it's because someone was in the back seat. And if there wasn't, I honked, so it's okay. And if that doesn't work, I was traveling, not driving. Yes. The whole idea of somebody being in the back seat, is this like a second gunman on the grassy knoll now? Yeah, I don't know where he's going with this. Yes, Rish, this is very true. He's almost asking them, why didn't you stop me from committing this crime? So, Tasty Lead, this is an issue that's brought up, and Nicholas Taylor, you brought this up as well. Grounds are an issue when you make, so there's a prosecutor and defense, okay? If the prosecutor asks a question, and I'm a defense attorney, and I think it's not permissible, I will object. Now, in this courtroom, in courtrooms, a lot of times the judges will sometimes they'll ask for a speaking objection where you say relevancy, hearsay, speculation, facts not in evidence, asked and answered. There's a million things you could bring up. That's the grounds. Now, you generally don't say more than that because at that point, the jury can then hear what you're saying and they might, be persuaded by your argument. So generally, you'll just say the type of objection. So that's what the grounds are. So if they ask a leading question, I could say objection leading. Now, those are the grounds. Why are my grounds for my objection? It's a leading question. Now, Darrell Brooks, he's heard that's what attorneys say are grounds. And he's obviously an idiot, so he doesn't understand. Saying grounds doesn't, objection leading grounds. You asked for the grounds. They've already given the grounds. I don't know why he's doing this. Like I said, I think he's touched some law books and talked to some people and maybe seen some Law and Order. But that's it. Him doing this, it's a stupid man trying to act like an attorney, and he's not doing it right. So it's annoying, but that's how it would go. So I hope that answers your question, Tasty. I hope that answers your question, Nicholas. If it doesn't, throw another one down below because there's no such thing as a dumb question. I promise. Oh, wow. 600 people watching. Guys, thank you for being here. If you guys do like what I got going on, please give me a like. It certainly would help drive even more people here, feed that algorithm. Chris's error for saying, I would pay $100 to see her roundhouse kick him in the head. Yes. Dark Lotus, the judge needs to rule no speaking objections. Yes, but there's an issue. Darrell Brooks is shackled. So if he gets up, there's a reason why nobody's getting up at this trial. Nobody's walking around. Because then Darrell Brooks would have the right to get up and walk around, and he's shackled, and that would be seen by the jury, and that'd be highly prejudicial. So at the front of that table, it's likely been blocked from view what's going on. So if you can't approach the bench to discuss things, you have to have speaking objections. Senor Spielbergo. The suit itself actually loses IQ points because it is worn by Brooks. Yeah, I know. I feel sorry for that suit. Peggy Cole for Super Chat for 1999. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support. Watching on and off, but thanks for streaming in a good way. It is appreciated. Well, you're very, very welcome. Waxing Miracle. Are you streaming on Rumble? No, I'm a boomer. I'm still trying to figure out how to get my StreamYard to work on Rumble, and I know you have to do like an individual link thing and all that. I'll figure it out, but I'll hopefully from now on I can get that worked out. I'm still working on that though. So the answer right now is no. But I do have a Rumble. It's potentially criminal. It's rumble.com/potentially criminal, and everything gets auto synced from here. So eventually this will show up there. Kim Berger for $4.99 with the super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support. And this is a good question. So how does he do direct on himself? Is he testifying? So generally how this works is the court will say, okay, Mr. Brooks, you're here on the stand. You're testifying. Tell the jury what you'd like for them to know. That's generally how it goes. And you're supposed to give it in a narrative format. So that's traditionally how things are done. Legal Vices wants. Oh, sorry. Devoured Troll says Legal Vices wants to raid. You should let him. Yeah, sure. Anybody can. Yeah, accept the raid. Oh, I gotta go. Hold on here. Hold on. I gotta accept something. I don't know where am I accepting? Oh. Do I have to accept? I don't know what I'm accepting. But yeah, if he wants to come over. Oh, to do the direct link thing. I'm not sure what you guys are getting at there. Sorry. So, Legal Vices wants permission to raid. Anybody can show up. Accept the raid. Sorry, guys. I was trying to finish up that super chat. So what will happen is he will give a narrative statement, and that's traditionally how it's done. Rose Sleep says it's like he's trying to intimidate the prosecution. Yeah, but it's not going to go anywhere. These people don't care. Yes, Jeff can dump everybody over here. That's perfectly fine with me. Sean has brown nips. How did you know? Can't enable rating from Legal Vices. I don't know how to do that right this second. So no, I'm trying to catch up with everything else. Yeah, the one. Thank you, Rose, for the super chat there. I appreciate it. Ooh, we got the porn bots. Yes, for the best adult dating sites. If you guys are in the need, go there. Legal Vices wants to raid. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to. Oh, for Dark Lotus for another super chat. Thank you for answering my question. Cheers. Whoopsie Doodle says boomer. Yeah, I understand. You have to change your YouTube settings. I know I have to change them, but I don't. I know I have to do that. I don't. Hold on. Let me. Fine. You guys want me to do it? We'll do it right now. Redirect ad. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, there. Okay, great. He can raid me down there. I think I fixed it. I thought I got it right. Maybe it's too late. Who knows? Yeah, hit that like button for base, Sean. Yeah, I think I got it now. We'll see. Okay, it's done now. It's done. I sent it, so he should send everybody here redirecting me. Boomer, no idea how to accept the raid. I understand. Yes. I'm Mr. Boomtastic. She has pepperoni nipples. Why did your mom tell you that? I mean, she was supposed to keep that secret. I'm a little offended. I thought your mom didn't kiss and tell. Let's see here. Ellie Gate says, "Aren't you only in your 30s?" Yes, I'm 37. Did the boomer happen with the graying? Kind of. um, BG Willa 21. Okay, BG Willa 21207. I bet the town will erect Jersey walls to protect their parades in the future. Actually, that's been very common now. If you guys go to parades and see events happening in cities, you see them parking dump trucks and other items and some road equipment, backhoes. They'll put things in the way that will stop vehicles. And there's also to the point now where this happens and you're trying to drive and crash a parade, you're probably going to get lit up by the police. They're more and more ready for this. I assume most places, will have rifle armed officers ready to go. And the next time there's another Darrell Brooks, they'll probably get air conditioned by the police, and hopefully that stops it. Eric Foam says my nipples look like thumbs. Okay, now we're just being ridiculous. No Pants Baby saying 37. That's some early gray. I've been going gray since I was like 14, so been a long time coming. 37 is a Gen X. Nope, I am 100% millennial. Okay, wow, you guys are. So that's where we are right now. So Darrell Brooks, they started off today with the detective who initially kind of ran into everybody. Because it was the second day of testimony, this judge has an interesting rule. If it's a second day of testimony, she allows the defense to cross-examine, which I've never seen before, but I think that's a really cool idea. So Darrell Brooks did his thing. And once again, a bunch of nonsense, a bunch of irrelevant points. And then he went into the whole sovereign citizen nonsense about, do you know the plaintiff? Do you recognize the plaintiff? Do you know who the state of Wisconsin is? Who sent you here? And on and on and on and on and on. So Carrie Magic says gray down there. Actually, no. The carpet does not match the drapes. So Dawn Marie saying, yep, happened 4th of July. All city vehicles blocked 2 major streets in the parade in my city in Wisconsin. Yeah, if you guys just pay attention to what's going on around you, you will see defensive posturing by police forces. And you won't even think about it. You're like, oh, there's dump trucks sitting there. Oh, it's just blocking the road. It's blocking the road because you can't ram it out of the way unless you have like a semi truck. So parades will be virtual, holographic, or be flying drones. That would be interesting, a drone parade. Then you could just have the parade and drive below it, and nobody would ever ever do it. And then that would be interesting. Pope Brackett says, "Miss my chat, boomer." Oh, I did. Oh, come on. Where is it? Oh, Pope Brackett's touching me for $2. Thanks for the super chat. Yes, he should pull the all black people look alike card. I don't know what he's trying to do with all of this. That it's not me. He also then with this officer, Officer Sonia, who looks like Nick's cousin with the nose. This idea that, oh, I cut my hair. Well, how do you know I cut my hair? Circumstantial evidence. And what does my life experience say? When your hair is all short and it's all uniform length, you generally cut it. It's not as though you got alopecia, your hair all fell out at once, and now it's growing all back again. But that's the issue when you're dealing with pro se defendants. They think this is a funny way to do stuff, and they think this is their way of being cute, is also scoring points. Mystery Maven, hello, haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Oh, you're 50 today. Well, happy birthday. Yeah, 37 is young. They were done with the witness on Friday, yeah, but they brought him in for that. Can you please give me some feedback about a video? Yes, Trot, I got your stuff. I got your email, and I will send that out to you today. So let's see, where are we? Gosh, you guys are like, I boomer the redirect wrong. I guess, I don't know. I thought I did it right. I mean, it's the live. It's what he's live on. That's what I did. So I don't know how else to do that. Then that doesn't make any sense. Oh well. I didn't fix the rating. Well, it's done now. I can't unfix it. Yes, Cat Toast has hit the nipple for Sean. Oh, the rate enabling didn't work for you. You have to add the channels that'll rage you. Okay, Jim, I'll work on that. Oh God. This is so difficult. Just to keep everybody happy. um Anyway, this is the issue though with Darrell Brooks. He is trying to do this and he thinks he knows enough, and the problem is he doesn't. He doesn't know enough at all, and it's problematic. This is why representing yourself is so dangerous, because if you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna fail, and you're gonna fail spectacularly. Ray Duquette, how you doing? No, sir, son. Legal Vices sent me. Oh, awesome. Well, thank you for coming by. Alpha Fox, you're saying he thinks it'll introduce reasonable doubt. It will fail, but I think that's his angle. Yes, his angle is going to be, I'm going to pick at, was I wearing a, he'll say, well, I was holding a pen and there was a pen in my pocket. Was it blue ink or black ink? The officer's going to say, I don't know. Huh. Then what do you know? Yeah, it's really just awful. Really, really just ridiculousness from them. I sent you step-by-step instructions on Discord, Boomer. Thank you. I'll look at those in a minute. Scott Baines for $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate the super chat and the support. Thanks for covering this, Sean. Oh, you're very welcome. I enjoy it. And I hope you guys enjoy it as well. Deep Service for $2. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. The state cut my hair, and that's why they ain't here today. Oh, geez. Yes, Fluffmaster grounds. Yes, all about the grounds. Excation. How was I liking Mommy Cop? She was fine. Try not to simp too much, though. You can't simp too much. I'm with Drex and legal mindset on that. Try not to simp too much in life. Legal Vices for 10,000. Oh God, what do they call it? It's the won. Okay, that's what I thought. 10,000 South Korean won. I mean, heck, I'm gonna quit today. I don't need to work this month. Manual rate incoming, you boomer. Cheers to Officer McSmashable. Yes. Thanks very much, Jeff. And guys, I know a bunch of you came from Jeff over on Legal Vices, but if you guys haven't, give him a look. I think you'll like what he's got going on. Covers a lot of different things. Covers some maritime law, which includes a lot of shipping disasters, which is pretty cool because that's a little outside my knowledge base. So give him a look over on Legal Vices. I think you'll be happily surprised with what you find. So good Mormon lad running around in South Korea. Yeah, over 900 watching. Yes. Guys, thank you for all being here. If you do like what's going on here, please, guys, give me a thumbs up. Certainly, that'll be great for the algorithm. And would just appreciate it. Let me know if you guys actually are out there and if you guys really do like me. What else do we have going on? Brennan Co says Jeff pays the Walmart dollars. Ooh. Emmanuel Smith says, how do you represent yourself without sounding cold and calculating? Looking dopey seems to work a little. Well, that's part of the issue. This is, I've mentioned this before on streams. A jury trial is sales at the end of the day. You are selling something and you're getting the jury to buy it. It helps if you're not, the people buying this don't think you're crazy or you're weird. And he's not helping that right now. So it's a very hard thing to do. Representing yourself is very dangerous. It's like trying to land in it. The pilots up front have a heart attack and you try to land the plane. This is even if you crash land it, there's not a good chance you walk away from it. So yes, it's very dangerous and he's likely going to screw himself. Now, to be fair, he was probably screwed from the start, but if there were any issues that arose, his attorneys would be able to seize on them, capitalize on them, and try to do something in his benefit. But they're not there, so there could have been forced errors by the state we don't know about that he could have capitalized on, and now they're gone. Poof, into the wind. Just like Kaiser Sose, just yeah, so thank you all you guys coming over from Legal Vices. I appreciate it. Ken Meyer says maybe he means ancient Indian burial grounds. Ardo Risanen, or Risanen, I think is probably the right way. It was not me, and even I am not me. Besides, the state has no authority over me. The alleged defendant was not driving; he was traveling. Defense, yes, it's a bunch of different things here. He's going to jump around and be ridiculous going forward. Wangs, yes. Fire Red podcast says Korean dongs. Alpha Fox is saying it's on the record that he requested the haircut and shave while incarcerated. Sure, but that officer doesn't know that. So she has to say, I assume you got a haircut, but she can't say for certainty, technically. Now, she could say, it's my guess you got a haircut based on my observations. Brandy saying legal vices go to bed. Let's get it to 1,000. Oh, that'd be fun. That'd be real great. Oh, Jeff was talking about cannibalism this morning. Tasty. Hope you guys talked about Chandler Halderson and the Donner Party. Oh, maritime cannibalism. Helen T saying maritime cannibalism. Oh yeah, there's some stories of that going on. Not fun. Not fun. Oh, where did hold on here. Joseph DiMartino for $5. Thanks for the super chat. Can you explain what he thinks he's doing with the who is the plaintiff BS? Yes, he is a sovereign citizen. So for him, there needs to be an injured party. And an injured party would be each one of the people he killed or each one of the people he ran over. The state of Wisconsin is not an actual physical being. He doesn't agree with the idea that the state of Wisconsin or the people or society can bring these charges against him as the complaining witness, as the plaintiff. He thinks it has to be each one of those people who are the victims, who are the plaintiffs. Sovereign citizens have this idea that everything's contract-based law, so that's where a lot of this nonsense comes from. That's why he's asking, do you know who the plaintiff is? Have you engaged in contract with the plaintiff. Can you see the plaintiff in here? He's trying to argue the party's not existent, so therefore this case can't be prosecuted. That's kind of the 30,000-foot view. These sovereign citizens, they all have different kinds of lore they believe in, but that's one of them. And yes, you may think, wow, Sean, that sounds really stupid the way you explained it. And it is, but that's the only way you can explain it. These guys are stupid. And why am I wearing these right now? Because we're not back on. Oh, get them off my ears. But that's what they do. They believe the stupidity and they believe it full force, like 100%, like you would a religious belief. And they won't stop. So that's kind of where we are with things. Carlos Ramirez is saying, did I see the video of Adriana Chechnik breaking her back at TwitchCon? Yeah, that was painful to watch. That looks like it hurt really bad. I hope Twitch is breaking out the checkbook on that one. They better start writing zeros because that has got liability all over it. Just a small town girl for $4.99. Thank you. I appreciate the super chat. Does he not understand who the plaintiff is? No, he fully understands. He doesn't recognize, and I don't know if I made this clear with the last super chat, but thank you for it, by the way. He doesn't recognize the state of Wisconsin as a valid plaintiff. And he thinks this is some gotcha that will get the case thrown out and he can just like walk out of court, like Vince McMahon, like, ha, 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 I'm done. It doesn't work that way, but he's thinking that's what's going to happen. I truly think there's at some point he's going to walk out there and by the time it's his case and it's all done, he can go mic drop and walk out that I've proven my case. Somebody was asking, yes, there is no death penalty in Wisconsin. There has not been a death penalty since 1853. So the most he can get is life in prison without parole, which if he gets convicted, he's probably going to get life in prison without parole. But yes, Wisconsin has not had the death penalty forever. They did have it initially when they were a state, but they no longer do. Okay. Joseph DiMartino again for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He's like a passenger trying to land a plane after breaking the radio so he can't get directions from the tower. Yes. Yes, I could see him saying gravity. I don't recognize gravity. We don't need gravity where we're going. But yeah, that's actually even a better. Everybody's trying to help him, and he said, nope, I'll do it myself. Fuck says, and before the entire jury is sovereign citizens. Oh my God, that would be so bad. That would be so bad. No, don't wish for that. Don't wish for that. My dumb movie says, just got here. Was there a trial today or was it canceled for Columbus Day? No, they are actually working on Columbus Day. And a bunch of people have told me, oh my gosh, Sean, did you not hear the judge last week? And to be fair, one, I was working on Friday, so I didn't get to watch. Two, I normally don't listen to judges in real life when they tell me things half the time. So I wasn't going to listen anyway. So important to know. Multitasking. Daniela says, yes, watching your stream on my tablet and watching Nick on InfoWars on my phone. Yeah, I'm going to wait to watch that later. But yes, our good friend Nick Arcade is currently on with the Frogman, Sir Alex Jones, getting ready to talk about smashing the globalist. I got to do it better. Oh, yes. Got the interdimensional potbelly goblins. Hopefully Nick talks about how much we love our Muslims. We love our Somalis. Oh, they're so good. But yes, we're on the lunch break right now. TCU Egon Bear, thank you for your super chat, $5. I appreciate it. Thanks for having some of the most based takes on YouTube. Cheers, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're over 1,000 viewers, guys. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the views. And yeah, I would just give me a like if you guys like what's going on here. There's 730, so thank you so much so far. We are. Oh, so they stopped it. But we're going to come back to them when they're done. And I'm not using Long Cuck. I am using the local Fox affiliate if people are interested, because I don't want to give Long Crime the satisfaction. They don't deserve my satisfaction. No Pants Baby says, if I was marooned with Darrell Brooks, Chandler Hollison, and OJ, who would I eat first, including yourself? Well, I wouldn't be worried about Darrell Brooks because he's, he doesn't have a car. OJ, because I'm not his ex-wife. So I'd probably do Chandler because he's the craziest of them all. And then by eating him, you're also eating his parents. So you're kind of getting like the 2-for-1. Something to think about. Okay. Prima Era for $2. Yes, over 1,000 watching. Yes, thank you guys so much. Miss Cabby P says his shoelace got caught on the pedals. Yeah. I was driving a Honda. Sir, it was a Ford Escape. Oh, well, same thing. Okay, let's see here. GVOOK for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Appreciate your humor and content. Keep up the great work. You are one of the good guys. Thank you very much. That means a lot. So thank you. Thank you so much. Morgan says, what do I think about the judge on this case? Well, I mean, she's trying to protect the record because she doesn't want this to get overturned and have to do a retrial. Now, it's not as though we get through this and they would say it was prejudicial, generally speaking. Most of the time, if there's errors, they will order a new trial. And that would be horrible. So she's doing everything she can to keep it on the record and allow him a little bit of leeway to prevent issues from arising. I think she's doing the best she can. Aaron Morgan says, how many of the jurors have to agree on the charges? It has to be a unanimous verdict. All 12 have to agree. So I think it's 12. Yeah, it is 12. It's 12 in Wisconsin. All jurors have to agree. There is no split verdicts. 12-0 have to vote guilty. Some dude said, the globalist, the globalist. Lancelot 652. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it for $5. I hope the state calls him to the stand and he starts objecting to questions. I'd laugh so hard. Well, I was gonna say, not trying to be, actually, but they can't call him to the stand. That would be very, that would just be something that they would never ever do. And he has the right not to testify against himself and the right not to bear false witness, or the right not to bear witness against himself. So them calling him up there would actually violate his constitutional rights. And I would argue if they did that knowing they shouldn't do it, that would be grounds for a mistrial at the very least, because that would just be ridiculous. And they know better. Len H says Nick isn't on right now. Yes, that is on. And Jinver says yes. If Alex ever gets Nick, that's one of the issues with Alex Jones. And if you guys have watched InfoWars, he kind of goes on his own thing. So he's got his stack of papers he runs through. Am I going to stream the trial whole day? Yes, I'm going to go all day today. Now tomorrow I've got work. If you guys don't know, I'm a practicing attorney. So this is like my fun time. This is my hobby. So I have to go to work tomorrow and go to court. So I'm not going to be able to do this tomorrow. I might not be able to do it another day this week, but next week I actually may have time to do it next week. It says 10:54. Yes. And the Fed for end the Fed for a Canadian toonie, or 2 loonies, although it'd become a toonie. No death penalty, but prison justice will be lethal. Yes, it will. More than likely. Edward M. Lockwood, Thank you so very much. I appreciate your support as a new member. Thank you so much. Yes, Miss Glow. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Guys are awful. OJ's part of a balanced breakfast. Yes, I saw there's some people tweeting right now, and they should probably stop while they're ahead or stop making it worse. And the Fed for 2 more Canadian loonies. Okay, that's what I was hearing. Huh. For some reason, I did not put myself on mute. Now I look like an idiot putting the headphones up. It's like, yes, I'm hunting the U-boats, sir. If Brooks had a Tesla, he would not be guilty, maybe. That would be so funny. No pants, baby. Yes, you are correct. If he takes a stand, they have the right to cross-examine him. So, and then would he be able to object during cross? Yeah, kind of. He can object a little bit, but the judge is really going to be in charge of that at that point. But once again, the way to avoid this problem is having an attorney sitting at the table who can watch your back. But he didn't do that. Home base. I enjoy watching armchair attorneys. Well, I mean, today, right now, I'm sitting in an armchair, but tomorrow I am going to be in a courthouse in the suburbs of Cleveland taking care of work. And then, yeah, I'll be doing that every day this week, except for Thursday. I'm going to be in the office. And I think, oh, actually, wait, what do I got Friday? Yeah, tomorrow I'm in the suburbs. Tomorrow Wednesday I'm in downtown Cleveland, and then on Thursday I'm out kind of in the boonies, taking care of some stuff in the rural areas, and then on the 14th I am in a jury or a bench trial. So not necessarily an armchair attorney, but I try to be a real one. So you don't grill people in court? No, you can grill people in court and go after them. For $2. Thank you, Premier. You're the first prop to properly say my name. Yes. Nacho Kitty says it's so frustrating, it makes him hard to watch it. You're probably talking about the Frogman and when he kind of goes off on his own rants. But hey, when it's your own show, I get it. It happens to me too all the time. All right, guys, I'm trying to catch up here. Fire Red Podcast for $2. Thank you for the super chat. EMS PTSD. EMS PTSD may stop me if they keep vids and audio up. Well, here's the thing. That video of him going by when nothing happens, that's about all they're able to show because the rest of it is pretty brutal. And the pictures, they haven't been able to show those because there are FCC limitations. The audio, I think that's probably as much audio as we're going to get going forward. I don't know how much more, but yes, that might trigger you. But overall, you won't see anything visual. But you certainly will hear people talking. Corn Pop says, wish I was kidding. Potentially criminal just reminded me of them. Anonymous says, I misspelled something. I'll work on that. Marco says, whereabouts in Cleveland? I'm from Mentor. I live over in Lake County. That's as much as I'll say. So, pretty close. Although Lake County is kind of big. Nicholas Taylor says, who else is covering this trial for when you can't? I don't know who's going to be covering it tomorrow or what other channels may have it up. But certainly I would not recommend using Long Crime because they're not going to be fun. What I'm using is the Fox Milwaukee affiliate So that's why it might be if you want something a little quieter without a ridiculous chat, like long crimes. Although I think trying to think, Nick might try to cover some of it tomorrow. I think it'll just be up to who's available. Ray Ducat says Cleveland has suburbs. Yes, they do. Yes, Chris's error. Yes, I should use what I'm learning today when I go to court tomorrow. Grounds, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Grounds, just the whole time. Yes, an armchair attorney being watched by an attorney in an armchair. Yes, Moncor. Very, very true. Joe Sullivan says for $5, thanks for the super chat. If you're not going to stream the trial tomorrow, grift like there's no tomorrow. You have been given the blessing of grift by the Pope himself. Oh yes, I know. I've been fully, from the Pope already to get it done. LA King for $2 says thank you for the super chat, by the way, for being a bro and based. Thank you. I appreciate it. And hold on, I need to close the door. Okay, so let's see here. Oh, Rackets is on an Alex show soon. Yeah, but once again, with Alex Jones, you never know when that's going to happen. Advanced Redneck says, hell yeah, we're going to take your pickup truck. From Bob O'Rourke, Bob, the fake Mexican. $7-Eleven is an inside job, says, got no balls to say true and shine in court, record it. Oh. No, but it's great when I get to swear in court if it's on the record. Corn Pop says that potentially criminal reminded me of the fact that we have toonies. Well, I'm glad. It's all about education on this channel. Jillian N., thank you for becoming a new member. I appreciate your support. I really do. Sugoi Suomi says, you're north of Cincinnati. Valhalla Wait says Ricada should be covering it tomorrow. If he does, that's great. If you guys do, Ricada Law will have it, and Nick will do a pretty good job on it. And he will be on, and I forgot to mention, Nick will be on Rumble, not on YouTube. So, yes, Ronnie Weaver, I forgot about that. Twisted Sisters is also covering this trial. That is a channel run by a couple people I know. They are very good people, Critter, Gabby, and Matt. Good people. And if you guys can find it there, they will cover it as well. So it's all about where you can find it, those two places, either Twisted Sisters or with Nick. And whichever one you prefer is probably a good place to go for you. They both do it in their own way. So let's see here. Oh, yes. Best adult dating sites. Nothing wrong with that. Nick Simmons on InfoWars is coming up. Well, we'll see. We'll see if it's actually coming up. Who knows? Every time. Besides, the globalists might get in the way. It might stop Nick. Man H says, do you think they should ask on cross, so who do you think should stand up for those who are dead? No. If somebody's asking nonsense, you don't indulge in the nonsense, because then he's going to give some sort of nonsense answer. It's not worth it going into it. You just ignore it and move on. You don't want to engage in that. You don't want to engage in that at all. Would I invite, Mr. Squiggles saying, would I invite Darrell Brooks to my stream as a guest? Oh my God. That would be hilarious. It would be a train wreck, though. But yes, that would be worth doing it. You guys, oh wow, I finally caught up. Whoo, jeez. Yeah, no pants baby is correct. You would save this for close. You mentioned the dead in your closing rebuttal and just leave it at that. Yeah, and that's where you would. That's 100% where I would do it. I think that's the way to have it done, because otherwise you're going to set yourself up for failure, and you don't want to get in a fight with those people, because you're not going to win. They know their stupidity better than you do. Nick is going on with Alex Jones now. I wish we could show it, but I think that would definitely get us clipped. So I don't want to leave you guys here. Nick is live on InfoWars. Good luck, Nick. Join him in smashing the globalist. Okay. Kimbo Nice says, if Darrell got a cell phone smuggled into the jail, would you have him go on? Sure. I've had clients call me out of jail on a cell phone, which I know they're not supposed to have, but they've done it. So it happens, believe it or not. AK-47 Mouse said those gray sorry, trying to finish up the last of my breakfast here. I was taking over for today. Lindsay says, court over, no, we're on lunch break. Those gray brown panels are everything. Okay. Those are not panels. They're called Fromes. It's like a movie and you squish it down. So this is Hunt for Red October. This is the movie Heat. And I do this enough that Frome probably owes me for this now. Because I show this enough. They basically take all kinds of movies and they squish them down. And there's like 1,300 movies to choose from. So you can get one for The Wizard of Oz. You know, you can get one, any number of movies. And they try to break it down for you and they show the little band. So this is how you can map out the movie. It's very interesting how they do it. So this is No Place Like Home. This is, one of the other scenes. That's what those are. What phrase would he repeat? Statue S Misk 2045 says, what phrase would Brooks repeat over and over again if on? No, he'd be asking about, can I show the plaintiff? There's no way he would not. He would keep asking that 100%. So, do you think the state will call the family an injured? Yes, they are going to be getting to the victims. They have to, because they have to show injury. It's just there's enough police officers that were involved. Like, they're still getting through the beginnings of the trial. So this is a long time coming still. Don't worry. They're going to get to that. They are going to 100% get to that. Don't you worry. No Pants Baby said some Maduro moment. Thanks. They should definitely sponsor. Yeah, but I've already had it. So we've already had them. So I don't know. Kimbo Knight says the AJ stream is not on Rumble. You have to go to InfoWars itself. All right. Got to go to InfoWars if you want to watch the Frogman and Nick. Let's see here. What is judicial determination? That he wants the court to make a ruling on something. He wants a judicial determination. He wants the court to make a ruling on something he's done. And excuse me. So that's what he wants. He wants the court to make an answer. He wants the court to answer something he's done and make a determination. Now, I presume he may be asking for something else, but given his lack of training and knowledge, I'm assuming that's what he's asking for. Our Fulmer saying, "Oh, please, they don't call any of the kids to testify." They're gonna have to call some people, and it's gonna get very unpleasant. You know, that first day when the sergeant's sitting there crying for like 45 seconds. That's only the beginning, man. That's only the beginning. It's gonna get worse, a lot worse. So. Curly Shirley says, I feel the judge has to be almost disrespectful to the victims by her having to bend over backwards for Brooks. Well, remember, it's his Sixth Amendment right. It's his constitutional rights. To be fair, the victims' rights could care less. They're the victims. But it's the defendant who the trial is for and whose rights are to be protected above all else. Did I hear about the Las Vegas stabbing? Sounds like self-defense. Don't know anything about it. Don't know anything about it. Leon Kingsley says, I think the right punishment for Alex Jones is to be Kermit's voice for a decade. That'd be great. Jonathan says, from what I understand, Sovereign Citizens are top-tier lawyer comedy. They are. They are, but in a situation like this, it's just ridiculous. Kimberly Conk says, why does he keep yelling grounds? Because he is allowed to ask the prosecutor the actual reason for their objection. But every time you the prosecutor say irrelevance, speculation, asked and answered, hearsay, those are the grounds. And he just knows attorneys say that, but he doesn't know why they say it. And half the time he's yelling it after they've already provided the grounds. So this is just a stupid guy talking about what he wants them to say and what he thinks. That's really all it is. BLT says, lol, they want Alex Jones to pay $500 million per plaintiff. Yeah, they want $8 billion. The cost of 4 aircraft carriers. It's absolutely insane. It just shows you how bullshit the whole case is. They want that kind of money. So, Doobie says the camera's been instructed to video the kids from the neck down. Yeah, and that is very typical for children because they're, they do have protected rights. D-Soul for $1.99 for a sticker. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Excuse me. Ninja Rate says, I can't wait to see the look on his face. He has to cross-examine victims. Oh, I don't think he cares. He'll be fine with that. He's such an ass. I don't think it gets to him. Brandy says, why can't the court force counsel? They can. This judge is just being a pussy and she needs to quit. She needs to force it. This is ridiculous. But as of so far, he's just asking stupid questions and sucking at his job. So he's no longer being disruptive and unable to follow the rules. So I think that ship sailed and the judge committed she screwed up by letting him do this. But that's her call and she'll have to deal with it in front of the appellate court when they make their decision. So, oh well. Tiny Dragon says Wisconsin's one of the states that doesn't have backup lawyers when someone goes pro se. Well, there are times where standby counsel can be appointed. The public defender's office just can't be that standby counsel by law. So they could appoint another attorney to be ready, but Darrell Brooks says he doesn't want one. The judge is not going to do it. So for right now, he's on his own. But she could appoint counsel if she wanted to right this second for him. And there could be standby counsel. It just can't be the public defender's office by state law. So let's see. Aircraft carriers are like 12 billion. Hold on. Okay, yeah, sorry, 13.3 billion. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. So the cost of nearly the cost of a full aircraft carrier. Why did I think they were 2? That's stupid of me, but oh well. But yes, the Gerald R. Ford is going to be $13 billion. Oh, you can't get your message to take in super chat? Sorry to hear that. The best I can tell you is try to refresh and see if that helps. Toothless 420 saying, I want $1 trillion billion per victim. Silly says, but he beeped. I know. And I think his argument's going to be I beeped, so they should have got out of the way. 93RT says attack submarines are 2 billion. Okay. Yeah. In order to force counsel, you need grounds. Yeah, Darrell Brooks, no pants, baby. You're right. This trial would not have been watching for that if he was representing himself. Mama3 says, please, why does he keep asking, is this a judicial determination? Because he's trying to get the court to rule on his ridiculous motions that he keeps filing about jurisdiction. Toothless, this is a good question. Does enforcing counsel go against his right to represent himself? You have the right to represent yourself, but if you can't follow the rules, then you can't. You have the right to represent yourself, but let's say you're mentally not able to. You can't read or write, or you can't shut up and you're too argumentative. I mean, there's going to be times where that's not an unlimited right. So, neck down, watch out. Lucas Keffels will be getting his rocks off. Can memes be used in court? They can be if you can articulate a proper purpose for them, but yeah, it could happen. Definitely. 100. Fat ass, the chair must smell like shit. Maybe it does. I don't know. Let your mom come sniff it later when she's done cleaning the floor. Moses 90 says, no, thank you. I'm not eating while streaming. It's sickening. Well, you can take off if you want. David Davidson, will he have to ask himself questions and answer if he takes a stand? Or does he have leeway just to get on stand and bump his gums? Yes, it's generally going to be done as a narrative. Now, it's going to be done as a narrative. Now, he might be able to say, why did I do this? And then he can explain something. And then you might ask, why did I do that? And he might explain it that way, or he'll just generally tell the story. Now, there may be some times where the judge could say, okay, you asked about this. Can you elaborate on that? Can you tell the jury more? But it's really going to be, I don't know how this judge will do it. Isaac Baruch's Wholesome Gabagool Art says, glad you also browse articles and happenings. Yes. Yeah. Hey, always on the farms. It's always nice on the farms. Miss Mel says, is it too late for legal counsel? Pretty much right. Moo Gaming says Barnes is 100% right on Jones. It's a goddamn show trial. Yeah, it is. It's been a show trial from the start. As soon as a lawsuit was filed. Don Moss, I knows baseball. Did I get a haircut? I got a haircut like 2.5 weeks ago. Almost 3 weeks ago now. Daniel Harp says I didn't hear a single beep. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's you don't hear the beeps, and on that video that he keeps showing where you can hear the car radio going, you can't hear what's going on outside. So even if there was a beep, nobody heard it. And obviously, I'm inclined to believe these officers, they never heard a beep either. And I'm sure if you grabbed any one of those people off of that street corner, that intersection, they would say they never heard a beep either. G Dash says, "Am I a public defender?" No, no, I'm not a public defender. I am a solo practitioner. I'm a private attorney. But if a court calls me, I will take court appointed cases. I just actually on Tuesday, it'll be 2 weeks ago, I was standby counsel for a sovereign citizen, and the guy ran his own trial, and yeah, I sat in the back ready to go in case he wanted to assert his right to counsel. LS16 says, if they appointed a lawyer, he'd just spend his time fighting with his lawyer. Sure, but they would be able to watch out for him the best they can. Bikini Babe says, new sub here. Legal Vice has brought me over. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, Gabby, hey, how you doing? Corn Pop says, do you like MMA, UFC? Yeah, I do. Of course I do. Yeah, it's always good. It's always good to watch. It's legalized cockfighting, because that's the neat part about it. Bellator is not bad also. Oh, Nick is now just finally starting on InfoWars after at least it's within the 1 o'clock hour. I will give Alex Jones credit for that. Oh, 100 says, do you even have a mom? She probably died from cancer. Well, I mean, at least my mom wasn't died from embarrassment of having you as a kid. But no, my mom's kicking and around and doing great. She's probably quilting today, actually. She likes to make quilts. I'm sure your mom likes to smoke Marlboros. Matthew says, I'm eating Moses' mom while you stream. Is that okay? Hey, as long as we don't, I'll be an Eskimo bro with you. That's okay, Matthew. Just do your thing. Beat it up. Leon Kingsley, literally every stream eats on stream. Affects Dr. Disrespect. Yeah, oh well. Oh, if they're bullying him, I don't give a shit. These fuckers can suck my dick. And I guess I'll say it like that. Moses and 100, I mean, you can literally suck my fucking dick. Each one of you. Just up and down the sides like a lollipop. I'm sure you're good at that. Sure, you have truck stop experience. I got a ball for each one of you. It's going to be a little hairy, but hey, I'm sure it's nothing worse than what you're normally accustomed to on the job. I won't pay you, though. But you could come suck on my fucking white Irish cock. Jonah Fenn, Neely, yeah, that's what cocksuckers do. They'll go home and kick their dogs and beat their wives. Parallax says, Parallax, why advertisers rumble when G's and live? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Potentially criminal. Why do they keep adding? Is this fair to say? Why is that important? Is it fair to say is a way you can bring up? Is it fair to say that the distance from me to you, and I brought this up last week, I had a bench trial. I had a trial for a woman charged with obstructing a police stop. And she had moved something from a scene. And the officer was talking about how far away it was. And when I got up there, I said, would it be fair to say the distance between me and you is about 10 feet? And he said, yeah. He said it's about 10 feet, give or take, but I would call it 10. And I said, great. Is it fair to say that's about the distance that my client moved this item? And he had to stop and think about it. And he said, yeah, you know what? That is fair. And that's how you try to get them to agree with you. It's a less confrontational way, because if I said, look, it was 10 feet away, wasn't it? Correct. She only did this correct. There's other ways you can ask a leading question. Because then you're also just getting it's a yes or no. Would it be fair to say that that's 10 feet away? Yes or no? When is court back? They should be back soon. Let's see. We will be Oh shit, they're back. We're back now, guys. Sorry. We were talking and lost track of time.
Pulled up defendant's witness list, not yours, but was filed by your prior counsel. I'm going to print that off so that you can see where it says State of Wisconsin, Circuit Court, Waukesha County, and then Branch 2. And then that just indicates that we're in the state of Wisconsin. It's the Circuit Court as opposed to an appellate court. It's Waukesha County as opposed to one of the other 71 other counties. And then Branch 2 is a specific branch in Waukesha County. And then again, the caption underneath is State of Wisconsin versus Darrell E. Brooks. That should be included on your subpoenas. Does have the case number, so that's good. Your penmanship is very meticulous. You have the date and time and the judge.
Thank you,
There is a
Diamonds and
spot
Hannah.
for on behalf of, you can put, since they're on behalf, since you're issuing them, you can put either defendant or the name that you want to indicate on that.
Can I put the name that I identify under since I'm in third party?
You can, if you put that name, that's fine. I think it's pretty clear. These are not being issued by the state of Wisconsin, for example, or on behalf of like the district attorney's office. So that's fine. And then again, if you want to redo, we'll give you, do you have new forms, Madam Clerk? So we can, do you have extras?
Sitting right here.
What was it?
Not sitting right here.
Okay. Do you have any extras? I know we've given you a bunch, or do you need new forms?
I really only brought the ones that I was
That's
required
okay.
to turn in
That's
today.
okay.
So
What we'll do is we'll make sure on the next available break, I'll have my clerk count off how many there are. We'll get them reprinted. I think they keep forms in the clerk's office, and then put the date on, and then you can fill them out again, and then we'll hand them back over to the state. Do you intend these subpoenas to be the equivalent of your witness list, or were you going to file something separately?
I was intending for this to be my witness list. I think that would probably be easier.
Any objection from the state?
No, we understand. I think we've been given fair notice, Your Honor.
Okay.
I hope that
have some
helps.
Other challenges on some of these subpoenas, not again that we need to necessarily address right now. But I would like to advise the court and the defendant that he's requested a subpoena for a person identified as Sammy Fleischman. We have learned that Ms. Fleischman has relocated to the state of Texas. Therefore, we will not be able to secure her appearance here at the trial on behalf of Mr. Brooks. If he wishes to make arrangements for transportation for Ms. Fleischman, he may do so himself. Ms. Fleischman, it is my understanding, was the woman who organized the parade, or was one of the people that organized the parade, but that's how she's identified in the reports, and therefore her relevance may or may not be an issue as well.
All right, did you hear the state advise you of that?
Yeah, I wouldn't even begin to try to know how I can do something like that from a jail cell. I'm pretty much broke.
Well, you're advised though, if she's out of state, there's other procedures would have to be followed. And the state is not obligated to make those arrangements since it's an out-of-state witness at this point, okay? Did you hear me say that?
I follow.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the subpoena list?
I mean, there's others that we have objections to, but I don't know if you want to address that right now, Your Honor.
Well, I'd like to have you put them on the record so that Mr. Brooks knows, and if he wants to respond now, that's fine. Otherwise, we can take it up a little bit later.
The other two would be Erica Patterson and Detective Steve Guth, seeing as they have already testified and were subject to cross-examination. We would request an offer of proof as to what relevant testimony, if any, they may offer. And then there was one of the parents of the victims, Kathleen Urell. She was not present at the parade. And it's really unknown what type of testimony he would want to elicit from her. So we would be requesting an offer of proof to establish the relevancy of those witnesses, Your Honor.
Do you want to address that now or have an opportunity to think about that and address it perhaps at the end of the day?
It's really nothing to think about. I think it's pretty clear. They are, besides Miss Patterson and Detective Guth, I mean, as far as with them, I think it would be relevant because we have paperwork that was filed by the district attorney about there being no factual basis nor no domestic violence incident on November 20th, which they testified to. I think that that's perjury. So that should be.
Well, you're giving me an argument, I guess, on the relevance of their testimony, sir. But as I recall the testimony, you are the one asking the questions about the 20th. The state dismissed that charge. I granted that request to dismiss it. There's nothing that you are bringing to my attention that I can tell would be perjury, but I don't know if what you're trying to tell me is you'd like to question them about their credibility because that charge, explain to me a little bit further.
It would be a lot to do with credibility and also a few questions that I believe would still be relevant to even the events of the 21st. There's still some relevant things that I feel should be answered, that I feel the jury deserves to know.
Well, I'm going to give him some leeway. He's a pro se defendant. He has a right to call witnesses. These are two witnesses that testified. He did have the opportunity to cross-examine them, but I think it's reasonable for him to want to question them further, and I'll keep them on your witness list and instruct the state to assist as they have already offered. What about this Kathleen Urell? I know she's on their potential witness list that was filed.
To correct, I apologize for interrupting, but I did misspeak. She was at the parade, but she cannot testify to anyone being struck or injured by the SUV other than her own children that she learned after the fact. And she cannot identify the driver.
All right, Mr. Brooks.
It's still relevancy there. She was at the parade, and as we just heard right now for the record, that she would be directly affected by it, by her family being victims in the matter. Also, she gave statements and she filed a report. I feel like her testimony would be relevant to the matter.
All right, I'll keep her on the list as well. Anyone else on the list of subpoenas?
No, Your Honor, we'll just await to receive the corrected subpoenas and then we will endeavor to have them served.
All right, thank you.
Just one thing real quick, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
And if I'm misspeaking right here, feel free to correct me. You said something to the effect about getting more paperwork in during the lunch hour. What was that referring to?
I believe it was
subpoenas?
referring to a witness list. If you had one, but what you're indicating is you'd like the grouping of subpoenas and the witnesses who are identified to be reflective of your witness list without filing an independent witness list.
Well, I missed this subpoena. It's only one, but I would have to change it because it was filled out in the same way as the other ones. My mistake for missing it. I got a lot of paper.
What's
here.
the name on it?
Catrice Babayas. I don't know, it's spelled,
All right.
I
hand
don't
it-
want to butcher it.
That's okay. Hand it to the bailiff and then I'll take a look at it.
It's filled out in the correct, the incorrect, just like the other one, so I would have to essentially change it, but I just wanted that for the record that was lurking in my paperwork.
That's okay. Thank you for providing that. The last name is Babbiasz.
Yes, we're familiar with that witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll add that to the list. State still have the originals that I handed over to you.
I do.
All right, why don't we give all of those back to Mr. Brooks so that he has those, including the one in my hand. We'll make sure he gets new forms. And then if you could just make sure you provide those at the end of the day today, or by the end of the day.
But I don't know if I'll be able to fill all those out on a break.
If need be, I'll let you sit here at the end of the day until you get them filled out, so make sure the state gets them right away. Okay?
I can try to knock out as many as I can during the breaks to make it easier.
We'll
But
give
I'm
you
not-
time.
I'm not sure that,
We'll give you time. Don't worry about it. All right, anything else from the state?
No, thank you.
Mr. Brooks, anything else from you?
yes. At this point, I'm probably beating the dead horse, but I just have to stay for the rest.
No
of the
shit, you
way.
are.
I would like to direct your honor to, I believe it's Milo versus United States, 505 F2D 1026. Are you familiar with that, your honor?
Not off the top of my head, but I can pull it up.
And also Higgins versus Levine, 415 US 533. And those cases are being brought up because of the continuing asking of me about the jurisdiction that I've been challenging. I believe they're very, very relevant to this matter.
Could I ask Mr. Brooks to repeat those numbers again?
For both,
Yes, please.
for Milo, I believe it is, or it might be Milo, but Milo, versus
M-I-L-O?
Milo,
Is it M-I-L-O, the spelling?
MELO,
Oh, I had it right the first time. Okay.
505 F2D 1026. And Higgins versus Levine, 415 US 533.
Anything specific you want to draw my attention to?
Well, there's cases that
These cases
challenge
have,
the jurisdiction, which I've been doing,
Absolutely
challenging the
irrelevant.
jurisdiction.
these are bullshit.
Milo versus United States states once jurisdiction is challenged, the court cannot proceed when it is clearly appears that the court lacks jurisdiction. The court has no authority to reach merits, but rather should dismiss the action.
I can only pull one thing up at a time.
For the record, Mr. Brooks, the Higgins versus Levine is 415 US 528. Perhaps
Whoa.
you're drawing my attention to page 533, but the site for the case is 415 US 528.
That could be so. I apologize if I'm stating it wrong.
What about the other?
I
case?
believe it's, well, the information I have is 533. that states the law requires proof of jurisdiction to appear on the record of the administrative agency in all administrative proceedings. We have yet to prove the jurisdiction. It has yet to be proven. I've filed a motion. I've stated on the record numerous times. I have yet to get an answer.
And you're specifically referring to the documents you filed on October 3rd.
I've been challenging jurisdiction since the beginning of trial, probably as far back as when I became a pro per defending myself.
For sure.
Also, you can look at U.S. versus Lopez. You can look at, I think that's from, it may be from 1995.
They like to use.
Give a citation.
Sovereign citizens like to use
Just
Mello.
really quick.
It's not a new thing. Also, Axios, thank you for the super chat.
I may have to find it in my paperwork for the Lopez.
All right, well, you locate that. When you find it, let me know outside the presence of the jury. I'll take your request under advisement. I'll take a look at these cases. I don't believe they're going to change my previous ruling that the issues that you have raised are without merit as previously ruled on, but I'll take a look. And if I feel I need to address it further, I'll give you an opportunity to argue.
I believe it should be addressed. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Then with that, we are still going to continue, Mr. Brooks, and we'll bring the jury up. I presume the state has the next witness available.
Oh, that's good to know. Nick did really well.
Yes.
All right, Madam Clerk.
He cannot use his poor representation as an excuse. That's not grounds. You representing yourself cannot be ineffective. Yes, Mr. Evan. Lopez is an interstate commerce case involving guns in a school. Yes. The Mello case is a common one sovereign citizen site. It is a bunch of bullshit. So, Pope Brackets touched me for $2. He clearly was educating and empowering on physics. Yes. And then, sorry, I'll catch up to Registode for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. You Irish boomer, we share the same name, spelling too, not that Sean crap. Yes. DJ Tommy V for $1.99 for the super chat. Thank you. Why does the judge stand as a comment? Well, she's allowed to stand if she's getting tired. She can do whatever she wants. But standing for the jury is normal. And then Axios, yeah, he's been looking at he got access to things in the law library. I think he thinks he found some secret text that will help him, like magic spells. So we shall see where this ends up and takes us.
Did you say you thought Lopez was from 1995?
I believe that's the one that was referring to.
If it's the same case, it's 514 US 549 for the state.
Rob Dorr, you are 100% correct.
514 US 549 from 1995.
Thank you.
So I do disagree, though, with the idea if he's already been cross-examined. I don't know what more information he'll get out, but yeah, you got to give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, we'll let him run a little wild because we want to avoid a retrial.
All rise.
And Peacock, yes, I am a Browns fan. Sadly, forever. Unrelated to asking.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
I'll save this.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you. And the state calls Battalion Chief Jim Hawkinson.
Sir, please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. When you are seated, please state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Jim Hawkinson, JimHaakenson.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm employed as a battalion chief shift commander for the city of Waukesha Fire Department.
How long have you held that position?
I've been a battalion chief for 6 years.
How long in total have you worked for the Waukesha Fire Department?
22 years.
Did you have any other type of fire or emergency work before you worked for WFD?
I did. I worked for the city of Pewaukee. I believe I started in 1996.
Yeah,
What kind of things are you responsible for as a battalion chief?
As a battalion chief, I manage the day-to-day operations of an entire shift of firefighters, lieutenants, company officers, those kinds of things.
Could you describe for us in general terms how the Waukesha Fire Department is organized?
Yes, the fire department is organized into 3 separate shifts. These shifts are divided into 5 stations. The stations are strategically located throughout the city to provide response to any area of the city in a very timely fashion. The minimum staffing, meaning the minimum number of people on duty every day, is 26 personnel.
Which of the 5 stations is closest to the downtown Waukesha area?
That would be Station 1.
Okay. Can you describe for us the resources that are available at each of the 5 stations?
There are 5 ambulances and either 3 engines and 2 ladder trucks. So at each station, there is a heavy piece of apparatus, an engine or a truck, and an ambulance.
Were you on duty working as a battalion chief on Sunday, November 21st of 2021?
I was.
Were you aware that the Waukesha Christmas Parade was going to be taking place that day?
I was.
In your capacity as a battalion chief for the fire department, were you aware of any preparations that had been underway with your department, knowing that that event was going on?
Yes, we had a unit that participated in the parade. We also received an incident action plan from the police department relative to the parade operations.
Your Honor, Exhibit 1 is a map that's previously been admitted and published. I'd ask to publish that again for everybody.
Permission granted.
Mr. Hawkinson, if you'll direct your attention to the screen in front of you, this is Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Are you able to point out for us on this map where Station 1 would be, or is it not on the map?
It is not marked on the map. However, it is at the intersection of Fuller Street and St. Paul Avenue.
Could you, it's a touch screen in front of you. Could you just draw a little X where the map, where Station 1 would be if the map were a little bigger?
It would be right there.
Oh, I see. Okay. And you've used a yellow arrow to designate that.
So it appears.
Gotcha. Were you at Station 1 that day?
I was.
Okay. At what point did your department first respond to a parade-related call for service on the afternoon of November 21st?
We received an alert at approximately 16:39. That's 4:39 p.m.
What was the nature of that alert?
Initially, it was an unknown problem, but given radio traffic that we had heard, we assumed it to be a vehicle versus pedestrian.
Okay. And what did your department resources do in response to getting that alert?
Everyone immediately assembled and began the response that was dispatched.
Everyone from?
Station 1 at that time.
Okay. And what happened next?
En route, we began to hear additional radio traffic to numerous reports of other people being struck. At that point, the dispatcher asked if I would like to upgrade the alarm, which I did, bringing all 5 stations immediately to the area.
Okay. And let me back up for a minute. Before getting a call about pedestrian vehicle, did your department respond to any other calls for service within the minutes before that call?
Not that I recall. We prepared to respond based on radio traffic we had heard referencing a call in Frame Park.
Okay, and what was the nature of that call in Frame Park?
On the police dispatch, it sounded as though there was some sort of incident with a man and a knife.
Okay, and what did your department do in response to receiving that dispatch?
We began to move towards the apparatus because we knew that Station 1 would be responding to that.
And did anybody from your department get to that call in time?
No, we were never dispatched to it. By the time we got out to the apparatus bay and to the rigs, we could start hearing the radio traffic regarding the vehicles and the pedestrians. And that was occurring on Main Street downtown.
Okay. Now we'll fast forward again to the point where we left off, where you said you had upgraded the call to all 5 stations, right?
That's correct.
What happened next?
We began our response. Getting to the scene was a bit difficult due to the large crowd of personnel fleeing downtown. Our response route took us right up Barstow to Main Street, and we turned right on the main, and that's when we arrived.
At some point, did you or your department become aware that it was going to require more than just your department's resources to respond to this?
Absolutely. As we began to hear more and more reports coming in from officers on scene, we began to realize the scope of this was exceeding our response capabilities. And at that time, I upgraded the alarm to a Mabus box alarm for life safety.
Can you explain for the jury what a Mabus box alarm is?
Right. Mabus is a system called the Mutual Aid Box Alarm System. And in this system, it is structured so that a pre-designated type and amount of resources come at each level. So for example, this box alarm brought an additional 4 ambulances, an engine, a squad, and 3 chiefs, in addition to all the other resources that were coming.
And is that where the scope of the response stopped?
Absolutely not. As we got on scene and began to triage patients, determining their level of acuity, and certainly over the almost half mile of the parade route where we found them, we realized quickly that this was going to require additional resources, and we upgraded to the second alarm level. I believe it was 4:52 in the afternoon.
Okay, and what resources came with that second box level?
That would be another 4 ambulances, another 3 chiefs, and another fire engine.
Do you recall what municipalities or other partners that you work with were part of that response?
I would do them a disservice and leave them out for sure. There was a total of 15 municipalities that responded, I believe 23 units in totality.
The Waukesha Christmas Parade, that's an annual event, is that right?
That's correct.
And have you been the shift commander or battalion chief on duty for that event before 2021?
Yes.
Overruled. He may answer. I believe he answered yes. His answer may stand.
Refresh, Griff. It might help.
Reminder, if there's an objection, wait till I rule. Thank you.
Based on your experience in that position, in terms of public attendance, so the number of people attending the event, where does the annual Waukesha Christmas Parade rank on the large public events that are held downtown each year?
It certainly is one of the largest attended, if not the largest. 4th of July is also very well attended as far as parades go.
Your department and the partners that responded in response to your box alarm procedure, you didn't transport every single victim or person who was struck in the parade incident, is that right?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
That is correct. We did not transport every person. We transported a total of 24 patients.
Do you know how any other people were transported away from the scene?
I believe
Overruled. He may answer.
I believe there were approximately 49 additional patients transported.
What time did your last ambulance leave the downtown area?
The last patient was transported by ambulance from the scene at approximately 17:35, 5:35 p.m.
I believe that's all the questions I have for this witness.
All right. Do you have any cross-exam?
I do. Did you ever receive, well, first of all, good afternoon, Chief. Did you ever receive any additional information about the man with a knife in Frame Park?
Other than the radio report or the traffic on the radio,
Yeah, other than that.
I did not.
To the best of your knowledge, do you recall that ever being taken care of?
I
As
have
far
no.
as-
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
As far as do you know if there were any law enforcement that responded to that radio report?
I am unaware of that. I don't have any knowledge of that.
Do you recall? Make sure I get the language of this correct. Do you recall making a report with Officer Wagner?
I do not.
I could be looking at the wrong thing prepared by my. To the best of your knowledge, does is Dan Rulo a firefighter on Ambulance 51?
Dan Rulo is a member of the department. I do not recall if he was working that day or if he was assigned to Ambulance 51 that day.
Yo,
Thank you for joining.
my pleasure.
Do you recall
Right now, it's the
being notified?
battalion chief.
How's our
And
boy
I know it's
doing?
kind
Is
of
he
the
gonna win?
same question, but it's phrased different in what
Almost.
I'm
He's
reading,
just
so I
right
just
there.
want to clarify it. Were you notified of a possible stabbing?
Again, the radio traffic I received was an incident possibly involving a knife.
It's really focused on this knife thing, not realizing it's completely irrelevant to the fact that he ran people over.
Yes, he thinks this is going to be. Yeah, this is a common thing in my experience with pro se litigants. And besides, he's not the guy in charge of handling knife calls. That's the cops.
Could you clarify what hot wash is?
A hot wash is a
So a
term
guy lied that
used
you had a knife.
to discuss events immediately
doesn't-
after they happen. It's typically
doesn't
done
mitigate
after
anything you did at
incidents of
all.
significance.
Yes.
To gather as much information as possible immediately after and to see how everybody's doing.
Like, do you think he was going to say hot washes? No, it's where we frame a black guy. Good question, Deep Surface.
Did you respond to the parade route yourself?
I responded to the incident on the parade route. That is correct.
When you arrived to the scene, was there still any immediate danger that you recall?
It was difficult to gauge if there was any immediate danger. Radio traffic on the police side indicated that there had been shots fired. And certainly we had a large number of people fleeing. So that would be a tough question to answer.
Did you receive any information about the shots fired, who they may have been fired by?
I did not.
Did you receive any information that someone may have been injured by the shots that were fired?
I did not receive any information regarding that.
Have they found the plaintiff yet?
One detective gave an answer for that.
Oh, Rob Dorr, that's rude. You're gonna keep me out of Mitchell Hamlin forever. Revoke my degree.
They'll
Do
put
you
your plaque on the
recall
wall.
who were the first arriving units to the scene?
It'll just be
The
don't
first
let 'em back
arriving
in.
units to the scene were myself, Engine 1, and Ambulance 51.
So it'd be fair to say that you would be B10.
That is correct.
And do you recall where you were positioned at when you arrived?
Yes, we
Not on my
turned
hands
right
and
onto
knees.
Main Street from Barstow, and we ended up probably 50 to 100 feet from that intersection, and I would say southwest of that intersection on Main Street.
Whew. Tell you what, the pacing on the Alex Jones show is
Do you
very
recall
different than YouTube.
Oh, I bet.
any law
Gotta get in
enforcement
between those commercial
attempting
segments.
to
Bam, bam, bam.
clear the transportation routes?
Well, the funny thing is, it's his own commercials.
At one point, I spoke
So
with
awesome.
Sergeant Tokarski and asked
We're gonna give you
him
the
if he
iodine.
could
It's gonna save you in the
assist me in
global
opening up a
nuclear
route to
holocaust.
get to the casualty collection point that we
Yeah,
established.
the goblins can't get you if you have the iodine.
No, man, he's a pioneer.
Brooks is a better attorney than She-Hulk.
Oh God.
Do you recall any loss of power in the downtown area?
They haven't made a single
Yes,
cogent legal statement in
I
that whole
believe
show. I'm pretty sure.
1740, so 5:40 p.m. sometime around then. The entire, all the lights went out downtown. The downtown area lost power.
Do you recall receiving any information about what may have been the problem with the power?
Not at the time. However, later that evening, it was determined that a power line had gone down due to the high winds that evening.
So to the best of your knowledge, it wasn't due to the incident that you were responding to?
That is correct. I do not believe it was related.
Do you recall about what time you finally left the area?
I believe we cleared the scene about 6:40, 6:45 p.m.
Whew. I hope he read that entire Wisconsin criminal code.
Do you recall if it was already nightfall by that time that you responded?
Just to clarify, are you asking when we responded or when we left?
Roughly around the time you responded. Do you recall it being nighttime, dusk?
It was not dark outside yet. It was probably close to dusk. I mean, there was still light in the sky.
Definitely nighttime when you left the scene.
That is correct.
Did you receive any information about why you needed to respond so quickly to the scene?
Because everybody was fucking
I'm
dying.
gonna have to ask you to clarify that. We were dispatched by our dispatcher to respond to an incident, and
You killed a bunch of
In my
people.
line of work, that usually means you respond very quickly.
No information was given why you needed to respond so quickly.
Our system is set up so that our calls are triaged and our
ambulance, it's an
response levels are
emergency.
triaged accordingly.
There's a
And in
guy
this case, this would have
crying
been a
on there that
priority
gave it
one
away.
response or an immediate response with lights and siren.
No, we go get coffee before we go to a fire.
So it's really just get the call and
Well,
go.
they did it Uvalde.
That is correct.
So to your knowledge, you didn't yet have information about why you needed to respond, but you know it was something that needed to be responded to quickly.
That is correct. We were initially dispatched to an unknown incident, and then it was clarified en route, as I mentioned, when the the alarm was upgraded that it was a motor vehicle versus pedestrian incident.
Guys, I'm pretty sure he was on
Motor
InfoWars, not on
vehicle
Rumble.
versus pedestrian incident. Have you ever responded
I
to
think they
any
were also streaming it on
calls like
Rumble.
that before?
Oh, okay.
Yes,
I
sir.
don't know. So I looked at Law and Crime's feed of this right at the beginning of the day because I didn't
Yeah.
know this was on. And some
Yeah.
woman was like, wow. She had the eyes and she said, wow, Darrell looks good in a suit. And I was like, Jesus Christ.
You
He does
mentioned
look-
something
he
about
looks
a,
better.
accident plan.
It looks
or-
better, but she had the
if
big
I'm
eyes
wrong,
like,
you can correct me.
damn. It's like,
Hey.
woman,
Is that what I heard?
he doesn't
That's
run
what he
through
said.
you. He runs through
Incident
you.
action plan.
Incident act. I'm sorry.
Runs
That's okay.
through you like a Ford Escape.
Phew.
What does that entail?
It's a plan that's put together usually prior to or during an event that describes how resources are going to be deployed to manage or handle the event.
So it's sort of like just having something in place in case of.
It goes a step further than that. It's a plan that's in place or implemented, for example, in this case, to control access to the downtown area, to identify who was responsible for what tasks, such as clearing vehicles or establishing parade route integrity, those kinds of things.
Ash, we don't know either.
Outside of the parade incident, to your knowledge, was there any more needed responses to any other incidents that may have been in the area?
While we were on scene at the parade, I believe that we received 2 other calls for service in the city.
To your knowledge, do you recall if they were directly related?
I do not.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
We really moved the
Very
needle
briefly.
on that one.
Yeah.
What do you even
On
redirect?
cross-examination,
Yeah, there's
there
nothing.
was reference made to a casualty collection point. Can you describe what that is?
So a casualty collection point is something that's established when there's a mass casualty incident or a large number of casualties or
Okay, this
people
is actually
injured.
good.
The goal of it is to get people to a centralized point where they can receive treatment and triage or determining the severity of their injuries so that they can be transported directly from that area. It is the most efficient way to handle a mass casualty.
That's not something that you would set up in a routine pedestrian versus motor vehicle incident. Is that correct?
Objection, you're saying.
Overruled. He may answer.
That is not something that we would normally set up in a pedestrian versus motor vehicle accident.
I don't think he understands here.
Can we put Exhibit 1 back up on the
It's
screen,
a
please?
hypothetical
Yes.
or
yes.
just a hypothesis?
Oh, you've missed some of the good stuff he's not been understanding earlier.
Could you circle for us on the screen in
Like
front
at
of
the
you
beginning
where
of the day
the
when he
casualty
said
collection point was set up
If you
here?
didn't understand the subpoenas and any assistance the court could give would be
Overruled.
helpful.
He may answer.
Well,
Bro,
there was that, but also everything was the grounds.
That is supposed to be the intersection of Clinton and Main.
Okay.
He's all about the grounds
And
now.
from there, where were the injured people transported to?
From that point, they were taken to 5 area hospitals.
Okay. So not just Waukesha Memorial.
That is correct.
Waukesha Memorial is just up the hill off the side of this map. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. What other hospitals, if you recall?
Aurora Summit, Freighter Menominee Falls, Children's Hospital, and Freighter Hospital.
And aside from ambulances
dude, that
involved with your department and the other
bailiff
responding
looks
agencies,
just
do you know
like
how else
the
victims are
coordinator.
transported from the scene?
So funny.
Hearsay.
I know it's hilarious.
Overruled. He may answer. It's not hearsay.
Numerous patients were transported up by law enforcement, bystanders in the parade, and family members.
On cross-examination, in reference to this being a motor vehicle versus pedestrian incident, you were asked whether you'd ever responded to a call like that before, and you said, yes, sir. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
So I'd ask a clarifying question. Have you ever been involved in or directed a response to a motor vehicle versus pedestrian incident of this magnitude before in your career?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
I have not.
That's not
That's
hearsay,
all I have.
guys.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Oof. I was waiting for him to say we came because you ran over everybody and killed them all.
That would have been so good. Like,
Oh, the detective though, the first detective, he said, "Did you see me hit anybody?" He's like,
I
"No,
don't
I
believe
watched you
this
drive
witness
down
is
the
on
street and run
defendant's
over a
witness
bunch
list.
of
I'd
people."
ask that he be
oh
excused from this hearing.
Jesus.
You may.
Yes. Oh, every time the
Next witness.
Say we call Nicole White.
All right.
every time the prosecution objects, he immediately says grounds, or they'll say objection and non-response. He goes grounds, and he thinks that's, I don't know what his deal is, but he thinks that's the magic word to say now. He read that in a book and that's all he does now. You'll hear it now. It'll be great. Oh, or he's talking about grounds and he's trying to shill for coffee brand coffee.
Good afternoon, Ms.
company.
White. If you would please
not
make
sure.
your way to the witness stand. It is on my right, all the way to the back or front of the courtroom, as the case may be. And if you would, when you get there, come up a riser, raise your right hand, and my clerk Teresa will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Nicole White, NICOLEWHITE.
Thank you. Go ahead, your
Such a
witness.
racist name.
Ma'am, I'm going to direct your attention
I'm
to
feeling
November
oppressed right now.
21st of last year. Were you at the City of Waukesha Parade?
I was.
And were you a participant or were you a spectator?
I was walking with the Remax group.
So did Remax have a float in the parade?
Oh, this is going to be maybe tough testimony.
Yeah, it was a van.
Okay. Is there anything unusual about the van?
It had like a fire projector off the back of the top of the van with like a basket.
How did it come about that you were walking with the Remax group?
My friend's mom was with the Remax group and had asked us to join and walk with them.
Approximately how many people were walking with you that day?
I would have to guess and say maybe like 12.
Were a lot of those people you had known from your friends, your relationship with your friend?
Yeah, probably about half of them.
And what was the general, do you remember the weather that day? It was in November, I'm assuming cold?
Yeah, it was gray. I mean, sweatshirt and jeans weather.
Had you walked in the parade before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Had you ever been a spectator at the City of Waukesha Parade?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a clip, and it's kind of at the beginning of the parade. It's Exhibit 142. I'm going to have it displayed on the screen in front of you, and I'm just going to ask you, we'll play a couple seconds of that if it's okay, and just let me know when it's displayed on your screen. Is it before you now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just going to play it for a couple seconds. Okay.
Oh, that's
Okay. Do you recognize that video clip?
I've never seen this before, no.
Does that show, though, however, the van that was in front of you that you were marching with on the parade on November 21st of last year?
Yes.
Let me play a couple more
come
seconds and
on.
you can tell me if you see
he
yourself
subpoenaed it.
behind the van, all right?
Yeah.
Does this accurately reflect what you recall of this section of the parade, which it looks like it's at the beginning of the parade in terms of who you were with and what the float looked like?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask that the court admit this into evidence and display it, publish it to the jury.
Witness just stated she doesn't recall the clip.
The witness has answered questions that establish the foundation for this. And based on that, the court is going to receive Exhibit 142 and permission to publish is granted.
So wait one moment. I'm just going to have it play through so the jury can see it, okay? Okay, if you can.
I want to put one of those in the back of my car.
Yeah, that looks like fun. Yeah. You missed a video from earlier. He could have like plowed into a whole group of like 6-year-olds that he blew right by. Pretty crazy.
Can you pause it for a moment?
Yeah, he missed a lot of people, which was
Do you
fortunate.
see yourself in this
at least
this section that's been paused?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a touch screen. The screen in front of you actually will react to your finger. Can you circle where you are in this frame?
She's the white Stacey Abrams. Jeez.
Okay. And if we can clear that off, I just wanted to let the jury know kind of who they were looking at. If we can play it the rest of the way, it was paused at 21 seconds. It's a total clip of 33 seconds.
Irish Tom.
Oh my.
Did you see that?
Yeah. Just pulled it up. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Did you have a formation or exactly what was the purpose of the people walking behind the van?
Well, we had a key
There
person that we
were
were
other
looking to
people that were
protect.
passing out candy along the way at certain points.
We were giving candy to little
I was
children.
mainly just
That sounds great.
I
taking
like the
pictures.
formation
That's
question
what
they keep going with.
And was that part of your kind of your
I don't
duty is to
know.
kind of
Yeah.
take pictures of the
We're
whole
meant to be speed
environment,
bumps.
what was around you, and kind of your perspective from walking in the parade?
Yeah, part of one of my friends from the group, her younger son was in the basket of the Remax van, so I was taking pictures of him and the other younger boy.
God, if they would have hit
Did
that,
there
it
come
would've
a time when
exploded.
you, in the parade route, that you started hearing something unusual going on behind you?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever hear anything that caused you to look back?
No.
So what do you remember about at some point were you struck?
Yeah, that's the first point that I knew that anything was happening was when I was hit. There wasn't any commotion or noise until right at that moment.
So can you tell the jury what you recall of that moment, if you will?
I just remember being struck by the vehicle from behind on my back, and then I fell to my knees and kind of like rolled under the vehicle. And
Oh, he
like
ran over. Damn.
after it happened, I guess like I didn't really know, like I thought that like somebody would have stopped after that point. And when I looked up, I just remember the vehicle like continued.
Do you recall anything about the vehicle, like a vehicle description, what color it was?
It was like a red SUV.
And when you said that the vehicle, you thought it would have stopped, did you see the vehicle stop?
No.
Did you see any brake lights on the vehicle?
Not that I can recall.
The objection is noted. It's overruled. Will you restate your answer, please?
No.
And I should have maybe clarified, did you see any brake lights activated after when you looked up from being hit?
No.
Now, where were you in relationship to the float when the car struck you? Were you immediately behind the float? Do you recall?
I was probably
Hi, Mike.
a couple of yards back from the float, but I was behind the Remax van, yes.
So would it be fair to say that you were more in the middle of the road versus on the left or the right side of the road?
Yes.
And when you looked up after being struck, did you see the path that the car took, or the SUV?
It veered to the left side of the van that was in front of me.
And then did you see where it went after that?
It just continued, but I couldn't, like the van, well, I couldn't see anything beyond that, no.
As you saw the car after it struck you, so what you're saying, I just want to make sure I've got this right, is prior to the vehicle striking you, you never looked back before it struck you.
Correct.
So you didn't know what hit you at the time that you were struck.
Correct.
And when it went past you, how fast was it going? And I'm not really talking about how many miles per hour, but was it at a slow speed, a medium speed? How would you describe it for the jury?
Hearsay.
Overruled.
I mean, I would guess probably maybe 20 miles an hour.
And I'm assuming that you drive a car daily.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been driving for 10 years, more than 10 years?
More than 10
Okay.
years. Yes.
Thank you. Did you ever hear a horn coming from the car prior to you being struck?
No.
Did you hear a horn coming from the car, or horn noise coming from the car after you were struck?
No.
He's been making an argument about this all day.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. It'll again be on the screen. And it's, would you generally characterize
What,
this,
he was honking his
and it can
horn?
be displayed, it's already been
Trying to show non-intent. Get out of the way.
Yes, he's like, there was nowhere for me to turn. And I had to
generally
use my
speaking,
horn.
do you recognize this as the parade route? If you look in the upper right part of the screen, there's like a purple line that kind of goes down White Rock Avenue, takes a right, and it goes down Main Street. Does that look familiar?
Yes.
And that would be the route of the parade that day?
Yes.
And direct your attention to approximately shortly after Main and Barstow. There's a star, a yellow star, and then if you connect that line to the yellow star, it says your name and Remax Services. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would it help if we zoomed in, or you can see it from there?
I can see it.
Okay. Why don't we zoom in a little bit so maybe the jury can see it? I don't know how familiar you are with Waukesha, but the roads are kind of a little crazy. And would that accurately reflect where you were struck?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. After you were struck, what did you observe of the parade route?
I mean, it was very chaotic. There was people at that point that began running and screaming to either help others or flee from the area. There was a group that came to me and helped me over to the side of the road.
Were you able to walk?
No, my knee was injured, so.
What did you do or what happened after you got to the side of the road?
Initially, the people that came to me helped me sit in a chair on the side of the road, and then eventually, moments later, they moved us into the building that was right there, which was the Smart Asset Realty.
And that's also in the area, I think it's reflected on Exhibit 15, that would be in the area of where you were struck?
That's correct, yes.
What did you do once you got into the Smart Asset Realty building?
I mean, there was several other people that were in there as well. And I sat there and waited. There was a nurse or someone that had some medical experience that kind of looked at me, and then I waited until later on when I was, there was a police officer that came back and escorted me to the hospital.
So the police officer transported you to the hospital?
Correct.
Was that Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 20. And I'm going to ask you, it'll just be in front of you initially. I'm going to show you a couple seconds of that and ask you if that's, if you recognize what's contained in that video. It is a 3-second video, so I'll actually show the whole thing to you before we ask that it be admitted and published. So why don't you take a moment to view that? Is it on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay.
Jeff, go get some sleep.
Did you recognize that video?
I don't know.
No, I had not
It's a
seen that
man.
before.
Do you recognize though what took place in that video?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what you just saw?
Objection, hearsay.
It's not hearsay what you
Overruled.
saw.
He's trying. Give the boy a break.
Not hearsay.
It was a video of the events that took place that day where I was struck by the vehicle.
I would ask the
Yes,
court
Keppel's wishy had
to
that hairline.
admit this exhibit into evidence and also to allow the state to publish it. It'd be exhibit 20.
Mr. Brooks, anything?
Objection.
The objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 20 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Now, before we start the video, do you recognize the white van that's depicted, I'd say in the upper third of the screen?
Yeah, that is the Remax van.
And you see approximately where you are on this frame?
Yes.
And can you, I don't know if you can do it with the video, but if you can just circle it
No. I
or
can't
circle
do
you.
that.
Okay.
Well, the top.
I
of-
might.
Can we clear that? I think you circled a couple people. There's one, and I think before you circled yourself, you were wearing a red sweatshirt right there. Okay, thank you. If you can clear the screen. And let's take a look at the video. Thank you.
Objection, we just looked at the video.
Overruled.
Got to give the people what they want.
And did that accurately depict the car hitting you from behind and then rolling over your legs?
Yes.
Surprised.
What injuries did you suffer as a result of this, generally speaking?
2 torn ligaments in my right knee, and then to my spine, like my lower spine. 2 vertebrae were like compressed, and then my tailbone.
I'm surprised.
And those
you can
were all
walk.
the results of being struck?
Oh, correct.
Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you.
Bet it hurts like hell.
Any cross, Mr. Brooks?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is gonna be a fucking.
You
awful.
stated that
Yeah.
when you were struck from behind, you didn't
You didn't see me do it.
you didn't hear or see the vehicle approach. Is that correct?
No
That's
shit.
correct.
It's from behind.
And you estimated this. Did you estimate the speed, or do you recall how fast the vehicle may have been going
Hey, thanks, Ember Fox.
When it hit me, no, I was not able to see that.
when it passed you?
They had asked me when it passed me afterwards what I would estimate it to have been. And I said, if I had to guess,
Alpha
it was
this
probably
bad. Oh
around
no.
20 miles an hour.
This is dangerous. This is Wisconsin's foam pit.
Would it be fair to say from the videos that we just saw that the vehicle wasn't traveling fast?
Your Honor, I'm just going to, for the record,
Grounds.
just clarify that the video is showing at 50% speed.
Grounds. Wow.
Yeah, see,
I
he's all
didn't
about
know
the
that
grounds.
initially, I guess.
Nobody knew that.
Can you play it at full speed then, please? And then he can ask the question.
Certainly.
We'll get to that.
Wait, what was that?
Oh, actually, we got a second if they're screwing with it. Did you ask the Frogman to come on your show?
I did not. I didn't have time to talk to Alex
Okay.
specifically, but I've already that call's been into the producers. That's what sparked this interview.
And you said
Good.
that you would
Good. Working on
estimate the
it.
vehicle was going around 20 miles per hour.
Correct.
I can't wait for that.
Me too. I want to get him on my show with a little
And how
bit
would
more
you come
relaxed
to that
pace.
estimation?
I guess I'm not sure how you want me to answer that question.
The
And
basis for you saying 20 miles per hour.
based
That's a
on
tough one,
previous
Michael.
experience with
Oof.
vehicles, traffic.
So would it be,
Experience
so would
getting
it be
hit by
fair to say
cars.
you don't know for sure how fast the vehicle was traveling?
There's no way for me to say for sure how fast the vehicle was
Fast
going. I
enough
was
to
not
break my
driving it.
back.
You stated that you fell to the ground. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Did you at any
All the
point get a
grounds.
description of the driver of the vehicle?
No.
Were you able to make out if anyone was in the vehicle besides the driver?
No.
Well, that's the other theory. There was like a second
Did you get a
gunman.
license plate number?
No.
Did you get a license plate number? No, I was busy being hit by a car.
Yes, I was busy laying there thinking I'm paralyzed.
Did you file a claim in this matter?
There was a police report filed. Yes.
Do you remember the name of the officer
We
that
didn't
you
skip it, Jeff. I
filed the
told you to
report
go to
with?
sleep.
No, I do not. It was an FBI agent.
Do you recall the date that you were interviewed or that you made the report?
November 21st.
Oh shit, there isn't. You can't
Would
even see the
that be
license
with
plate.
the FBI agent, as you just stated, or with local law enforcement?
The FBI.
Jeff, we already put this one up, man.
I know it's kind of far, but can you see this paper that I'm holding?
Yeah.
Is that your handwriting?
If you can't see it that close, just say you can't.
I can't read it from here.
We have the document camera we can put up.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If I was up there, I'd have been like, I was too busy in pain after you ran me over.
Yeah. Why make these people testify? Were there not better witnesses who are maybe not struck? Look, they really have not. They're not calling a lot of
She's
people.
the first
who are,
She's the first victim.
Yeah, well,
They've
there
been
was one cop. There's one cop who got like,
Yeah.
like his leg got hit or something, but nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing major.
Yeah, she's the first civilian. So this is the first like traumatic victim that's testified. So. But yeah, I'd be an awful victim. I'd be like, I don't know, I was too busy dying from when you ran me over.
Yeah. But they could have. I mean, they could have called kids that got hit. They could have called. I mean, they could have really sapped.
There's a
this
lot of
up.
people. Yeah.
Remember, he hit
Verify
like
this will just be
60 people.
Previewed for the
Yes, he
witness.
did.
It does have personal identifying information on it.
Okay.
Mario Carter 13 says, I don't remember the license plate, but it left an impression on me. Oh no.
I will somewhat object to that, Your Honor. This is a public trial. We have to remember that.
Your objection's noted.
Oh, it's upside down, okay.
Biden shower time, you motherfucker.
Move it up a little bit. Well,
Sorry, he posted something to my locals. It's horrifying.
Oh no. I'll have to look in a second.
can you see
Stephanie
that?
Tam for a toonie.
It's not.
3K here, only
Oh,
9 are
I'm
likes.
sorry.
We just wanted to make sure we could get it working.
I'm sorry.
Be there momentarily.
I apologize.
Hit the like Brooks.
No, there you go.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Guys, plow your SUV into that like button.
Like
Is
it's
that
a-
your handwriting on
Like
this
it's a bunch of grandmas dancing in the
document?
street.
Yes.
But yes, thank you for the toonie,
And
Stephanie.
you stated that you gave a report to the FBI on November the 21st. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it correct that this date here says 12/29 of 21?
That's not what this form is.
What would this form be?
That was a form that was filled out as a follow-up based on my experience at the parade. I spoke with someone in person on the 21st.
Do you know who provided you with this form that we're looking at?
I believe it was through the Victims Witness program. I don't recall correct. No. It was emailed to me, I believe.
So would it be fair to say then that the report you filed was with Officer Wagner?
You talking about this report or previously?
The report of being struck
On the 21st of November?
on the 21st of November.
This would be
Do
very
you know the
different if
name of
Borowski
the
was here.
individual you spoke with on the 21st?
Not offhand, no.
Very different.
Do you recall stating in the report that you filed on November 21st that you saw a red SUV go to the left of the float
I'm gonna
and then
honk.
to the right in front?
I don't believe that's what I recall is what I had stated earlier was that I saw it veer to the left of the float. From there, I wouldn't have been able to see.
Would it
Thank
be
you,
fair to
Pepsi
say
Man.
that reading from the report that you gave on November the 21st, that it says that you saw a red SUV go to the left of the float and then to the right in front?
I don't have the report, so
Would you like to see it? I've read it.
Mr. Brooks, do you want to show her the report? Then you need to put it on the document camera. Preview it
Hey,
again.
thanks, Jack Jace.
Yes, ME 04120.
That is not the report. I believe that may have been notes that were with the report that went to Mr. Brooks. That is not the report.
Thank you for the $5 super chat. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rank
Looks
your
to be a
experience at the
summary of what
parade?
she may have provided to another officer, FBI
These are
agent, but
brutal.
not the report itself. So
They
in
probably
light
got
of that,
bad Yelp reviews.
she's not going to be questioned on that unless that helps refresh her recollection.
Does it?
Look at it, it's in front of you, right?
Yeah.
Does that in any way help refresh your recollection about what you may have told an investigator in this case?
I
On the
believe
21st, sorry.
Yeah, I believe this was a year ago, but I believe what I said was that I witnessed it continue to drive, veer to the left to avoid the van that was in front of me, and then continued driving without stopping.
And just so the record is clear, because it was being used, I think, to refresh her recollection. After she reviewed it, I turned off the camera. So it's not in front of her at the moment. It's been given back to you. Go ahead, ask your next question.
Mike Finn, I don't like this super
I
chat.
have the
I don't like this at
actual
all.
report too,
Hey,
if that may help.
got to spread the wealth around a little bit. According to one of our greatest presidents ever. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate the
Would it
super
be
chat.
fair to say that you testified that
Interview
you
me,
don't
buddy.
recall hearing anything
Or email
or
me.
seeing anything before you
That's what I meant.
were struck,
Yeah.
correct?
Email Nick. He'll get in
Correct.
touch with you sometime.
And now this is reading from the report, page 1.
I guess the proper foundation for Mr. Brooks to use would be if reviewing a report would refresh her recollection, and then based upon her answer, he would go from there.
Well, you could also just directly ask the question, since it's on cross-exam. Isn't it true that you said X to the investigator?
No.
Man, listen to the
Did you
judge
just
just telling him what to
quote
say.
directly then from the
She's
report?
trying
Go
to
ahead,
because
ask
she
your
wants to
question.
go home.
Yeah, move this along.
Look, I'm just.
Is
sent
it
to
true that you
forever.
said when you were walking, well, it says White explained when she was walking, she heard screaming, and as she looked around, she was hit by the red SUV. Does that refresh or help you recall anything that happened on November 21st?
He's also shackled, so
No.
he can't get up.
Yeah.
Do you recall saying that?
I do not recall those exact words, no.
She's like, I was in the hospital on Percocets, man. On some Versed. Senshi for $2. 9 out of 10, too much traffic. You guys are rough today. Douglas
Do you
Shannon for
recall
$5.
saying that-
Thank you.
Well, this is all it's explaining like in the third person, I'm assuming.
Nick,
Says
this is for you
White,
to read.
Wait.
as she lay on the ground,
Alex,
White
Alex,
stated
Alex,
she
Alex,
observed
Alex,
the red
Alex,
SUV
Alex,
go
Alex.
to the
Come on,
left
man.
of the
Let me
flow
tell you
and
about
then
these
to the
German
right in
Shepherds.
front of the flow.
Alex, these
Again.
hoes ain't loyal.
Hold on, she may answer. Go ahead.
So he'd be like, well, I agree these
As I
ones aren't loyal.
previously
They're like the
stated,
globalists.
I observed the van go towards the left, the vehicle go towards the left of the van, at which point there was no indication that it was stopping or anything, and that it continued from there. I could not see what happened beyond it going to the left of the van because the van was in front of me blocking my view.
Thank you again, Douglas, for $5.
It also says White stated the vehicle appeared to be traveling extremely fast and it did not slow down or even brake. But you just said that you couldn't see the vehicle once it veered around the van. Is that fair to say?
As it veered to the left of the van, it did appear to be moving fast, yes.
Would it be fair to say that the video footage doesn't show that?
Objection, that mischaracterizes the video footage, as the
Grounds.
video was cut off shortly after striking Miss White.
You're making an argument, which is something you can do later, so I'll sustain the objection as to the form of the question.
Grounds. Nicola Maxwell, 5 out of 5 honks.
It goes on to say White did not observe the driver of the SUV and could only describe the SUV as red, and it appeared to be a lower rise, in quotation marks, SUV and maybe a Traverse. Do you recall saying that?
I said it was of similar size to a Traverse.
What is a Traverse?
Objections are relevant.
Well,
Grounds.
overruled. She may answer and explain why she said what she did.
Because in my opinion, it's a lower sitting SUV or vehicle versus like some of the higher, some of them sit up higher and are bigger in size. It was more of a mid-size lower to the ground SUV, in my opinion. Similar to a Traverse.
Similar to a Traverse, like a Chevy Traverse.
Yeah, I think that's what she's trying to say.
Okay.
Do you recall saying that, and I'm reading from the report again, White stated that she was treated and released at Waukesha Memorial Hospital and sustained bruising, scars, and road rash on her body and a knee injury to her right leg. White stated that she did not have a broken leg, but may have a torn MCL. Do you recall reporting that?
Yes.
Thank you, Nathan.
So would it be
Appreciate
fair to say, and I'm asking this because you said may have a torn MCL, would it be fair to say that at that time you were not sure of the full extent of your injury?
Yes.
About how long were you treated at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
A few hours.
Okay, what does that do for you, Darrell?
Yeah. Just read her injuries some more.
Yes. So, yes. Nathan C., thank you for the membership. I appreciate the support very, very much. Axios for $4.99, thank you. 10 out of 10, the parade ran off the rails. Oh, that's not good. Axios again.
And did you file a claim in this matter? Any type of claim?
Yes.
What was that claim?
There were claims that were filed with the state of Wisconsin that were to cover like the cost of
objection.
the medical
They
treatment
should be
that was
objecting to this
received.
nonsense.
So the state of Wisconsin offered to pay your medical expenses.
It was through the victim witness protection program.
You mean the Victims of Crime Fund? They should stop this. This is non-relevant shit. They should clamp it down because she
So
doesn't know
would you
the
consider
answer.
yourself a party to this matter then?
Objection.
Grounds.
Finally.
Sustained, not relevant. Excuse me.
Grounds. Oh man, that was good.
Grounds. Got to do the hard R in there.
In the claim that you filed, did you file the claim under under an injured party?
Yeah.
Objection. I guess I'm not
Grounds.
understanding the question. It's vague.
Grounds.
She indicated she filed a claim because she was injured.
So
Mr. Brooks, I'm sustaining the objection as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Shenshi for 10 and
do
10.
you consider yourself a injured party?
Yes.
Take my breath and
Are
nose
you a
away.
plaintiff in this matter? Grounds.
You got a big one, brother.
He's a witness.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Yeah.
Have you read or seen the complaint in this matter at any time?
Objection is irrelevant.
Grounds.
Overruled. She may answer.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Have you seen or read the complaint?
No, I don't know what complaint
Thank you, Axios. We'll get to this in
is
a
being
minute, man.
referred to. No.
This is the hard part. You have to pick witnesses.
Were you
that can
aware
keep
that you
their
may be called
composure.
to testify in this matter?
What'd you say?
Yes.
So they're you got to pick witnesses who can keep their composure.
who are
She's
you
doing really
informed
well,
by?
But she doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. She wasn't prepared for this.
The victim
but she has to
witness
face a monster.
program and
Yeah.
the prosecutors.
And she doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. This is
So are
awful. They
you
didn't prep
saying
her.
the state of Wisconsin?
Objection is irrelevant.
Grounds.
They have to protect
Sustained.
her.
Grounds isn't a
Mr.
real
Brooks,
like it
around
isn't a thing.
11. Please move on to another line of
What are
questioning.
your grounds for an objection? Yeah, but he doesn't understand that doesn't mean anything. She's starting to get nervous.
And
Look
she's
at her,
stating the
she's
grounds.
shaking.
Objection relevance.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but he thinks that's helpful. She's
At
starting to
the
get
moment
scared or something.
that you were
Look at her.
struck, did you observe anyone else struck at that time?
No,
So it'd be fair to say that you were, to your knowledge, at that time, you were the only one that you knew that was struck.
yes, to my knowledge. At
Would
that
it be-
time,
Would it be fair to say that there were numerous people in the general area that you were at that time?
yes,
Nicola Maxwell, hit the like button for the
At that
grounds.
time, did you learn about anybody that was struck at the point in time that you were struck?
No, because I was laying on the ground.
at
Thought I
the
was
time that
dying.
I was hit, no.
They got to protect her. This is not good.
And you stated that you didn't see any brake lights.
Correct.
You were able to see that from the ground position.
Correct.
Xanothium 15 for $5 is Nick. Go grab Burkowski and drag him in here to wrap this
From
up.
your opinion, did it
This trial would have been over
appear
already.
to you that
Yes, it would have.
the vehicle was attempting to strike anyone?
Objection calls for speculation.
Grounds.
Calls for
The way he
speculation.
asked, from
God almighty,
the
bro.
way he asked it, did it appear? If you know, you may answer.
It appeared it was traveling in the direction where it could have struck other people, yes.
But to the best of your knowledge, you didn't know for sure.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Just briefly.
Let her
Ma'am,
go,
after
ma'am.
receiving medical attention at Waukesha Memorial Hospital, did you receive any other medical attention following November 21st, 2021?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled. She may answer.
And direct your attention back to the video. It was Exhibit 20, the one that was the overhead video. Do you recall seeing that video today?
Objection. She never answered the first question.
She said yes.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't hear it.
It was a little quiet, but I heard it.
Do you recall seeing Exhibit 20, which was an overhead video of you being struck?
Today, yes.
Yes. And was that the same red SUV depicted in that video as what you saw after you were struck?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Uh-oh, he's having, I think he realized he messed up.
I mean, that's just the story of the whole trial.
You may call your next witness.
Yes, any more than
The
normal.
state calls
Yes.
Sarah Waymeyer Aparicio. Madam Clerk, could we also work on getting the rear table switched to the input? Thank you.
It's going to be one of the dance coaches. That's going to be the roughest one. The coach
Oh.
with the little girls. That's going to
Well,
be
the
so fucking
coach, yeah,
rude.
also
I'm sorry,
one
what
of
was
the
her
coaches
name
with the
again?
old ladies too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
David for $5 says he sounds like he's failing the replicant test. Grounds interlinked. Oh. Yeah, this is. Guys, I know some of you were asking this before, and we'll touch back up on this. When you state an objection, typically the other party can ask you to state the grounds for your objection. That way you have to articulate hearsay, asked and answered, non-responsive, irrelevant, any number of issues. That's all it is. Arguing grounds isn't some magic like counter objection.
Good afternoon, Ms. Waymeyer Aparicio.
Right.
If you would please make your way
And
to the
he's
witness
doing it wrong
stand,
because
which
they're
is
actually
up a
stating
riser
their
to my
reasoning
right. When you get there, please
when they're
remain
making the
standing.
objections.
Raise your right
And-
hand, and my clerk Teresa will swear you in.
And they are doing speaking objections
She's
because
right over
they
here.
cannot approach the bench because
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony
Brooks
you're
is
about to give
shackled,
shall be the truth,
and
the whole truth,
the jury
nothing
would
but
see
the
it.
truth, so help you God? Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names and spell each for the record.
All right, my first name is Sarah, Sarah. My last names are Wehmeyer, Wehmeier, and Aparicio, Aparicio.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Ma'am,
Thanks
can you
for
tell
the
us where
sub.
you work?
I work for the school district of Waukesha.
What was your job title during the 2021-2022 academic year?
I was the director of bands at Waukesha South High School.
What kind of things do you do as the band director at South?
Organize all sorts of events, whether it's concerts or marching band performing in parades.
How long did you hold
Summary
that position?
execution.
I held the position on and
Imagine
off over the years for 10 years.
Wow.
As the band director at Waukesha South, how frequently did you interact with the kids who were members of the band?
That's spicy.
On a
You
daily
only got
basis.
20 years, right?
And did you know the
They can
name of
keep
all the
renewing it,
kids
though.
that were in your marching band during that school year?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Did the band march in the 2021 Waukesha Christmas Parade?
Yes, we did.
Uh-oh.
Were you there with them?
Yes, I was.
Had you done that in the past?
Yes, I had.
About how many times?
Every year that I was there, we did that parade as well as Memorial Day.
Would you describe it as an event that the kids look forward to?
Absolutely.
When the band marches, are they in formation?
They are.
What about uniforms? Do they have any?
We do have uniforms, yes.
Okay. When you march in formation, is this something that you practice with the band?
We do. We practice with the students that are in the marching band portion of the parade. We had also done another parade in the Dells that year, so we had practiced with that. For the students that are not in marching band, we had practiced during class time for several weeks leading up to it.
How does the formation of the marching band get set up?
So we practice during class, and then we kind of have the general structure of what it will look like. And then student leaders within the
Chick is
section
ready to
place the
testify
students
against
in their
them.
places the day of the parade.
Oh,
She's-
yeah.
So they have a little leeway, but you don't want
She's
bass drums marching next to
laser
clarinets.
focused.
Correct, exactly. So we say these two rows will be flutes. So senior leaders help decide which flutes are in those located or those specified places.
I'm going to ask that we project Exhibit 21 onto the screen for the witness and the defendant.
Permission granted.
Just let me know when you see a picture in front of you.
Okay. It is here, yep.
Okay, what are we looking at with Exhibit 21? Can you tell us what this is?
So this is an aerial view of our marching band. You can see the names of the students that are identified. Those were all students that were physically impacted by the car that day.
November 21st of 2021,
Correct,
the Waukesha Christmas Parade.
correct.
Yeah, she's got
Have
the
you
mama
reviewed
bear
this
energy.
photograph and the information contained in it before your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
Does it accurately represent the formation of the kids in your band on that day?
It does, yes.
I move Exhibit 21 into evidence and ask to publish.
Any position?
The object.
Exhibit 21 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
And can we zoom in on that a little bit? There we go. Can you walk us through from left to right, just identifying, I know that we can all read, but just for the record, can you read those names for us and then also tell us what instrument each of those kids is playing?
All right, so first we have Aiden Loughran on bass drum, Connor Tank on crash cymbals, Justin Golickson on sousaphone, Eric Teagues, trombone, Tyler Pudliner on tenor sax, still on the exterior, Harry Guilfoy on trumpet, then Eleanor Anders on mellophone, Theo Mazza on trumpet, Marit Gilchrist on alto sax, and Sasha Catalan on clarinet.
What's a mellophone?
A mellophone is a marching version of a French horn.
What
I was
about a
about to ask
sousaphone?
myself.
A marching version of a tuba.
Have you ever seen the Ohio State Marching Band perform?
I have, yes.
I'll withdraw the question.
Objection, the band sucks.
So-
be the Badgers.
I don't know what the Ohio State Marching Band has to do with anything.
Members of your band identified in this photograph, is that right?
That is
How many
correct.
people know what a sousaphone is?
Oh,
Could we
yeah.
please project for the witness only, Exhibit 15? Do you see something on your screen in front of you?
There's a map on the screen.
Are you familiar with downtown Waukesha?
I am, yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what we're looking at in this map?
I do, yes.
Okay. Exhibit 15 was previously received and published. I'd ask to publish again.
Permission granted.
Could we zoom in, Ms. Gussie, on the intersection? There we go. Yep.
We'll address this later.
All right. Do you see a yellow star between Barstow and Gasper Streets on Main Street?
Yes.
And do you see the line connecting that yellow star to a box with some green background and some names?
I do.
Under the banner of Waukesha South Band?
Correct, yes.
Take a moment, take as much time as you need, read through those names in that list. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Are the names on that list identical to the names that you previously told us about in Exhibit 21, that photograph of the aerial view?
Yes.
Overruled. She may answer. I believe she did answer, and her answer may stand. The jury will hear that.
Can you tell us what happened while your band was marching between Barstow and approaching Gasper Street on Main Street on November 21st of 2021?
So I was towards the front of the band. That tends to be where I typically am because if you can imagine a typical parade, there's a lot of stopping and starting as the band is going through the streets. And so I am in connection with our drum majors. Those are the student leaders who have the whistles that give the students the command when they should be forward marching and when we should be marching in place. So I'm helping look ahead to see what's coming down the road while the students are busy playing their instruments. The streets had just narrowed as we got into that point, and there was a lot of enthusiasm in the crowd, and I could feel the energy from the students. And all of a sudden I heard something going on. So I turned around, and at first I thought there was an emergency vehicle or something. I could tell there was some sort of a vehicle trying to get through. And then I started just seeing things flying in the air, and I realized this was not a vehicle waiting for people to move out of the way. I realized this vehicle was running over people. The students around me, we all kind of dispersed at the same time. I thought in the initial moments that it was an accident, but then as I turned and the car went immediately past me, and I could see that the driver was staring straight ahead and knew that, could have clearly seen that they were running over people.
What happened next?
My first impact was to run after the car for a moment. And then I realized, because I watched them run over the people in front of me as well. And then I turned around and I saw my students all laying on the street and screaming. A police officer immediately, what felt like at the time, immediately came running, shots fired. And so my students who weren't injured were all dispersed. And I was trying to, at the same time, watch over my students in the street, but keep an eye on where the other students who were going so that I could make sure they were all safe as well. But I stayed in the streets so that we didn't know where the shots fired were coming from. So I wanted to make sure that those students in the street were safe as well.
And just to clarify, you mentioned that you heard from a police officer that shots had been fired?
Correct.
You yourself, with the trained ear of a band director, didn't hear any gunshots?
I did not hear gunshots, no.
Okay. I'm going to ask that we project on the screen for the witness only, exhibit number 24, please.
Permission granted.
And can we make sure we're playing this at normal speed? And we're going to turn the volume off while we identify, so we'll leave it off there. Just going to play a few seconds without any volume, and then I'll stop and I'll ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
All right. Take it off, Nick. Thanks
Yeah,
for
I
stopping
gotta
by.
go.
Okay,
I gotta
we've
go.
stopped at about 5 seconds
Guys,
into the
keep
video. Do
watching
you
me
recognize this
respond.
video?
I'll be back.
Yes,
live
that is our
tomorrow.
band performing.
And
Peace.
I'm not
See
sure how familiar you are with
Later, buddy.
downtown, but do you know
Thank
of
you.
the businesses that your band
Thanks.
is in front of right now?
We're by Davino Gelato and Martha Merrill's.
Okay.
And then the Alo Chocolate and everything is on the other side as well as an apartment building.
Have you reviewed this video before your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
Does it accurately depict what happened to your band the
Yes, it
afternoon of the
does.
parade? Move exhibit 24 into evidence and ask to publish.
Any position, Mr. Brooks?
Objection. If the witness has seen this video before, how would that corroborate with the testimony?
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 24 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
We are going to
Yeah,
play
that's not a
this
good objection.
entirely through. It's 30 seconds long. We're going to play it once with the audio at normal speed. Go ahead.
Helen, we'll get to this. Yes, he's representing himself like an idiot.
All right, let's pull it up again and set the speed to 50%. And turn the audio off. And we're going to play to a certain point, and then I'll say pause, and then I'll ask you some questions when we pause, okay?
Objection. And see it playing it at slower speed.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Permission granted.
Go ahead and play. Pause. We've paused at 11 seconds. From viewing the video up to this 11-second point, can you tell us who in your band was struck by that SUV so far?
So far, that would have been Aiden, Connor, Justin, Eric, and Tyler, I believe at that point, perhaps also Harry.
And let's resume at the 11-second mark, please. Pause. We've paused at 16 seconds. Would it be fair to say that the remaining students we've been talking about today were struck after that point?
Correct.
And now we've reached a point where the SUV is completely past all of your band members?
Correct.
I'm going to ask that we project for the witness only exhibit number 23.
Jay, we'll bring this up in a second. Okay, actually, we might have time. The slower speed is for them to allow to show
We're just going to
something
play a
with the
few
exhibit.
seconds at normal speed here without any audio.
You're allowed to play the exhibit at whatever speed you want if you're trying to show your point. But then he could show it at the full speed.
Pause. We're 5 seconds in. Do you recognize this video?
Yes, I do.
Did you see yourself in the video?
I did.
Does this video depict the same marching band in the same area of Main Street on November 21st?
It does.
I move exhibit 23 into evidence and ask to publish.
Any position, Mr. Brooks?
Objection.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 23 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
We'll play this once through at normal speed with audio, please. At the tail end of that video, we saw a red SUV. Is that the SUV you've been talking about during your testimony?
That is, yes.
And can we go back to the beginning of that video? We'll turn the audio off. And we'll just play a few seconds here from the beginning. Pause. We are 2 seconds in. Do you see yourself on the screen?
I do.
So that's a touch screen in front of you. Would you mind drawing a circle around yourself?
Okay.
All right. So you are directly above the black shirt band banner.
Correct.
All right. And then we can clear that. All right. We did it already. Thank you. I'd ask that we put up for the witness only exhibit number 22, please.
Go ahead.
Guys, this isn't really that cumulative at this point. It's just, this is a crime scene with a ton of victims, and
A few seconds without any audio for the witness only.
they're playing it out in order, so they're actually doing a good job streamlining this. You may not like that, but they are. It's not bad overall.
Pause. And we've stopped at 7 seconds. Do you recognize that video?
I do.
What does this video show?
This video also shows the car coming through as well, and different angle in terms of some of the students dispersing as well, some of them getting struck by the car.
And is this video also an accurate representation of what happened that day?
Yes, it is.
Move exhibit 22 into evidence and ask to publish.
Mr. Brooks, any objection?
Objection.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 22 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Thank you, Keith. I appreciate it.
We're going to play this in its entirety. It's 32 seconds long with the audio. Did you see yourself in that video?
I did.
Let's go back to the beginning, please, and set it to play at 50% speed. And we'll turn the audio off this time. And we'll play from the beginning. Let's pause. We've paused at 9 seconds. Can you use the screen in front of you and circle yourself if you see yourself? Can we clear that, please? And we'll resume at the 9-second mark. Pause. We've paused at 21 seconds. You testified earlier that you initially ran towards the vehicle as it was driving away. Is that right?
Correct.
Do we see you do that in this portion of the video?
Yes.
If you see yourself, can you circle yourself on the screen? So you're in the bottom right-hand corner. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. We can take that down.
Stephanie, showing the video would violate FCC rules to broadcast.
Did you see that red SUV stop at any point?
No.
As you were in real time remembering the events of that day, do you recall seeing any of your students getting hit?
I did not see any of my students get hit, only of the group in front of me. I just saw, like I said, things flying because they were in the formation that came through the middle.
In the immediate aftermath, after the vehicle had gone through and after you had run after it briefly, did you have any personal interaction with any of your students who had been hit?
I did. There were several on the ground, and they were surrounded by other bystanders who stepped in. So I just basically was circulating on the ground between the students who were injured, and then the students had run away to several shops in the area. And so I was just, it probably was an hour, it felt like. I don't really know how much time it was exactly, but rotating between the students who were injured as we were waiting for first responders, as well as checking on the students and trying to at least keep the kids who were not injured in a space where we knew where they were, so we could safely get them home once all of our injured students had been picked up by first responders.
Do you know whether any of those students that you had personal interaction with had to be transported to the hospital?
There were several students that had to be taken to the hospital.
Do you know in general the nature of some of those injuries?
There was many broken bones, a lot of, there was internal bleeding, dental work that needed to be done, lots of stitches, cuts, abrasions, sprains, torn ligaments.
Did you remain in your capacity as the Waukesha South marching band director for the remainder of that academic year?
I did.
You eventually went back to school after that Sunday, the 21st, is that right?
That is correct. So we went back to school once we were assured that we had as many students that were still left in the area back to get them on the bus back to school.
You're talking about that night, Sunday,
That
the
evening,
21st?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
And in the days that followed, kids
Yes.
came back to school?
They did, yes.
And you had personal interaction with the members of your marching band?
Yes, I did.
Your objections noted, it's overruled.
Can we please put exhibit 21 back up on the screen? And this has previously been admitted. It's the diagram. I'd ask that we put it up for the jury as well.
Q Revere, it's not just them, but this Fox affiliate is bound by FCC rules. Law and crime might, depending on what they're broadcasting on.
Based on
There's
your own
concerns
observations
for it.
that day, your interaction with the students in the immediate aftermath, and your review of the video evidence here today in court, how many of those 10 members of your marching band were either struck or run over by the red SUV?
They all were.
Can you tell us whether or not you got a good look at the driver that day?
I did from the profile.
Approximately how many feet would you estimate you were from the driver at its closest?
Probably 2 feet.
You were still in the street at that point?
Correct.
And the SUV was too?
Yes.
We saw in the video what the lighting conditions were, but could you describe from your own memory what the lighting was like that day?
Overruled. You may answer.
The lights were beginning, the sun was beginning to set. However, we were in an area where we were by lots of stores. So the sun was still out, as well as the light coming from all the storefronts.
Could we project on the screen for the witness only, exhibit number 120? Do you see an image on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Is that image an accurate representation of what the driver of the SUV looked like that day when you saw him?
Completely, yes.
I'd move exhibit 120 into evidence and ask to publish.
120 is received. Permission to publish is granted. May have been received earlier.
Yeah, it's already been received.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't look like Darrell. Not at all. It's got to be someone else.
I believe you testified a little bit earlier about the driver's demeanor as you observed him. Could you go into more detail about that?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. She may answer.
So originally my perception just had been that I assumed there was an accident because I could not imagine anything else. But when the car went past me, my perception changed of what was happening completely, because the driver was looking straight ahead, making looked very attentive at that point. So the driver clearly was aware that he had hit and run over all of these people. It was not something that could have happened without the driver's awareness. We were also coming up on an intersection of a cross street. And although there was a crowd on the side, again, this is just my perception, but if the driver had been trying to escape the parade route so they were no longer hitting people, I felt like an instinct would have caused the head to turn to see if there was a way out on that side street. But the driver's head never turned looking for a way out of the parade route at that moment. And that's what caused my perception of what was going on that day to change.
When you say side street, you're referring to the street that runs in front of the Martha Merrill bookstore?
Correct.
Gasper Street?
Gasper Street.
And again, just to clarify, when we look at exhibit number 120 here, the person in white, is that a member of your band?
Yes, that is. That is one of the student conductors.
And then the person in the foreground on the right with a blurry face, is that another? I don't know if you know who it is, but can you tell us if that's a member of your band?
That is a member of our band, yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for this witness. Thank you.
All right, court's going to take a break before we do cross-exam. We'll take our afternoon break for about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury, please.
Damn, I just boomered. Riff Grifter saying, how would I win this case? Super lawyer being me. There really isn't much to do.
Thank you. We are in recess. You can step down if you'd like.
I would argue beating a couple of these murder charges is the true victory, but you're not going to walk out of there with a complete acquittal. So the only way to do it would be insanity, but he refused to comply with the insanity evaluation. So that would suck. So there's no real victory here. T Greater X 1 for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks for picking up slack of that shyster lawyer today. He went on Alex Jones. This trial is impossible to watch without the commentary and great explanation. Thank you. Prima Air for $2 up to $1,500. Yeah, it was a while ago. Rose RNC LNC. Thank you for being a member. Rob Dorr, thank you for being a member as well. From here on says Sean is a gay egg, and he's not. Yes, these hoes ain't loyal. Is never going to be coming for me. Deep Service says, why is this guy in every show I watch? I don't know. He's got that ability. Fire Red Podcast says, hi Rackets, awesome coverage. Casey says, oh, it's up, Nick. Good job at Alex's show. Dragon's Treasure for $5. Thank you. Darrell Brooks would not have done this if he had just drank some calming Dragon's Treasure tea. And you can get your own teas at the Dragon's Treasure, along with many other things tea related. So check them out. I think their code still is Catnip Dave. That could be changing though. Icy Brain for $4.99 says, you might be the Griff Pope, Nick, but I think you borne witness to a god. Maybe time will tell. Havana Maker says for $5, Robert Solis just fired his attorney and is going to represent himself. He could get the death penalty. Yeah, that's never a good idea. But we'll see what happens to him. Mayu 1412 for $25 says, Sean, can I get my handy now? Email me afterwards. I'll give you a handy. Axios for $19.99. Why are you letting this shyster probate attorney on your stream? I was trying to be nice. The guy just got reinstated. It's like getting released from jail. Mana Online for $5 says, Brooks, objection. The witness is breaded. Let's see here. Silver coins go clink clink for $10. Did he run through the gap in her teeth? And that's the woman who just testified with the gap in her teeth. John Roberts for €10 says, they got the SUV on the stand? Not yet. Irish Tom for $5 Canadian said, wait, Did the prosecutor call up Danny DeVito as the Penguin as a witness? Oh, it's just a normal Canadian woman. She wasn't doing anything wrong. They asked her to show up. Jordan Patterson says, can the defense cross on testimony he keeps giving during cross, like, I don't swear, and pull up his atrocious rap video? I mean, yeah, I mean, all that's... It's all possible. But I doubt it's going to happen. Gates above for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Objection, Your Honor. Are we to believe she actually handed out the candy? Oh, no. RKKK Outpost for $1.99. This poor woman, screw you guys for making jokes. Oh, no. Amber Life said, Rakeda and Sean, please, why is this okay when he's clearly guilty of what he did? And this kind of dovetails into the next one. Silver coins going clink, clink. Again, thank you for $10. If you really cared about this woman, you would super chat your virtue signal, you frigates. Yes. I got to check out. Zoc says, let me ask you, what if any plaintiffing have you done in your lifetime? Oof. That was rough. Oh. Get back to this. Dr. Kenneth Noyes ordered for $20. Thank you, sir. Thank you, doctor. Bro bucks are being unbreaded. Wait till they changed. Wait, they changed what bro means. Crap. All right. I'm gonna finish these up here. Jordan Patterson for $4.99 says, can the defense cross on testimony he keeps giving during cross, like, I don't swear, and then pull up his atrocious rap video? You mean to the prosecutor? Yes. They could show he's a bad guy by lying all the time. Joel Reyes for €5 says, I'm going to hell for this, but Darrell is thinking, how did I miss that big a target? Oh, no. Oh, no. So, Bald Eagle 1787 says, I too am going to hell, but how did the SUV not get crunched and stopped when I hit her? That's like hitting a roadblock. Oh. Richard B. Short, Brooks is dumb because he's not using the roadhead defense. It was good. There's no way he could concentrate on the road. Yeah, but then you got to prove that it was good. I don't know how good that's going to go. Axios for $4.99. Alternatively, she probably has an excellent description of the undercarriage and axle setup. Yes. It's like, I can tell you what the bottom of your transmission says. Nihilist Anonymous says, I hope that Brooks is acquitted in Roblox as soon as he leaves by a car. That would be very much, kind of justice sorting itself out. Also, let's see. No, it's still there. All right. Vinny the D says, objection. I'm going to ask you a question. Would it be fair to say, in your opinion, I should have put an off-road bumper on that SUV to last longer? Oh my God, you guys are something else today. Ridiculous. Sorry, just thinking about something there, what we're doing here. Deport all Canuckistanis. That's not bad advice. Blackjack Gaming says for $20, something do economics. Voodoo economics. Luann Jones for $5 said him reading her injuries is the equivalent of rotten board saying hashtag Amber Turd over and over again. Yes, it does not help. Hemp Plant, Texas. If she did not have PTSD before this trial from being ran over by him, she will have it from the cross. Yeah, she definitely very easily will have it. That was, by the end she was shaken. So it's not easy. It's not easy doing that stuff. Brandon Lesko says for $5, you've asked about the state of Wisconsin 5 million times, and I've had enough grounds. I don't want to see any more grounds. Now get them off the wall. Josh316 says for $5, from now on, every time I get asked a question I don't want to answer, I'm going to say grounds in the conversation over and over again. Dilligaff for $5, take a shot every time Brooks says grounds. You will not make it if you do that, so don't do it. I can see it like if you're doing... No, I couldn't see if you do that. You won last. I don't know who's ever downloaded the Darrell Brooks. I don't know who's downloaded that, so we'll have to see. I'm getting to the $9.99 super chat. I'm getting there. Don't worry, guys. I'm working my way through all of them. I just got to catch up to it. I'm trying to work through all the ones that were back there. So, well, I'm not seeing the rap video. I'm assuming it's not very good. So, where did Rackets go? Nick had to take off. He's, he's got his family taking care of everything. So, I was just, he stopped by, and it's appreciative of what he was able to do. And let's check to see if they're back yet. They're still live. Let's see. They say they're still going. Okay, Long Cuck is still out too. That's just going to be my gauge for right now, because some of these don't make sense on how they're doing it. So let's keep finishing up the super chats here, though. Hemplant TX says if she did not have PTSD before the trial from being ran over by him, she will have hit it from his cross. Oh yeah, very easy. If I was a juror, I'd take notice of all the death stares that Brooks has gotten from all the witnesses. Oh yeah. Pure Jealousy says, how would a judge respond in a case like this if a witness gets too emotional? Thanks for covering this mess. They're allowed to be emotional, and if they need a second to, compose themselves, they're generally given that. Now, if it's like every question they fall apart, no, but, there was an officer who testified, one of the first people that testified, he had like 45 seconds of just, because he watched the whole thing happen from the back end of the parade and all the people get hit. And he was quiet for about 30 seconds. Bifrons is saying, will the victims get a chance to give an impact statement? Oh, yeah. That's at the very end at sentencing, if he gets convicted. And he might not. He's still innocent until proven guilty. Why isn't Brooks objecting that stuff's prejudicial? Because he's an idiot. Michael Hickson says, will the band be playing when the guilty verdict is read? That would be kind of that would be hilarious. Helene T says, why are they playing this for the witness only and not for the jury? Because the witness has to authenticate the thing first before they can play it for the jury. So part of evidence is having the witness identify it, authenticate it, establish how they know what it is. Can they identify themselves in it? Or are they the ones who took the picture or the video or the document? And that way it's examined first and proven first before the jury looks at it. Project's Done Poorly says give 90 COVID boosters at once. Jeez. And you got to bring up, going back here, hold on 1 second. I don't know, Axios, I don't know why this one didn't pop up here, but for the 99.99, God bless you, criminal guys. Hours into this, and I'm already counting how many billables I could have done in the time we've let this idiot poorly role play being an attorney. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know where it went. I had it in the list. So I'm sorry that it kind of disappeared off here. My bad. I apologize for that. But I didn't want you to think I forgot about it. For another one, 1999. Have we identified why, though? Like, was this a black nationalism thing, or was he just crazy? I think it was just he didn't want to get in trouble. He fought with his ex-girlfriend, broke all kinds of laws, and was going to get arrested, violating parole and going back to prison, and he didn't want that. So he ran, and he ran like a little girl and didn't care what would happen. So... Pure Jealousy says, how would okay, we already did that one, sorry. Christy Graham for $10. I'm watching this trial for only one reason. Someone needs to care about these victims, and I will, even if the prosecution won't. Putting them through this is cruel. The prosecution has to put them up there because they're victims. They have to talk about what's going on. And we are getting ready to come back, so we'll just keep going for a minute. But you've got to put the victims up there to prove the charge, so... It sucks, but it is what it is. Q Revere, yeah, I think we already covered that one. Eric the Red, do I know of any pro se litigants that have actually won their case? Handfuls, but very small handfuls. One of them is a famous one is a former Ohio congressman named Jim Trafficant. He was the sheriff for Mahoning County, where Youngstown is, here in Ohio. And he was brought up on RICO charges. And he defended himself and he won. So that is the good news there. So, I mean, you can do it, but it is very hard. And we'll bring this up to full. Sound is still off, though, guys. I have the sound going full speed. So, all right. And that's all of them. Oh, there's a... Yeah, guys, I am sorry. I'm trying to catch up through reading all these. Looks like you guys... is the death penalty on the table? No. Wisconsin does not have a death penalty. They have not had the death penalty since 1853. So that's a very much a... that's very much a problem. They, no. There's a prosecution team. Dag74 says Sneed's Bounds and Grounds. Yes, formerly known as Chuck's.
We'll see.
All right, looks like we're getting ready to start up again.
Teresa, you want to update my exhibit? You have that. I've been keeping them going, so I just try to whatever's easiest to do. Otherwise, you can just make some notations. You can come on back up. All right, we are back on the record. Appearances are as they were before. We'll bring the jury out for cross. Go ahead.
For that, Your Honor, can we address the subject matter jurisdiction, please?
No, not right now.
Is that a judicial determination, Your Honor?
Enough of the judicial determinations. Eagle Eye, thank you for being a new member. I appreciate the support very, very much. Guys, I don't know what's going on with Kurt, so I'll have to get out of it for right now. Someone take a screenshot and me with these headphones. Fine, here. That's me with the headphones on. Axios for $49.99. Lamau was about to say private practice. Thought you skipped over me. I know you hate us contracts, guys, because of your 1L con law PTSD, but it's okay. Your prof can't hurt you anymore. Thanks for the super chat. Oh. Thank you very much, Axios. I appreciate it. AJ Viviano for $20. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. Sateri, Pro Per and Pro Per accessories. That's what you sell. Oh, okay. Thank you, AJ, for another $20. I subscribe to your channel, brother, just for supporting Ricada. Well, end your content. But I thank you. But either way, I appreciate the support from you. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, Petty Leather, you're right. The feds took out trafficant. Yep.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness? Go ahead.
On the night of evening of November 21st, 2021, do you recall what officer conducted your interview?
I do not recall.
Can you recall if it was a detective or just a regular officer?
I do not recall.
You mentioned earlier in testimony that that there was a side street where there could have been an exit out of the parade route provided. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
Do you recall if that side street was barricaded in any way?
I do not recall.
Do you recall if there was another side street on the opposite side of the street?
The other side of the street has a plaza, so there's an open space, but it's not a traffic.
You guys wanted more volume.
Do you recall what that street would be used for if not for traffic?
It's an open space where people who have been on the shops on Main Street can go down to the Riverwalk.
Do you know if cars can park there?
They may not.
So it's basically like just a walkway.
Correct.
From what you recall, can you estimate the speed of the vehicle that you saw that day?
I'm not good at estimating speeds, but it felt fast as it went past me. It felt like it was accelerating.
And you stated you was relatively close to the vehicle when it passed you.
Yes, I was.
Were you injured in any way?
I was not. Fortunately, I'd moved just in time.
Do you recall if anybody that may have been directly next to you was injured in any way?
They were not.
So would it be fair to say that everyone in your immediate area was not struck?
Depends on how you want to define immediate, but the first 4 rows of the band, no one was struck because at that point everyone had run away.
I was referring to, I guess I wasn't clear enough on immediate. I was.
Yeah, you weren't. You walked right into
referring
that,
to
brother.
Directly next to you.
Directly next to me, no.
Were you able to get a license plate number of the vehicle?
I was not.
Did you notice any tinted windows to the vehicle?
It's 11 months ago, but I believe there were in the back, but I don't want to say yes or no for sure on that.
Did you see anyone else in the vehicle?
I did not.
Could you see the back seats of the vehicle?
I did not look at the back seats.
Could you see the passenger seat of the vehicle?
I could.
Do you recall anyone being in the passenger seat?
I did not see anyone in the passenger seat.
Did you initially hear any sounds before you realized that something was wrong?
The band had just started playing, and so I was concentrating on listening to the sounds of the band, and then all of a sudden it was just the sound of chaos as the car came through the band.
So it would be fair to say that it was pretty loud.
Where I was at that moment, yes, because I was directly in the middle of the band.
Would you say extremely loud or moderately loud?
I would say moderately loud, and as the band director, my job was listening to the sound of the band, and so I could give the students feedback when we got back to school. So that's where my focus was.
From your estimation, do you think it would have the sounds from the band and the people and just the parade itself, would that at any time impaired you from hearing everything that was going on?
Everything likely, but for example, like it would have still been, it wasn't so loud, I would have heard a car horn that I would have been able to hear.
Somebody in the courtroom.
Okay, I was just asking because you were asking volumes, and so I couldn't have heard everything. I couldn't have heard something soft, but something that loud as an example.
Yeah, Dirk, I don't know who's making the noise or breathing in the courtroom.
So just to be clear, from your opinion, you think you would have been able to hear a horn?
I believe I would have.
Even at the same time listening for the band notes, as you say, you have to give them feedback when you got back to school?
Because that would have been an unexpected sound, so that would have been something that would have stood out in my memory.
It would have been something that draws your attention.
Exactly.
So in your opinion, do you estimate it would have been hard to hear any screaming or anything of that nature?
We started, as soon as the screaming started, we did hear that immediately. Because as soon as the screaming started, the students stopped playing, and so that loudness.
1 second.
I'm sorry.
Do you recall how long you had been actively participating in the parade at the time of the incident?
That had been my first year back as the director of band for a while, but I marched in that parade in high school myself. So and I've attended on the years that I was not teaching. So it's probably my 40th time plus at that parade.
I think you probably misunderstood.
Okay.
Well, that's still, I don't have to ask that question. I was referring to how long you had been marching at
that time.
At that point in.
Probably blocks all change size pretty quickly in Waukesha, but we had been going for about 4 blocks. We were about at the halfway point of the parade route.
Did you notice anything amiss up until that point?
Up until that point, no.
Did you hear any law enforcement radios that may have alerted you to something being wrong?
No.
So it'd be fair to say, as far as you know, everything was pretty much standard.
Up until the moment, yes.
You stated in your report that you were walking backwards facing the students?
No, I was walking forward because the students near me were walking backwards. So I was the eyes in front for the students who were marching backwards.
So is it possible the report could have misquoted what you said?
I have not seen the report.
The report that I have would be page 2.
I don't have that in front of me.
Would you like to see it?
Sure.
These are questions that are relevant. He's not straying outside the rules right now, so they can't stop
so
him.
I see it's not in. There we go.
So they
So
can't do so much.
I was facing forward, and then as soon as I heard sounds, I turned around and started facing backwards at that time to see what was happening. So my direction of movement until the incident started was forward, and then once I heard unexpected sounds coming from the back of the band, then I turned around.
Do you recall the statement that's in the report, though? She stated that she was walking backwards facing the students. Do you recall that?
I do not. I guess I recall. Yes, I must have. I don't recall this exact moment. I've spoken to lots of officers.
Do you recall thinking that the SUV was driving right at you?
It felt like it for a moment, yes.
And you stated that you initially started to chase after the vehicle, was briefly, but then stopped.
That was my instinct at the moment because I don't know why. That was my instinct at the moment.
Mr. Brooks, are you done with the
Yes,
statement?
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yes,
I'm done.
Rob, you're correct. He's
Yeah.
also made mistakes, and they're going to let him make those mistakes. So yes, some of them they're letting him make mistakes. Sometimes there's just nothing to object to. He's asking a lot of boring, granular issues, but they're still relevant.
Would it be fair to say that the unexpectedness of the event may have clouded everything that you recall about the event?
I think there's certain aspects of the event that I have great clarity for because it was such a life-changing thing. There are certain moments that are very clear in my memory. Then there's other aspects that maybe other people noticed that maybe 11 months later that are less clear because some of the other more graphic details are so strong in my memory.
It would be fair to say though that, or would it be rather, I'm sorry about that. Would it be fair to say that you don't recall everything from that November 21st
It was
evening?
That would be accurate.
To your recollection, would you have left out any details in your report?
No.
Were you able to see any license plate number on the vehicle?
I was not.
Do you recall about how far you initially had the reaction to chase after the vehicle, but then turn back to your students?
It was just a few steps.
Do you recall exactly where you were at in the parade?
In terms of the order of the parade?
In terms of what intersections you may have been at?
We were right. I was personally right outside of Martha Merrill's bookstore.
From the video footage, there were clearly a lot of spectators or people that weren't actively involved in the parade.
Yes.
Did you at any time see any of the spectators struck?
I did not.
After the incident, did you see any news reports about the incident?
I did.
Did any news reports that you saw jog anything to your memory?
Not especially. Maybe just showed different things that happened that evening in different parts of Main Street where I wasn't, but nothing changed my recollections of the South Band experience.
So it would be fair to say that what was reported on the news, you kind of pretty much already knew?
Correct.
Did you recall the news reporting how many people may have been hurt?
Yes.
You guys gotta take this phone call.
From which you recall and observe, do you think that those said news reports were accurate?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's not relevant.
About how long did you stay at the parade after the incident?
I did not have my watch with me that evening, but we were there for quite a while because the students had scattered, and so it took us a while, as well as waiting to make sure all the students that were injured were taken by first responders, and they were overwhelmed, so it took a while for first responders to get to everyone.
So it would be fair to say that by the time you actually left, it was nightfall.
That is correct.
Do you recall the power going out?
That did not happen till we were back at the high school.
So you had already left the
Correct.
parade route by the time there was no power?
Correct.
Do you recall what time you left?
I don't recall. It would be in the bus company records, but
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just some brief clarification, and then I'd like to show one video, Your Honor, if that's all right. There were a few mentions during cross-examination about your report in quotation marks.
Yes.
You didn't actually sit down and type up a police report after the parade, did you?
No, I did not.
Irrelevant.
Overruled. She may answer. Can you state your answer again?
I did not.
If there is an objection, let me rule
I'm
first.
sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. You met with police officers after the fact and provided interviews, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then, do you know whether they wrote police reports summarizing those statements?
If they did, I did not see those.
Okay. I would like to play for you exhibit number 22 one more time. And I'd like to play it for the jury as well, Your Honor, if that's all right.
Objection, you saw this video numerous times at this point.
Are you going to play the whole thing or parts of it?
The witness was asked about whether she heard a horn honking. And so I'm simply going to
She was
play.
not asked if she heard a horn honking. She was asked, did the sound of the parade.
I recall what was asked. I'm sorry, tell me
Sorry.
again why you want the jury to see this and the question, because she was not asked specifically about a horn. She offered something.
In response to a question about what she heard. I simply want to play this video to see if the witness can hear the sound of a horn honking.
Objection. What's the relevancy at this point? She never was asked the question, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, I don't have anything else for this witness. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You
Guys,
may
I
step
apologize.
down.
I had to take a phone call. Sorry about that.
Your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Kyle Jewell.
Yes, he did argue cumulative and he did win, but he won like it's like winning a face-off in the hockey game where you're down by 15
Good afternoon,
goals.
sir. If you would please make your
So-
way to the witness stand, which is to my right, upper riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Sarah, the relevance is that they have to prove he did it. But other people
Do
have
you
seen him.
solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Kyle Jewell, Kyle Jewell.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Jewell.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Jewell, on the day of November 21, 2021, did you attend the Waukesha Christmas parade in downtown Waukesha?
Yes.
Did you come with friends and family members?
Yes, with family.
About how many people were in your group, sir?
Probably 7 or 9. I would have to count them
That's
to really
okay.
get the accurate number.
Okay. And where did you set up along the parade route to watch the festivities?
Yeah, so we were right in between those new apartments and Olo Chocolate. I don't know what road it was next to.
Okay. And so you were right on Main Street, correct?
Yeah.
And new apartments are like 4 or 5 stories high, is that right?
Yep, right
Okay.
next to Olo Chocolate.
Okay. And on the north side of the road, that would be.
Correct.
Okay. As you were sitting there, what do you recall happening, sir?
Yeah, so we were watching the parade. Had a bunch of kids in front of us, my kids, some other family members, and at one point, you know, we had I believe it was the Remax hot air balloon truck coming to the left of us, and then we start hearing just some people yelling, "Stop that car!" And the next thing you know, from my left, going down the road, you see a red SUV just go straight through the parade. And where we were sitting at that time was the Waukesha South Band, and just drove right through Waukesha South Band, and just continued going.
Did you see any people being struck by the SUV?
Yes.
Did you see any objects flying in the air?
I didn't see any objects flying in the air. I saw the red SUV going over people.
Okay, can you describe that for us, please?
Yeah, so the band had just passed us, red SUV going, again, this is just an estimate, maybe 30, 40 miles an hour, just went straight over the Waukesha South Band, and it's not like it stopped. I mean, it went over. I saw the red SUV. It looked like it went in the air, like over a pretty big object, and it just was like a big old speed bump and kept going.
Okay.
What's his tattoo say? Can't read it.
You saw that from your position on the side of the road?
Yes.
At some point, did you get up and leave your position?
I did. So when the red SUV had pretty much gone through the band, my reaction was to run after the car, and honestly was trying to get into it to stop it. That was just my perspective on it.
Okay.
I did not get into the SUV.
Were you able to catch it?
No, it drove off at a pretty quick speed after it went through the band.
And you were running on foot?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to the SUV hitting the students in the band, did you hear the horn on the vehicle honking at all?
I did not.
As the vehicle struck students in the band, did you ever see the vehicle stop?
I did not. It would have slowed down a little bit as it hit people, but it did not slow down when it hit the band and then when it drove off.
Okay. I'd like to put up exhibit number 25, please, for the witness. Go ahead. And is there anything on your screen in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Is this 25?
I get that vibe as well, Rob. This is going to be different.
And you
Plus, I'll
see
be right
the
back, everybody.
video that's showing on your screen in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Is this a video that you've seen before?
Yes, it is.
And do you believe this is a true and accurate representation of the events as you saw them on November 21 of 2021?
Yes.
Like to admit number 25 and permission to play it for the jury? Mr. Brooks?
Objection to hearsay. How is everybody seeing the videos before seeing them now?
You can ask that on cross-exam, sir. But the foundation has been laid and exhibit 25 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
All right, we're going to put it up, and then before we play anything, I'd ask if you could point out for the jury the approximate area where you and your family were stationed.
How do you want me to do that?
That's a touch screen in front of you. That's a good question.
Oh.
You can either circle or mark with an X, or there's a dot you can put there, whatever.
Yeah.
Just the general area where you were standing.
Somewhere over here.
Okay. And you remember seeing the parade approaching then from your left?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the band, excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and play this with volume, please. Pause. Okay, we paused at the 41-second mark. When do you first recall seeing that red SUV? Was it about this point or was it back further?
Pretty much right when it rounded the Remax van.
Okay. And then do you remember seeing it come around the left side of the Remax van and then veer to the right in front of the Remax van?
Yes.
And now it's headed in the direction of where you and your family are?
Correct.
Do you remember that, sir?
Yes.
What were you thinking during this?
Really what's going on. Normally you don't see a vehicle going that quick down a parade route.
Okay. Go ahead and continue playing, please. Okay, I'm gonna ask, we're gonna play it again a little bit slower, and I want you to point out the point where you yourself get up and run after the red SUV, okay?
Okay.
Before you have him do that, for the record, how long is this video?
Thank you, Judge. The video is exactly 1 minute in duration.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So play it at half speed, please.
Nick
No
was here
sound, 'cause
for like
with half speed, the sound is annoying.
Nick was here for like 45 minutes. Actually, he was here for almost an hour and a half. My bad. Oh my gosh, we're gonna see this. Oh wow. I didn't think they were gonna let us watch this. Get ready, guys. If you have not seen this, get ready. If you can't watch this. Oh shit, we're gonna watch this. I don't think they meant to air this. Uh-oh. Now, for you guys asking about the cumulative nature, this is why they had to go back through, do the bits and pieces. You have to see how this is set up now.
You can pause it right there.
Okay, we're paused at the 48-second mark. You see yourself, sir?
I do.
Where are you?
You want me to circle
Circle it. You've just run out into the middle of the street, is that right? Or towards the middle of the street?
Yes.
Where were you going?
Chasing after the car.
What were you going to do if you caught it?
Wanted to stop it.
Try and stop it.
Yep.
You described on your direct testimony the seeing the car look like it was going over speed bumps. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that what's shown in this exhibit number 25?
Yes.
In fact, it was going over people, not speed bumps.
Correct. Yes.
Keep playing. I want to see where you go.
I would happily take the chance of getting struck for that footage. Although I think I've seen that cell phone video before. It's pretty bad.
And we played it to the end just for the record. You never were able to catch up.
No.
But towards the end of that video, you're off screen. We can't see you anymore.
Yes.
Well, how far down did you chase that SUV, sir?
It had to have been pretty far down the road. I don't have an exact that I can remember, but I ran for a pretty good amount of time. It wasn't quite to the 5 corners.
Okay.
But it was a pretty good distance.
And any point along the way, did you notice the SUV stop?
I did not know.
Did you see the driver of the SUV get out and check on any of the people that he had just run over?
No.
Did you get a good look at the driver?
I didn't get a good look at the driver, no.
Okay.
That I can remember.
Sure. After you chased the SUV but were not able to catch it, did you make your way back towards your family?
I did.
Did you encounter injured people along the way?
Yes, many of them.
And were they mostly from the school band or others?
Mainly from the South Band.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do.
This is going to be interesting.
Do you
You can see the video on Twitter.
recall being interviewed by a Detective Carpenter on November 24th of 2021?
I do remember being interviewed by a detective, yes.
Any idea why it took a few days for you to be interviewed?
just the nature of the incident. I'm sure they had a lot to get through. So I just wanted to wait a little bit, and it wasn't something that I was going to do. Yeah.
When you say it wasn't something that you was going to do, what are you referring to?
Just seek some counsel from some mentors. After talking with them, they had advised that I should make a statement.
So it would be fair to say that you didn't intend on making a report.
That is correct.
Can you explain why?
Just didn't feel comfortable with it.
You even hear this guy didn't want to talk to the cops because he didn't
Would it be
trust
fair
them.
to say that
Something to think about.
the events that you witnessed would make anyone want to make a report? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at the parade?
I do not.
Do you recall what time you left?
I do not.
You stated earlier that you were with family. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you or any of your family members injured in the incident?
No.
I'm looking at the police report here. You did state that you didn't get a description of the driver, correct?
Yes.
Did you get a license plate number?
I did not.
Do you recall if there was any tint on the vehicle that you saw?
Not in the front, no.
What do you mean by not in the front?
I did not see any tint on the front windows or the passenger side window. From what I could remember, there was tint on the back windows.
So it would be fair to say that you couldn't see into the back of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall how many occupants were in the vehicle?
Yes.
Even though you couldn't see the entire inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
Do you recall saying in your report that, or saying in the report that was reported by Detective Carpenter, that, well, I'm gonna read what it says. He indicated that after the vehicle struck the south band, he chased it and got to within approximately an arm's reach of the vehicle. Do you recall that?
I do not.
Any reason why that would be reported?
A lot happening at that moment during that whole incident. It very well just could have been what I had thought. And it does go out of frame, so I can't exactly remember what happens once the video and myself goes out of frame.
Do you recall being an arm's length from the vehicle?
I cannot remember right now, no.
At what point did you see the vehicle slow down?
As it went over Waukesha South Band.
Ooh.
And what
Set
did the
yourself up
vehicle
for
do
that
after
one.
that?
It sped up.
Do you recall describing the acceleration as rapid?
Yes.
Would you say that the video that we just saw depicts a rapid acceleration?
Yes.
Do you recall stating that it seems as if the driver of the vehicle was hitting the gas as hard as he could?
Yes.
And how would you be able to tell that?
The nature of a vehicle going over people, you would think that the gas pedal would not be pushed as you're going over people. And as the car continued, the red SUV continued over, went over the Waukesha South band and continued to accelerate. I could only imagine that the gas pedal was being pushed very hard
Not helping
after just
yourself
going
here.
over people.
So you were making an assumption. Would that be fair to say?
I wouldn't say it was an assumption, just from driving a vehicle, knowing what happens when you go over a large object. It typically slows the car down. And in order to speed it back up, the only thing that you can do is hit the gas pedal.
You can hit the gas pedal, or would you hit the gas pedal as hard as you could?
From what I remembered, it looked like the gas pedal was being hit hard. The vehicle accelerated very quickly.
Would it be fair to say that you would have to be present in the vehicle to tell if the gas pedal was pushed hard, extremely hard, as you say, or as hard as you could?
I didn't try to hit him that hard, is his argument.
You would be able to tell that from outside observation?
Yes.
His argument is literally, well, if I wasn't going that
Did you
fast, it wasn't
observe
that bad.
the route of the vehicle after, what the video shows, you kind of go off the screen, and did you observe where the vehicle went at that point?
Yes.
Did it continue straight, or did it turn?
Continue down the parade route.
Do you recall about how far?
No.
Do you recall seeing any brake lights?
No.
Even when it briefly slowed down?
That'd be correct.
So would it be fair to say that in order to slow a vehicle down, you have to brake?
Not necessarily.
And what is the necessarily?
Hitting something or going over something naturally will slow a vehicle down.
So how far would you estimate that the vehicle was traveling before it slowed down?
I can't remember that.
Can you pull up Exhibit 25 again? For the witness.
Go ahead. Do you want it to the jury or just to the witness?
To everybody.
Okay. There you go.
Is the sound up?
You want to play it all the way through?
Can you play it from about 30 seconds?
Is that about right?
Yeah, that's about right.
The counter reads 29 seconds at this point, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Well, roughly around that area. Pause right there. From your perspective, is the sound that you just heard, could that have been a horn?
Could we replay it?
Sid, I'll talk about why he wouldn't be able to do that.
No.
You did state that you didn't hear any horn, correct?
Correct.
it would be fair to say that it was pretty loud at that point in the parade, correct?
Yeah.
Do you think the noise would have impaired your hearing in any way at that point in time?
No.
So it would be fair to say that you would have been able to hear anything coming towards your area where you were sitting, or anything that was coming towards your area from the band, from the parade, rather.
I don't understand your question.
Would you have heard if there was anything unusually loud or just loud enough, would you have heard it from where you were seated at?
I don't know how to answer that.
Is it possible that a horn could have been beeped that you didn't hear?
No, horns are pretty loud. It would have been heard.
Even over all the noise of the parade and the band and the people and you would have been able to clearly hear?
Yes.
Do you recall what you saw the driver doing at the time that it passed the area that you were seated at?
Driving the car.
Did you observe any other actions by the driver?
No. Just focused on the road that was ahead of him.
And it's nothing about the description that stood out to you or caught your eye that maybe you could recall?
In regards to what?
The description of the driver.
I could tell there was one person in the car. I could see it. They were wearing some sort of hat or sweatshirt. That was about it.
And after the vehicle passed where you were seated at, and about how long did you stay at the parade after what you saw?
I wouldn't be able to remember that.
Did you attempt to help anyone injured or check for your family here?
At that point, when I started running back, there were a lot of bodies on the ground. And from the looks of it, there was already people helping them. So my next reaction was get back to my family.
So with all the people that appeared to be injured, you didn't stop to render any aid to any one of them?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Sustained.
He also has
Next
no legal
question,
duty.
please.
He has no legal duty to render aid. He's render aid to his family.
Was there anything else about the vehicle that stuck out to you?
No.
Did you see any news reports about the incident once you got your family home?
I did not.
Did you hear about it in the days after? Did you hear about anything related to the event in the days after? Leading up to your November 24th interview with Detective Carpenter?
I'm sure I had saw general things. We really did not watch the TV too much. There was just a lot of emotional stuff that we were just working through.
So it'd be fair to say you purposely didn't watch news reports that were related to the incident?
We don't really watch news to begin with, but this just kind of made that a little bit more that we didn't turn the TV on. So we did not watch much news.
So at any time, did you see any mug shot or any type of pictures related to this suspected driver?
I did not know.
At any time, do you recall hearing the name of the alleged defendant or suspect?
At some point in time, yes, I did hear the name.
Was that really quickly after the incident, or had it been some time that passed before you heard that?
There was a little bit of time that had passed before I heard it.
And you yourself didn't file a claim in this matter, did you?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
If you can be a little more specific, if you mean a claim related to any, related to the parade.
Did you make a claim of being an injured party, or did anybody in your family make a claim of being an injured party?
No.
You made reference to seeing it, the Exhibit 25 video before your testimony today, correct?
Could you say that again?
You made reference earlier that you had saw the video that was shown before you testified today, correct?
Yes.
About how many times have you saw the video before today?
Once.
So today was your second time seeing the same video?
Correct.
Is there anything that brought back or help you recall anything that you may have missed when you did your initial report? Seeing the video for a second time?
Could you ask that once more?
Seeing the video just now for the second time, did it bring back any memory that you may have?
Thank you, Walter.
Not reported before, or did it bring back something that you may have missed, overlooked?
Not that I know of or remember, no.
Were you aware that you might be called to testify in this matter?
Yes.
So it'd be fair to say that you were anticipating being a witness?
No.
Whom were you contacted by about being a witness in this matter?
I wouldn't know. The Waukesha District Attorney.
Let the record reflect that the witness made a hand gesture towards the prosecution table.
Yes.
The record will so reflect. Thank you.
So it would be fair to say that you were contacted about testifying in this matter directly from the Waukesha District Attorney's office?
Yes.
Do you know who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Yes.
Grounds.
Not relevant, sustained.
There you go.
Question.
Still seeing grounds.
Are you aware of any injured party or plaintiff in this matter?
I am not.
You are not?
That's correct.
Have you read or seen any complaint besides your own in this matter?
You mean a statement or you mean a criminal complaint?
A complaint, any complaint?
Object to vagueness and relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds. Get the hard R in there.
If you would like, I'm sustaining it as to the form of the question, sir.
Have you seen any other statements by any parties other than yourself in relation to this incident?
No.
This is just iced tea.
Are you the only person present from your family that made a statement or a report?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled.
His family was there.
Overall, he may answer if anyone else in his family provided a statement.
No, they did not.
You stated earlier that it was difficult. Well, you stated that you don't really watch the news to begin with, but the incident made it more difficult to do that, correct?
A little bit, yes.
Would that be said of your family as well?
Yes.
So there was some type of impact.
In regards to what?
In regards to being present at the parade.
Yes, there was a huge emotional impact on our family.
Do you know of any reason why no one besides yourself made a report?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Rounds. Rounds. It's like an airplane going like. Meow.
So as far as you know, you've never seen or interacted with the plaintiff in this manner.
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Irrelevant is the grounds.
90611, new topic, please. One not already covered.
Damn, there you go. You want the ground, son. She just fed you your balls. Hunter Collier. We call grounds and shit. I forgot to answer this earlier.
Do you recall
Peanut Gallery? I don't know how he got hired at being a lawyer. Yes, he's awful.
the motion of the vehicle as it passed where you were seated?
Withdraw the objection. He clarified at what location he was referring to.
Thank you.
In regards to what motion?
How the vehicle was moving, driving?
Where I was sitting, it would have been my left side, and the car was approaching from my left side, driving. I don't know north, south, east, all that stuff, but it right SUV on my left proceeded to go through on my right down Main Street.
Groundy's nuts.
From where you were you seated to where there were people standing in front of where you were seated?
Yes, my family.
Anybody else besides your family?
Nope, just my family.
It would be fair to say from the video that there were quite a few people standing in the general area where you were seated at. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, most of the people in front of me were kids, so they were littler than me.
Did you observe any one of those kids being struck?
No.
So it'd be fair to say that the vehicle did not strike anybody that was seated on the curb right there where you were at?
Specifically right where I was at, no.
In your opinion, after observing people struck, in your opinion, how did the vehicle miss the people that were seated directly in front of you?
Objection beyond the
Grounds.
scope of his, beyond the scope of his
Grounds.
knowledge and irrelevant.
Grounds.
Mr. Brooks, let her state her objection without interruption. The objection is sustained. Next question.
So would it be fair to say that the only people you observed being struck was the Waukesha South Band?
Yes.
Approximately how many people would you say by estimate?
Right now, I can't remember. It would be a handful.
Would it be fair to say that there were hundreds, even thousands of people present for the parade?
Yes.
And you have only observed a handful of people struck?
Waukesha South band is a pretty large band, and the red SUV went right through it. If I had to estimate 10, maybe 15, I wouldn't know the exact number that were struck by the SUV.
Would it be fair to say that that number is fairly low to all the people that was in the area at the time?
Objection argumentative, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Mr.
God
Brooks,
almighty.
next question.
Next question or rephrase?
Well, I sustained it. You can ask your next question.
Would you identify yourself as an injured party in this matter?
Objection asked and answered.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Would you identify as an injured party in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. Asked and answered. Mr. Brooks, under 90611, that was also not a question I would allow to be asked. Please move on.
No further questions.
May I redirect?
Just very briefly, I'm going to ask the clerk to please
Oh,
turn the
Jesus.
monitors back on, Exhibit 25.
You get him,
Mr. Brooks had previously asked this to be paused. It's paused at the 37-second mark. And I
do not recognize that name. Do consent to being called by?
Objections
shut
noted.
up. Jesus Christ
ahead,
on a
Attorney
cracker,
Allen.
bro.
I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie to please continue playing it starting at the 37-second mark. And then I'm going to ask you to pause
Objection,
it.
what is the relevancy of it being played from the 37-second mark?
Completeness.
Objections noted. It's overruled. Was that with or without sound?
With sound is fine. Yes, please, sound.
Go ahead.
Pause. We're stopped at the 42-second mark. Mr. Jewell, at this point, would you say the SUV is very close to you and your family?
Yes.
At this point, did you hear the SUV honking its horn in any manner?
No.
Would you say the SUV is very close to the vehicle in the middle of the road containing the Waukesha South mascot?
Yes.
Would you also say it's very close to the two people standing in the street, one wearing a Santa hat and the other, I think, is dressed like a lion or some type of character?
Yes.
Did you hear the horn honking at this location, sir?
No.
The band has already passed you to your right down the street, correct?
Yes.
Was there any music being played from the Remax
Not-
vehicle that you recall?
Not that I remember. No.
Just the hot air balloon?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions, and I'm stopping it at the 42-second mark, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, you may step down.
Would Mr. Jewell please be
Radioactive
excused, Your Honor?
llama pajamas,
You may-
906.11 is one of the rules of evidence for Wisconsin, it sounds
We
like.
need a
I don't know for
brief,
sure,
Discussion
but it's a
outside
Wisconsin
the
rule of
presence of the
evidence.
jury before our next witness, Your Honor.
Okay, very well. I'll excuse the jury. I'll rise for the jury.
All right, I'm going to speed run through some of this real quick. Super Iron Bob for $5. As demonstrated how he's adapted by the trial goes on, Brooks isn't stupid, which makes his acts even more inexplicable. It does. He's not an idiot. Axios for $49.99. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm not a criminal, but best play here is an angle for lesser charges, right? Nothing is probative towards extenuating circumstances or mitigating evidence. Like he knows he should ask questions, so he's doing that, but he has zero clue what he should ask. Pretty much. I mean, yes, he's going to get some sort of manslaughters out of this, but that would be less than life in prison. But that's the problem is he's
All right, go
facing
ahead, Attorney Allen.
he's facing an
Actually,
intentional
I'll
homicide.
cover
So
this,
that's
Judge.
Very well.
yes.
Go ahead.
The next
That would be
witness
the goal
is
here, in
Thomas
my opinion.
Green. This is the witness that we previously raised the issue about having one prior criminal conviction. It's from 2005. A CCAP printout was provided to the defendant for the misdemeanor offense of criminal trespass. The The offense date is from 17 years ago. The witness was 21 years old at that time. He's now 38, has no other intervening criminal convictions, was not originally a crime of deception. I believe that it's not relevant for purposes of impeachment. I'd ask the court to exclude that conviction from this witness's testimony.
Mr. Brooks, do you have a legal argument on that?
Yes, I do. The main thing is this issue wasn't really discussed to this length until it was time for this witness to be called to the stand.
Well, that's when I said I would take it up, is prior to that witness's testimony. I even gave you the statute that is at issue, and it's 906.09, impeachment by evidence of conviction of crime or adjudication of delinquency.
Here's
Pull
why.
the statute book out, and it's in there. And if you want to review it quickly, I'll give you an opportunity. But I do need to address this, and now is the proper time.
906.09.
You better start speed reading, brother. Well, we'll keep going. We'll keep going with some of these super chats and stuff. Axios
The
again for
general
9.
rule in sub 1 and the exclusions under sub 2, and the factors for the court to consider in evaluating whether to admit evidence of a prior conviction for the purpose of attacking a witness's truthful character.
And we can talk about attacking this guy's truthful character for his prior conviction in a second. Axios set for $9.99. Seriously, it's like if I were trying to do a heart transplant. Like, I know where the heart is, I know how to cut someone open, but I don't know how to make you not die. And that's true. That's true. This guy is basically performing surgery on himself. It sounds
Before
like
I have you address it, let me ask the state this. How long do you anticipate your direct examination to be? All right. So someone we could and should be able to get through fairly quickly, both for direct and cross.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Brooks. What's your argument?
I'm still. I wanted to make sure I heard what you said, so I stopped reading briefly.
So, Josh Pritchard, you're saying what is his defense? We really don't know. He's going to try to claim somebody was in the car with him, I guess, trying to hold him hostage, forcing him to do it, that it wasn't him. You can't prove it's him. That he was actually trying to get people out of the way. He was beeping his horn, which I don't get why you still try to run everybody down, but whatever. That's kind of his defenses. Sid Avery, Ford did have a recall for sticking throttle bodies. The problem is, if you're making a mechanical claim like that, you need expert witnesses. You would need an engineer.
From what I've read so far, I would go to 906.09 sub 2. It would be kind of problematic. And I'll say that because if I was going to take the stand, my record would be brought up. And some things on my record was done 20 something years ago.
But they're probably felonies. That's a difference.
But it would still have bearing. So I believe that it should be fair. It should be the same. I believe that if the witness knew that there was a possibility that they would give testimony and agreed to give testimony, then they also agreed that their credibility can be questioned. I think that's really a fundamental thing to be able to cross-examine on my part would be to see if they're credible, to see that they would honor their oath that they give.
But trespass is not a crime of moral turpitude.
And part of being able to ask them questions like this pertaining to a criminal conviction would be relevant.
You do understand the inquiry is limited to the following. Have you been convicted of a crime? The answer I allow is yes. They would say yes. The follow-up would be, If so, how many times? And in this case, my understanding is there's just one. Don't get into the specifics of it. That's not proper questioning for impeachment. Do you understand that?
Oh, the specifics can be proper. If it's a crime
Let
of
me hear from the state in
dishonesty,
response.
that's critical.
So again, looking at the
100%
factors
critical.
under 90609 sub 2, just about every factor weighs in favor of not informing the jury of this conviction. We've got conviction date of April 4th of 2006. So we've got, again, well over a decade before the conviction. We've got whether this witness was rehabilitated or pardoned. According to the CCAP records, there was a probation sentence and probation was discharged. So there's no indication that this witness was ever revoked from probation, and there's no re-offending evidence or any new cases or any new convictions. So that, again, that factor weighs in favor of not including this. Gravity of the crime, this is an entry into a locked building or construction site, contrary to 943.15 sub 1. So it's a misdemeanor offense. So that weighs in favor of not including it.
We're in the middle of the trial, you
Does not,
autistic fuck.
on its face, involve any dishonesty or false statements by the witness. Frequency of the conviction, again, it's just the one. And in terms of any other relevant factors, as an offer of proof, I'll inform the court that this witness is going to testify about his and his family's presence near the Martha Merrill's bookstore on the day of the parade, the positioning of his children, and what he remembers in terms of the SUV driving along the parade route and clipping his two children who were seated on the curb watching the parade. There's 2 videos of the driving conduct in question. They are not, they're not as clear as some of the videos we showed with the band. In fact, one of them is the video we showed with the band, and you can see spectators sitting on the side of the road. But in terms of impeaching the witness, I think Mr. Brooks should be fine just relying on the videos in asking the witness about that.
Entering into anything with is deceptive in nature. Just right off the bat, that's deceptive in nature. Why would you enter into something that you're obviously not supposed to be into?
I don't know, why do you rape little fucking boys, Darrell?
That's deceptive in nature. It's also not enough
That's not deceptive
information
alone.
that would suggest that the probation wasn't discharged by revocation. It's not clear. And also, the prosecution just stated on record that they will only need about 10 minutes of testimony from this witness, but now they're talking about videos. That it seems like it's going to be a little bit more than 10 minutes. I feel that I should be able to at least question the credibility of this witness at the very minimum.
Well, you would be able to question the credibility just through cross-examination, but let me get to the heart of this issue. And the general rule is as follows. For the purpose of attacking character for truthfulness, a witness may be asked whether the witness has ever been convicted of a crime or adjudicated delinquent, and the number of such convictions or adjudications. If the witness's answers are consistent with the previous determination of the court under sub 3, then no further inquiry may be made unless it is for the purpose of rehabilitating the witness's character for truthfulness. The sub 2 then of this statute talks about exclusion. It says evidence of a conviction of a crime or an adjudication of delinquency may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. Factors for a court to consider in evaluating whether to admit evidence of prior convictions for the purpose of attacking a witness's truthful character include the lapse of time since the conviction, the rehabilitation or pardon of the person convicted, the gravity of the crime, the involvement of dishonesty or false statement in the crime, the frequency of the convictions, and any other relevant factors. So as I consider all of that, I would include in the any other relevant factors that this is a witness that has been brought to testify by the state against the accused. This conviction is for a misdemeanor offense of criminal. Can I have the exact? I wrote down criminal trespass, but just want to make sure.
It sounds like it's just trespassing.
Yes, the statute in question is 943.15 sub 1. And it's listed on CCAP as an entry into / onto building / construction site / room.
All right, so a version of criminal trespass. All right. Apparently, the particular witness, this was 17 plus years ago. The witness was 21 years of age, was sentenced to probation. Nothing on the record before this court suggests that probation was revoked. I'm not aware of any reoffending, meaning that's the only conviction for this witness. This is a witness in this case who will apparently testify about where he was seated with his family in relation to the driving of the red SUV through the parade in front of Martha Merrill Bookstore. So clearly relevant to the case and the charges at hand.
100% fucking relevant.
When looking at whether evidence of a conviction of a crime may be excluded, and specifically in this case, if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I think sometimes we skip over that part of the statute, which is the standard this court must look at, not just the factors, but whether in light of those factors, is the probative value substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. As I commented on earlier, the nature of the inquiry is very limited. It's, have you been convicted of a crime? Yes or no? And then how many times? And in that case, it would be, in this case, it would be 1. In light of that, and the other factor that I noted, even though there's some factors that I could say would warrant exclusion, I think it's best to err on the side of caution, as we sometimes say, and allow the witness to be questioned about this prior conviction under the statute. And that is the very limited inquiry of, have you been convicted of a crime? The answer should be yes. And then how many times? 1. And that's it. Mr. Brooks, you may ask a single follow-up on that is it true you've been convicted of 1 crime? But we're not going to spend a lot of time on that. That's going to be my caveat to all of this. You cannot ask repeated questions of this witness about that. The jury will further get instructed later on about the purpose of a prior conviction, on that it bears solely on credibility. And then ultimately it's up to the jury to determine whether or what to believe. So that's my ruling on this. Now with that, it's now 4:15. Would you like the witness to testify today?
Yes.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Brooks?
No, I was just gonna say, what if I just wanted to, what if I didn't really want to go into it? What if I just wanted one question just to say, have you ever been convicted of a crime, and just left it at that?
That's fine. I'm sure the state's going to ask the questions first, though. That's typically how this goes. All right. Bring the jury out.
I just need a moment to
Understood.
this.
Understood.
So this was a waste of time. Like, what are we doing here? I don't really know. So, yes, the idea of the crimes are crimes of dishonesty and moral turpitude can be used to impeach your credibility. Also, generally speaking, if you have a felony within the past 10 years. But, you know, those crimes of moral dishonesty and whatnot include like misdemeanor theft. having a fake ID, things like that. Anywhere you'd have to be dishonest to do it. So trespassing isn't an issue, and they're going to just, the idea that he doesn't need to bring up his record, yeah, I think is correct. He falls outside the window. I don't think it needs to be brought up at all. Joe Sullivan said not streaming the Rumble. I got to figure out to make sure I do that all right, but I have not set it up. What Hunter says, smell your chair, you fat ass. Well, I thought you were coming over to suck my dick, so why aren't you down here taking care of it for me? I mean, you keep trying to type, and how are you typing with my dick in your mouth?
Thank you, everyone.
Really
Please be
confusing.
seated.
But all the power more to you. Keep typing with that dick in your mouth.
Stay close, Thomas Green.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Green. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is on my right, up a riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Thomas Green, ThomasGreene.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Green, what city or village do you live in? The town of Merton. Were you at the Waukesha Christmas Parade on November 21st of 2021? Yes. Who were you with at the parade? I was with my wife and 3 children. Okay. Do you remember where you were along the parade route? I know I was across the street from a bookstore.
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'm going to ask that we project Exhibit 15 for everybody, please.
15, go ahead.
And could we zoom in on the middle of the screen there? Down a little bit, right there. Okay. Do you see your kids' names anywhere on that exhibit? Yes, I do. Could you, that's a touch screen in front of you. Could you circle them for me? Okay. Do you see the line connecting those names to an orange star? Yes, I do. And then can we zoom out 1 click, please? Do you recognize the neighborhood depicted in this map? Kind of, yes. Do you know what it is? Downtown Waukesha. Okay. Does that orange star with the line to your kids' names, does that accurately reflect where you were positioned along the parade route? Yes. Could we next pull up exhibit number 29 just for the witness?
Go ahead.
No pants, baby. He would have to show that. Otherwise, you can't assume that.
Do you see an image in front of you? Yes. Okay. Can you describe for us what we're looking at? We're looking at a intersection where me, my wife, and my kids were sitting during the parade. Does this accurately depict the intersection minus all the people as it was set up on the afternoon of November 21st, 2021? Yes. Move exhibit 29 into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
Objection.
Overruled. Exhibit 29 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Can we get rid of that side stuff? Could you use the touchscreen in front of you to draw a circle or an oval around the area where you and your family were standing? And can we please save this annotation as Exhibit 29A?
Yes, I agree.
And I would move that into the record, please.
29A will be saved and ultimately printed, and then it's received as well.
We could take that down. Can Can you describe for us what happened, what you observed that afternoon as you were watching the Christmas parade?
Yes, we were just watching the Christmas parade as we normally do, go to lots of parades as a family. And I heard a loud crash noise to my right, and I looked that way. And then I seen a car running over the marching band. And as soon as the car had ran over the marching band, it swerved towards me and my family, and then just proceeded on down the parade route.
Down Main Street?
Yep.
Okay. Can you describe for us how you, your wife, and your children were positioned?
We were facing the parade, straight on.
Where was your wife in relation to you?
To my left.
Were you standing or sitting?
Standing.
Facing the parade route, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. Where were your kids in relation to you?
In front of me.
How many kids do you have?
3.
And which of the 3 kids were in front of you?
Charlie and Lily were in front of me, sitting on a bench.
Okay, what kind of bench?
Fold-out bench.
How far away from you were they?
Maybe 3 feet.
If you wanted to reach out and touch them, could you have?
Yes.
How old was Charlie back in November of 2021?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
9.
And what about Lily? How old was she back then?
Objection, relevant.
Overruled.
11.
What happened as the vehicle that you described approached your family?
It swerved towards us.
Can you describe the direction of travel when you say swerve?
Like cardinal direction,
or even left and right, however you can describe it.
I mean, we were.
Witness.
Overruled. He may answer the question.
We were facing the parade route, and it swerved towards us.
Okay.
And just for the record, he used his right hand in a gesture towards him, almost like a cupping motion towards him. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 22 for the witness only.
Go ahead.
And we'll, can we start around the 12-second mark, please? I'm just going to play a few seconds for you to see if you can identify what's happening in the video, okay? So we'll, let's turn this, make sure the sound's off. It is. All right, let's play from 11 seconds. And pause at 19 seconds. Do you recognize that portion of the video you just watched?
Yes.
What does it show?
It shows where the SUV had ran over the band where I had first heard it coming, and then it's swerving towards my family.
So I would ask that we publish that portion of the video from 12 seconds to 19 seconds.
Go ahead.
The jury does get to
And-
see them, but they have to be verified first.
Let's play that at a reduced speed of about 50%, please.
When they get published, the jury sees them.
No sound.
They're in the courtroom.
Pause. We've paused at 21 seconds. Can you circle for us the area where you and your family were at this moment in time?
Objection, I thought it was being played till 19 seconds.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Go ahead, circle, sir.
You thought wrong.
And could we please have a saved screen grab of that and mark it as Exhibit 22A and move it into evidence?
22A is received. It will be marked and printed later.
Could we show for the witness only Exhibit 27, please? Do you see a video on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna play a few seconds and let you recognize it. Paused at 5 seconds. Do you recognize that video?
Yes.
What does it show?
Looks like the SUV right after it ran into my kids.
Is that video an accurate depiction of how you saw the events unfold that afternoon?
Yes.
Move Exhibit 27 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection, hearsay.
Exhibit 27 is receive permission to publish
That's
as
not
granted.
hearsay.
We'll play this once all the way through. It's 16 seconds. There's no audio. Okay, we can take that down. The area of that video that's relevant to you and your family would be the top left portion, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether your two kids were struck by the vehicle?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And that's consistent with where they were sitting along the curb?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Oh, this is gonna be bad. He is gonna be the biggest fucking
Go ahead,
dickhead
Mr.
ever.
Brooks.
Here we
You
go.
stated that all the videos you just saw were accurate depictions of what you observed that day, correct?
Yes.
Have you seen any of these videos before today?
No.
So today is your first time seeing any of this footage?
Yes.
He wants to fucking beat
Mr.
him
Green,
to
have
death.
you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
And I'm about to get charged with murder.
Do you remember what you did when the vehicle passed you?
Yes.
You state for the record what you did immediately following the vehicle passing you?
I ran to see if my kids were okay.
You stated that your wife was standing to your left. Do you recall what she did?
No, I don't.
Do you recall checking to see if your wife was okay?
No, I don't.
Do you recall getting a look at the driver of the vehicle?
Yes, I do.
And what did you see?
I seen somebody in a hoodie with dark skin.
Did you observe anyone else in the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Could you see the entire vehicle, passenger seat and back seats?
I don't recall seeing anybody in the back seats. The windows were tinted.
So it would be fair to say if there was somebody seated in the back, you wouldn't have seen them.
I couldn't say.
Did you get a license plate number of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
The license plate.
From your opinion, about how fast would you say the vehicle was traveling?
Hard to say.
After the vehicle passed you, did you observe it strike anyone else?
No, I did not.
Were you injured during the incident in any way?
No, I was not.
Was your wife injured in any way during the incident?
No, she was not.
Do you recall about how long you were at the parade before the incident happened?
I do not.
Do you recall about how long you stayed after the incident?
No longer than 3 minutes.
So you got right out of there immediately after.
Yes.
Do you recall making a report of what happened at the incident?
No.
You don't recall talking to Officer Sepakan?
I did not talk to anybody at the incident.
Finally looked up at him.
You don't recall making any police report to what happened?
Not at the incident, no.
In the days following the incident, did you make any report?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall who the officer was that you reported the incident to?
No, I do not.
So earlier you said that you heard a crash to your right, which alerted you to the vehicle approaching. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know what that crash was?
The vehicle hitting the band.
Fair enough, Rob.
So before you heard that crash, you wasn't alerted to the presence of a vehicle approaching?
No, I was not.
Would it be fair to say that it was really loud during the parade at that time?
Yes.
Do you recall in the report that you made that you initially thought the vehicle was part of the parade and it was an accident?
Yes.
So it's fair to say from when you first saw the vehicle approaching that that's what you thought?
Yes.
Do you recall the vehicle swerving?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember what
Bad
direction the
orange
vehicle
man.
swerved in?
To the left, towards me and my family.
And did it swerve away from your family at that point?
After it hit my family, yes.
Ooh.
Do you remember stating that you were not sure if the people being run over were part of the parade or guests watching the parade?
I do not recall making that statement, no.
This doesn't help you, Darrell. This
Do
isn't
you
what you
recall
think
the
it
make or
is.
model of the SUV?
No, I do not.
Do you recall the license plate number of the SUV?
No, I do not.
Do you remember stating that when you saw the SUV coming, you froze?
Yes.
And do you remember saying that you stared directly at it as he was driving towards you?
Yes.
And you didn't get an accurate description of the driver?
I had already stated that I seen a tan-skinned person with a hood on.
You said dark skin.
Objection. That's not a question and argumentative.
Oh, is there a
Grounds.
question, Mr. Brooks? You can't testify, but you can question him. So your last statement I'll strike. Ask your question.
Did you not state earlier that you saw a dark skinned driver?
Yes.
And did you now just state that you saw a tan skinned driver?
They both seem the same to me.
Yes.
Yes.
Does that mean you're racist, sir?
So from your perspective, dark skin and tan skin is the same?
Objection.
Grounds.
Argumentative. Next question. You can rephrase.
What would you consider to be dark skin?
Objection.
Grounds.
Overruled.
Grounds.
You may answer.
Hard to say.
What would you consider to be tan skin?
Here he says like screams at
Darker
him.
than Caucasian, I guess.
Yes, not white.
Would it be fair to say that there is different types of shades of color to people? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
He answered the question. His answer may stand.
Do you recall if the driver was doing anything, gesturing or doing anything?
No.
Do you recall hearing gunshots?
No.
Any idea why that would be in the report?
Objection. Lacks
Grounds.
foundation.
Sustained as to the form of the question. It lacks foundation.
Do you recall stating that? Well, let me read from the report. Thomas stated they heard gunshots and he picked up Charles and they ran back to their vehicle. Do you recall making that statement?
I recall an officer coming down the street yelling gunshots fired.
Any idea why you would be mistaken in your report that you heard the gunshots?
Objection. Mischaracterizes.
Grounds.
Sustained a lack of foundation as to the form of the question.
I'm reading directly from the report now. Directly from the report.
Unless it's a report he authored and
That's not the
signed.
issue, Mr. Brooks. The issue
It's a
is
statement. It's not a.
is it his statement or a
sworn
summary
statement.
of his statement? Because that makes a difference to
A very big
the
difference.
foundation you have to lay.
It does not say summary.
I'll object if that was a question for the witness. If it was an argument with the court, I'll withdraw that objection.
I believe it was a statement to the court. I don't know what you're looking at. But if it's a witness statement, typically there's something either signed, sometimes police officers summarize what witnesses say to them. So that's what I'm referring to as a summary.
Yeah, that's not an
And
actual
if it's in a
statement.
summary, typically if it's a direct attribution to a witness, it's in quotes. So with that, ask your question.
This is not in quotes, so I'm gonna assume this is summary.
Objection then.
Do you
Object.
remember stating in your
Object.
summary report that you heard gunshots?
He didn't write the report. Fucking object, you guys. He didn't write this report. This is stupid. Kristen, hold on.
Do you recall if
They're still not worth it.
the injuries suffered by your family were broken bones?
They were not.
Sebastian,
So
thank
were
you.
they bruises?
Yes.
About how long would you say that your family was treated at the hospital before being released?
Hard to say.
Thank you for the
Was
support,
it a
Sebastian.
significant amount of time, a few hours?
A few hours, yes.
But to your recollection, they were treated and then released.
Yes.
And who is Nicole?
My wife.
Do you recall Nicole making any statements to law enforcement?
She made one, yes.
Do you recall Nicole stating that she heard gunshots?
No, I didn't.
Grounds.
Then an objection, it calls
That's
for
hearsay.
hearsay, it's sustained.
It's hearsay within a report they
Any
didn't
answer
write.
that he gave is struck.
It's like
Jury
double
shall
hearsay.
disregard it.
Your Honor, I'm also reading this from the summary.
Which he didn't write if it's a police
What
report.
he knows, not what other people said to him.
No, the question was, did he know? Do you recall her saying that she heard
Exactly,
gunshots?
Rock. He didn't write this
You're
report.
asking him to confirm hearsay, so it's sustained. Next question or rephrase. Like, are you aware?
Are you aware if she heard gunshots or not?
I'm not aware.
Is it fair to say that right after that you ran straight to your vehicle?
Right after what?
Right after the incident.
There was a slight delay,
And what was that delay?
seeing if our kids were okay.
And then from that, straight to the vehicle.
After the officer came running down the street saying shots fired, we picked up our kids and ran.
So you decided to leave after you heard an officer saying shots fired, or because of the incident at the parade?
After the officer said shots fired.
So would it be fair to say that you weren't initially inclined to leave because of the incident, but because of the shots fired?
Objection.
Grounds.
Thanks for stopping by,
Overruled.
Jessica.
He may answer. And then move on.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Would it be fair to say that you were prompted to leave because of the shots fired and not the incident that happened at the parade?
I don't really
What?
understand what you're asking.
They were going to leave anyway
What
because their kids
prompted
got
you
run
to
over by a
leave?
car.
When the officer said shots fired.
This doesn't help
So the
you.
incident that happened didn't prompt you to leave.
No.
Grounds.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer if he understands the question.
We did not want to leave right away because my son said he couldn't feel his legs. And there was a woman there helping us that said he might have a back injury, that we should not move him.
To your recollection,
Ask that
was
question,
woman
you dumb fuck.
a nurse or a medical professional?
I don't know.
Would it be fair to say that she was making an assumption?
I don't know.
It was a smart assumption.
Do
There'd
you
be a
recall the
danger of
woman's
that.
name?
No, I don't.
Do you recall if she was a spectator or someone marching or
I don't know.
do you recall the description of the woman that told you not to move your child?
I'll object. Relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer.
Caucasian, blonde hair.
So it'd be fair to say she seemed pretty concerned.
Very concerned.
So why would you not immediately leave at that point?
Because
He didn't want to paralyze his fucking
didn't
kid.
know if he had a back injury or what the extent of his injuries were. And if it was a spinal injury, I didn't want to pick him up.
Did you try to make a call for medical attention at that point?
I did not.
And what prompted you not to seek medical attention if you had a assumption that the injuries could be severe?
This all happened within about a 2-second time frame. I mean, it was so fast. Everything was chaotic, and I mean, there wasn't really time to do anything besides try to see if my kids were okay and try to compose myself to take care of them.
This all likely happened in a
So it would
20-second
be-
time span.
It would be fair to say that you were pretty much like just frozen. You didn't know what to do and how to go about doing
Oh,
it.
you're a fucking dick.
Yes.
You are a fucking asshole, Brooks.
Do you recall your wife trying to call for medical attention?
No.
Howdy, Mike.
Do you recall anyone that you were standing next to or in front of attempting to call medical attention?
No.
Do you recall saying in the summarized report this statement? Thomas stated Charles was laying on his back and had blacked out.
To my recollection, yes.
You recall saying that to the officer?
I recall my son saying that.
Do you recall making that statement to the officer that interviewed you?
No, I do not.
Would it be fair to say that that is in the report because you may have said that to the officer,
Yes,
but you don't recall?
I do not.
Oh, you can see it. He's disgusted by this.
Did you see any other children struck by the vehicle?
The band.
Any other
Right.
children?
Small children?
Small children.
No, I do not.
But you do recall small children being present, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
What the
Redirect.
fuck did that do?
You testified on cross-examination that you initially thought the vehicle was part of the parade and that it was an accident. Do you recall giving that testimony?
Yes.
Did you continue to think that it was an accident?
Objection. You're saying.
No, I did.
Hold on. Overruled, he may answer.
Once the vehicle kept going after hitting the band, I realized that it was not a part of the parade.
What about the vehicle's path of travel led you to that realization?
The speed that it had accelerated.
Thank you, Mike.
You recall testifying on cross-examination that you don't recall the make and model or license plate number of the SUV? Remember saying that?
Yes.
How many SUVs or vehicles in general did you see striking people during the parade route?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled.
Just the one.
You testified that you'd been convicted of a crime in the past. How many times?
Once.
You testified a little bit about the injuries that your two kids sustained. You had a third child with you at the parade, is that right?
Yes,
And was that third child injured in any way?
she was not.
Speaking about the two kids who were, do you recall in general what their injuries were?
My son had nerve damage to his knees, and my daughter just had severe bruising.
Do you know what part of their bodies, respectively, were struck?
My son was struck in the knees, and my daughter was struck in her hand.
You remember if it was the right knee or both knees, or the left knee?
It was both knees.
Hold on. Objection is overruled. He may answer. Can you repeat your answer?
Both knees.
And what about your daughter? Which hand?
Right hand.
And they were sitting facing the parade route?
Yes.
So what direction would the SUV have traveled from their perspective? Right to left or left to right or something different?
Right to left.
Okay. I think we're all set. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
And Your Honor, may we please excuse this witness?
You may.
Guys, he's representing himself.
This will be our last witness today. I will have the instruction for the jury before I excuse you. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics applications or tools with communication capabilities, to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in this courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. All rise for the jury, please.
All right, guys, we're not done yet. I know there's a bunch of questions, and we're going to get through those and get through the super chat. So we're not done yet. So
Michael?
we still got a little more to do if you guys are still hanging around. And then there's going to be some nonsense with Darrell here. The judge is going to let him work on his subpoenas or something. I think he was blowing off something he erased. I saw that too.
All right, thank you. Be seated. Anything else we need to address today from the state?
Your Honor, the defendant did raise an issue where he cited 3 cases regarding jurisdiction of this court to hear this matter. I have had the opportunity to review those 3 cases. I am able to address those now if the court wishes.
I'd like to address them tomorrow morning. I frankly need to read them, so.
They're all sovereign
Anything else
citizen
from the state?
nonsense.
No, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Brooks?
Just so I'm clear, on these subpoenas where it says you are further required to bring with you the following, do I leave that blank or what should I put there?
Can't tell
Just
you.
so I'm clear.
It's legal advice.
I can't give you advice on that. I only wanted you to understand that witnesses would not generally have their police reports or statements made. Those are usually kept by the police department. And so you would need to subpoena the custodian of the police records in order to get copies of that. If you think there's something else that they have that would be in their possession and that's relevant to this case, that would be different. So I hope that adequately answers your question.
I don't understand, but
It's because you're an idiot.
If there's something specific, you can ask the state if there's some follow-up based upon the discovery that you have. But you should have everyone's
I
statements.
guess the only thing I was so should I bring your statement? I mean, I don't.
I don't know that they would have it. What I'm telling you is you should have every statement in that box.
No witness has their statement.
Or you should subpoena the custodian of the police records, or ask the state if you think you're missing something.
I'm clearly missing something. I don't know what to put right there.
You dumb
That's the
fuck.
best I can do for you, sir. I can only review them for completeness. The state referenced an objection based upon their review of them. So whether you put that information in or not, that's up to you.
Would it be sufficient to just put
You can leave it blank also, correct, Your Honor?
Yeah, you don't have to fill it in. It can be left blank. If I'm not answering that correct, I don't want you to think you have to put something there.
Yeah, that was my impression. Usually when you're
Got it.
It's the same thing with a job application. You're not supposed to leave nothing blank.
Okay, let me answer it this way because I was not tracking with that one. You only fill that out if there's something specific as it relates to this case that you want them to bring. You're not required to, though.
Okay.
There's a subpoena and there's what's called a subpoena ducis tecum, which means bring something with. If you just want them to come to court and
Ducis tecum.
testify, it's just a
Ducis
plain old
tecum.
subpoena. So
God, you
hopefully that helps.
Wisconsin idiots.
That is clarification.
All right. I'll
Which
address
you did not
the other
deserve.
issue tomorrow morning. I'll give you some time while you're sitting here to get the subpoenas all filled out so that the state can look at that and start working on getting them served, with the exception of the one that they indicated was out of state, okay? Anything else from you then tonight, Mr. Brooks?
That would be it.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are in recess.
Okay, guys. All right. So we got some questions and stuff to roll through. 2,700 people still here. So let's start knocking this out. Sid, you mentioned this earlier about Ford having sticking throttle bodies. If he was going for that, you need expert testimony. You need like engineers. You need people from Ford. You would need to show this car was subject to a recall with that issue and that this car had that problem. He can't just say, oh, I heard about it in the news. Here's the article. That's not enough. To show a mechanical failure like that, you have to prove it. So if he's trying to do that, it's not going to work. Because I doubt he's got an expert witness in the pipe. Walter Malone for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. I'm lost. Is he going? It's not my fault. They didn't hear my horn. I think that's one of his alternate arguments he's trying to make. Axio says, quarterings in the back, thinking about the 12 videos he's about to make about this guy. Yeah. Yep, it does look like Jeremy's brother. James Hunsinger, isn't relevance the grounds for the objection? Relevance is one of the grounds. Is the question's not relevant. There's also hearsay. There's also it's been asked and answered. There's this might be subject to a motion in limine, argumentative, speculative, facts not in evidence, misstatement of facts, any number of things you can be the grounds for your objection. Donkey Nut says he's very familiar with grounds, knocking them to and putting them in the grounds. Yes. Axios for $19.99 says Brooks flipping through the book. This is the point of view. Your professor just cold called you and you didn't do the reading. That was very much in law school. I've been that guy before. Very much so. How would you nail down expert witnesses pro se? You probably wouldn't because you wouldn't know where to begin to get one. So you'd be screwed. Barton Bella says Cain Velasquez is still in jail, but the guy that molested his daughter isn't. Yes. And it doesn't help that Cain Velasquez shot up a truck and hit the wrong person. That's never good. If you're going to do vigilante justice, which I can't ever recommend, you'd better get the right guy. Greg McKay for $10. What is Darrell's angle for being found innocent? Why is he doing any of this? Is he just torturing the victims? Might be a little bit of everything. He might be delusional enough to think that he can say, well, I was honking my horn. I tried to get out of the way. I was trying to flee. It sounds like he might claim there's somebody in the car holding him at knife point. He also just could be sadistic as shit. I don't think we really know yet. Sebastian, I saw this earlier, 50 Danish kroner, or krone, I think is what you guys call it. Thank you very much. Hooligan has 3 for $9.99. Grounds is the new what if anything. Yes. Brenda, I just kind of mentioned this earlier. Grounds is not a sovereign citizen term. It is just he's heard attorneys say this. He knows it's what they say, so he thinks he can throw it in all the time, and it's a helpful thing. Grounds is you're just challenging the objection the other party's making. You're asking them to say why, because merely just saying objection, if they don't actually have an answer to what it is, that can nullify the objection at times. Yeah, Malik Foxen for $5. Yeah, that dad wanted 2 minutes in a room with Brooks, very much. So, Sword and Scale, Mike, how are you doing for $19.99? Thanks for covering this Looney Tunes trial. Ricada forever and hashtag long live Ricada. Very much. Very true. Nick is back. That's always good. Billy Nice for $20. This is giving witness intimidation. Yeah, but that's the problem. He has to talk to him. So, I mean, is it really witness intimidation? Spud Gun for £5 sterling. Thank you, chap. Found you through the nose. Hello. Unbreaded. Thank you. I appreciate it. Really quick. Sword and Scale is saying, I got my money on the defendant. He seems really smart. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Keno Pounder says, why can't the jury consult dictionaries? Because every word in that statute for vehicular manslaughter, assault, whatever it is, those words and terms are defined. You're given the definitions. And those definitions explain things. You are not to do outside research because you might look up the wrong words. You might look up the wrong definition. You might do something that you're not supposed to do. So you're not supposed to go investigate on your own or try to learn things on your own. So that's why you're not allowed to do that. Because people will try to look up, hey, this indictment said vehicular manslaughter. What does manslaughter mean? What does knowingly mean? Nope. You get jury instructions for that, so don't look it up. Puff pass says free Julian Assange and fuck your legal system. Yes, Julian Assange should be free. And yes, fuck the U.S. Justice Department for going after him. Fuck Trump for not pardoning him. And also fuck the British government for keeping him in prison for now nearly 2.5 years. It's a fucking travesty what's happened to that man. Tin Man for $10. I know the state isn't objecting because they don't want to give any possible reason for appeal, but it pissed me off letting him harass his victims. Well, at some points, he's asking legitimate questions. He's just asking about this like little granular minutia, but he's allowed to. And I think for Darrell Brooks, he's trying to point out like if they couldn't tell what the license plate number is, so automatically their testimony is invalid, or what shade of paint was the car, and if they can't tell, then their testimony's not credible. And I used this argument earlier. Let's say there was a picture of Darrell Brooks holding a pen. He would say, "Do you know if that was a black or blue ink pen?" And if you don't know, then you're not credible. That's the kind of crap he's trying to play. And oh wow, just making sure you guys. So Shade Chaser, can you explain the reason why anyone, not his attorney, is not permitted to give Brooks legal advice? I've seen questions in chat. They're not allowed to. The court cannot give legal advice. Clerks cannot give legal advice. The judge can't because she's supposed to be impartial. She's the third party. She's the intermediary here. She's kind of the referee. The referee can't tell you what to do. So that's why she can't give legal advice. Or if, let's say, you go file something on your own with the clerk, they can't give you legal advice. That's why, because, well, the clerks are not legally licensed to do so, but the judge can't do that because then she's being biased now towards one party, and that causes problems. So that's just something to think about there. That's generally the issue. Let's see here. Catching up. Sorry, trying to catch up all the way through. There's a couple more things, but I wanted to get super chats done. Sword Scale for $19.99. Thanks again, Mike. Thank you. I'll bet this clown not only thinks he'll be freed, but will also subsequently get hired by one of the top law firms for his keen legal mind. Nah, I just think he's an idiot, and I don't think he's that smart. I just think he thinks, he'll get to walk out of here and go back to drinking beer and threatening to beat up his girlfriend. What are judicial determinations? He's just asking for a judge to make a determination on something he's filed, basically to make a decision. There might be some more minutia to it under Wisconsin law, but he's just asking for the judge to make a ruling on things he's filed and claimed so far. Subscribe, folks. Hit that button. Hey, hit the like button. That'd be good too. Actually, Greg McKay says, "Fuck everyone." Hell yeah. Sometimes that's the only answer. Tin Man for $5. Thank you again for your super chat. You're right. My point was when he was insinuating the witnesses were not in the wrong for not providing aid. Oh, yeah, it's because he's an idiot. He thinks that makes them look bad. Because they're trying to point out that he didn't provide aid after he ran everyone over. But he's trying now to argue, well, you didn't do it. And then if I didn't do it, then you didn't do it, then I'm not at fault. Once again, this is a guy who does not understand what's going on. He's, he probably walked back to his cell thinking like, well, I did pretty good today. Like taking off his tie, like that wasn't half bad. This was a fucking disaster for him today. So, Crystal Blue says, I can't wait till he's convicted forever. Yeah. Shifu Zanichi says, yes, this is correct. The ref can't show you how to play the game. Rigsby says the quartering should make a grounds coffee flavor coffee. Real sly to bring that grift full circle. Yeah, if you guys get in touch with Jeremy, that'd be great. I'll pimp it for him. I'll pimp the grounds version. Okay. Thanks, Sean. Oh, you guys are welcome. Sword and Scale. Yeah, if this were Canada, he'd already be out. If this were a lot of countries, he'd probably already be out. Graham is saying, why isn't he dropped the whole plaintiff shtick if it's not getting him anywhere? Because he believes it. And he thinks the court's crooked and wrong and it's a conspiracy. So that's how it is. Now, I will answer a question real quick for everybody. You guys asked, what am I doing tomorrow? I have court. I'm a practicing attorney. I've got court appearances tomorrow. I have to do. Today's Columbus State Court was closed for me. This trial, though, they have to get it done. So that's why they're in court today. But no, Nick is going to be covering this tomorrow. Nick will also be on tonight on Rumble. So just hop on tomorrow. Nick will be streaming the trial. And yeah, that's really it for my end of it. Just so you guys are aware. I will not be on tomorrow. I maybe later this week, but definitely next week I'll have time. A trial I had has been resolved, so I have free time next week, which is good news. Tarkina Meyer for $10. Thank you so much. Thanks for your coverage, Sean. Awesome insight as always. Bald Eagle 1787. I just saw this real quick. A defense attorney would have given those victims a wide berth on anything relating to personal experience. Well, I wouldn't have wanted to bring it up because then they could easily say, you mean when your client ran over my kids? You don't need to bring any of that stuff up. You just say, did you see who drove the car? No. I would have moved on from there very quickly. Ashley for $5 saying any over under on how long it takes the jury to come back. Thanks for the coverage. I mean, they're going to have to look through all of it and give it just a real quick once over. I think 45 minutes. So, guys, real quick, I got to go back. I have to go to the bathroom real quick. All right, guys, sorry about that. Been holding it in for a while. So yeah, Ashley got that done. Let's see. Where Rogue Jen says, yeah, Nick didn't think they were going to trial today. Neither did I. I just wasn't paying attention last week. AC says, I'm such a troon for having court. I know. How dare I have a job? I know. How dare I? Native American Indian Dog says, imagine how confused the jury must be with the soft citizen stuff. Oh, yeah. This is going to be ridiculistic for them to figure out. Who's texting me? Okay, let me take this real quick, guys. Okay, never mind. We're all set. You guys are ridiculous. Do I have a firm page? Yes. If it's not on my my website is seanpmartinlaw.com. For whatever reason, it's not on here. There. I'll put that in the description as well, so it's available in case people want to see it or actually care. Amanda Francis says, was the vehicle checked for anything wrong with it? I presume the state put some time in to make sure that they checked it out the best they could. I don't see why they wouldn't. That would just be able to take care of this issue. Oh, Crystal Henderson, $5. Thank you for the entertaining and informative coverage today. You're very, very welcome. Time to mass report Sean for ethics violations. Hey, if everybody wants to get their name read out on the internet, then we'll do that. Have I ever had an ethics complaint filed against me? Well, it depends what Montygraph is going to do, but maybe. Aussie Overlord. Hey, Hayden, how you doing, man? Hope your new switched over time for your show went well today. And that's it. Well, I think I've caught up to everything. Oh, this is a question. Vicky Truman. Hope you're still here, by the way. How do you cope working with criminals who have done terrible things? Well, sometimes they haven't done it. But at the end of the day, most people are good people who make boneheaded decisions or make bad decisions. And that's just normal for life. But really, at the end of the day, I am helping protect them against the government. By representing them, I'm not condoning what they've done or saying what they've done is okay or saying that they're great people or that I want them to be my friend or my neighbor. My job is to protect them against the government and put them in the best position possible. And for some of them, that may be I get their case and they get an acquittal or a dismissal. For some of them, it's limiting how long in prison they're going to go. But no, it's not something I think about. It's my job. And I hope that answers it for you. Okay. Shoot, what am I looking for here? Okay, sorry, I'm trying to need to reach out to Nick. Reach out to Nick and Kurt if you have something you want to talk to them about. They certainly would. They'd be happy to talk to you. Trot Golfer, I'll be in touch with you getting today. I gotta do that. How do I cope? You just don't take it home with you. I mean, it's just part of the business. That's good. Mackenzie, what's the dumbest thing I've seen a defendant do or say in court? That's we'll have to say that for another time because that's a special there's a couple things I've seen in my time. But stick around because we'll probably cover that as I get closer and closer to 15,000 and I can talk about my time I defended the toe sucker. And got me all over the news. And I got yelled at by this guy on the news in front of a bunch of people. Fluffmaster saying, yeah, I'm into blacksmithing. Yeah, I do forging. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Roscoe P. Coltrane says, is Montegraph back? Oh, yes, he is. Oh, yes, he is. 100% he's back. In fact, I came in on a stream that I was dealing with him, and there's an entire video of Montegraph losing his mind on a stream I did last week when Nick was Nick had been terminated by YouTube. And yeah, he called in. He found my phone number off the website and called me and started acting like a lunatic. So yeah, he spurred out real hard. And I clipped it out of my stream so you guys can watch that, and it's right there for your enjoyment. So yes, he's back in force. Zavin saying my dad was a criminal defense attorney. He always said for the worst scumbags there, but for the grace of God. Yeah, there's a lot of times I've seen people, and it's like, I'm very lucky I'm not in their position. And that's a very true, very, very true thing to say. Amoral Fats 40 ounce said, Nick is going to stop by. Nick stopped by around 2:00. He was here for about an hour and a half. You must have missed him. But no, he was here. We had some fun. Kimbo Nice says, I have a family member that's been in prison for 27 years for a gang-related triple homicide. Can you get them released? Kimbo, get a hold of me through my email. It should be in the description. If he's in Ohio, we can talk. I don't know. I can't make a promise, but I can certainly talk to you about it. I am Dave. Are you ever happen someone you defended went to jail? Was I ever happy somebody I defended went to jail? No. I'm never happy somebody gets to jail or prison. It's not a fun place. It's really not. So let me see here. No, guys, it was not Drex doing the. Mackenzie, Greg, if the promise is if we get to 15,000 subs, I will release it, and I will show everybody the video. Yeah, and I forgot about this because I forgot about the opening because I only watched part of it. Yeah, they checked, and I assume they would check anyway. G-Dash is a new member. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Gigi for $10. Thank you so much. Do you know if his rap video with the SUV and it cursing he doesn't do will be shown? Love you, Sean. I assume they're gonna put that on at some point. They might not. I don't know. I don't know the full. Yeah, I don't know. Corn Pop says, like with the Depp trial, will the actual evidence be posted on the court website? No, criminal cases are handled in a different way. But you'll see it as it gets released. And all these videos of the parade you can find on Twitter. There's a bunch of them on YouTube, and you can watch them in all their gory detail when he just plows through all these kids and people. Roscoe P. Coltrane for $1.99 says, oh boy, I can't wait for all the crappier Photoshops. Yeah. Yes. AC saying when you think this goes to the jury, is Brooks going to drag out his defense or even offer one at all? I don't know. I could see him trying to offer like a technically and poke little holes in things, but I don't know where that's going to go. So, Sword and Scale did something on him. Oh, that kind of doesn't make it fun. Spud Gun says, "Would you be able to help me get an Ohio death certificate?" Yes. Contact me at my email that's down there, seanpmartinlaw@gmail.com, or get a hold of me through the website. I can help you figure that out. I could definitely help you out with that. He's really enjoying the pain. I think so, but I think he's also an idiot. Live Leak's gone. RIP. Gone too soon. All the stuff that was on there. Will Brooks call himself to testify? I think it would be folly. I think he's going to do it too. I think he kind of has to. I don't know how he could stay straight face knowing he killed those people. I think that's part of the reason why he's wearing the mask to hide his facial expressions. Although he doesn't do a good job at it half the time. Peter Jordanson, yes. Did Ohio die? Yeah. If Brooks testifies, can he lead the witness? He's generally, when this happens, you can testify in a narrative format where you just tell your story. Or there might be, if you do leave questions that are out there, the judge may help you try to deal with them. But generally speaking, you give your testimony in the form of a narration of what happened, and that's how you can do it. It would be a rambling monologue, and the prosecutor could object if he brings in hearsay or impermissible things. Yes, I think we covered this, Hayden. Yeah, he laughed at one point already in this trial. And if you're facing murder charges, you should, if nobody else in the courtroom's laughing, you should not be laughing. Now, if somebody trips and falls, or there's like yesterday on Friday, there were a couple times something happened and everybody in the room laughed. You could definitely laugh if everybody's laughing, but if you're the only one laughing and you're the defendant, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing at all. Roscoe is saying, "Where in Ohio are you?" I am on the eastern suburbs of Cleveland. So, can he object as a witness? I mean, to an extent he can try, but it's going to be it's going to be a pain in the butt, but that's where it helps when you have an attorney there. Mega Monster, have I seen the rendition of State v. Georgia versus Denver Allen? Yes, I've seen the Rick and Morty version of it too. Melissa Case for $5. When do you plan on simultaneously streaming on Rumble for those of us who want to boycott YouTube? I need to figure that out, and hopefully I can figure that out tonight. So that's going to be, I got to work on that, and I haven't had a chance. I've been really busy lately. So, so yeah, that's really it, guys. It's 6:30 here in Ohio for me. I'm on Eastern Standard Time. I've got some things I got to get done. Got to make dinner for my girlfriend and myself. So I'm going to have to wrap it up from here. Like I said, for tomorrow, Nick will be on. He'll be on all day. He'll be covering this. I will not be available. I'll try to be available this week, but I know definitely next week I will have a lot of availability. And we'll definitely have some fun. So that's really it, guys. And I guess I'll just leave you with this. Please give me a like if you liked how this went today. If you really are interested, please give me a subscribe. I do a live show every Thursday, 9:30 Eastern time, We cover everything that's going on during the week. Then sometimes I do some stuff on Friday or Saturday, just kind of messing around. I do have locals, potentiallycriminal.locals.com. I am on Rumble. I am on Odyssey. Working on getting BitChute set up. And then I've got, that's really kind of the big ones. I do have Discord. Discord link is in the description below as well. And yeah, that's really it for me tonight. Oh, Bren for 1999. Thank you, Bren. Plugging the Thursday night crime stream. Brr. Yes. Gotta have your switchies on your Glocks, like the little kids in Chicago. And Baranski for $3. Thank you so much. $3 on locals to make it go brr. Yes. And that's it. For me, it's $3 a month. I think that's the lowest amount I can charge. And that's all it takes to get on locals for me. And if you don't want to pay, I understand. Just if you sign up as a member and you're just there, you'll get notified of everything that goes on, because I can always reach you there since I'm no longer allowed to be on Twitter. Yes, Glock check. Nicholas Taylor, you should be able to come back to the Discord. I'll have to talk to Parallax. We'll get that figured out. Yes, I've been banned. I've been banned from Twitter. Yes, I'm too cool. Mackenzie Greg, can you join Discord? Yeah, Discord's open to anybody and everybody. The link should be provided below in the description. So just click on it, fire it up, and come in there. And it's a fun time. It is a fun time for everybody. So that is it for me. Twitter's asshole, yes. What was the reason they gave? Hateful and harmful conduct, which I didn't think so. Oh, well. Don't worry. When Daddy Elon gets it, I'll be getting out of the gulag. I hope. So, guys, I will just say, remember, till next time, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty.